God is Red, a native view of religion. 30th Anniversary Edition. Vine Deloria Jr. Fulcrum Publishing, Golden, Colorado. Foreword by Leslie Marmon Silko. Laguana Pueblo, author of Ceremony and Almanac of the Dead. No one who reads Vine Deloria Jr.'s books remains neutral. Vine's books influenced our generation and are as important to the United States cultural history as are books by Norman Mailer and Tom Wolfe. This will be appreciated by future generations when U.S. history ceases to be fabricated for the glory of the white man. What influenced me as a young writer was his defiant attitude toward the power elites, whether it be Christianity or the U.S. military. But Vine's was a special sort of defiance that depended on the warmth of Indian humor and the rule of international law, never the threat of violence. The publication of God is Red was anxiously awaited by all of us. Vine was our hero. Courageously and eloquently, Vine expressed what a great many of us Indians felt and thought. His writings spoke for generations past and generations yet to come. It took a great personal courage to speak out like Vine did back then. Remember, assassins took down Dr. King and Malcolm X in those years. I couldn't wait to see what Vine had to say about Christianity as the cause of the great weakness of the United States. Vine had identified America's great weakness in his 1969 bestseller, Custer Died for Your Sins. Consider the history of America closely. Never has America lost a war. When engaged in warfare, the United States has always applied the principle of overkill and mercilessly stamped out its opposition into the dust. Consider Vietnam, where the United States has already dropped more bombs than it did during the last war. A classic of overkill. But name, if you can, the last peace the United States won. Victory, yes, but this country has never made a successful peace, because peace requires exchanging ideas, concepts, thoughts, and recognizing the fact that two distinct systems of life can exist together without conflict. Consider how quickly America seems to be facing its allies of one war as new enemies. In God is Red, Vine explains how Christianity is the root cause of this great weakness of the United States. The inability to respect or tolerate those who are different. Clearly, this weakness of the United States has only worsened in recent years, with wars against former allies Manuel Noriega, Saddam Hussein, and Osama bin Laden, and friction with the French and Germans. Americans would do well to read God is Red again, to be reminded what happened in the 1960s and 1970s is the logic of Western culture and the meaning of the Christian worldview that supported the institutions of Western culture were outrun by the events of the time. Indeed, Christianity was so weak, God was dead. The Indian joke on bumper stickers was, "Hey, God is red. She isn't dead." God has always been red on these continents called the Americas, and God, Mother Earth God, and the religions of the indigenous communities of the Americas are alive and thriving. Vine points out the failure of the Christian conscience. We conducted a long war in Asia that was prolonged primarily for political reasons by two presidents. Yet both of these men were apparently Christians in good standing. Prominent church leaders such as Billy Graham did not call them to account as being anti-Christian or non-Christians for the wastage of human life. In the Gulf War, some church leaders did make an effort to prevent bloodshed, but their religious objections proved irrelevant to George Bush Sr. God is Red refuses to let the Christians off the hook. If the exploiters of old were not Christians, why did not the true Christians rise up in defiance of the derogation of their religious heritage and faith? At this point in the clash between Western industrialism and the planet's Aboriginal peoples, we find little or no voice coming from the true Christians to prevent continued exploitation. As accurate and prophetic as it was 30 years ago, God is Red should be read and reread by Americans who want to understand why the United States keeps losing the peace war after war. We Indians? We don't disappear, but Deloria predicts the end of European expansion in the world and concludes, who will find peace with the lands? The future of humankind lies waiting for those who will come to understand their lives and take up their responsibilities to all living things. Who will listen to the trees, the animals and birds, the voices of the places of the land, as the long forgotten peoples of the respective continents rise and begin to reclaim their ancient heritage. They will discover the meaning of the lands of their ancestors. That is when the invaders of the North American continent will finally discover that for this land, God is Red. Foreword by George E. Tinker, Osage and Cherokee, Professor of American Indian Cultures and Religious Traditions, Iliff School of Theology, Denver. Coyote Old Man has always been a teacher, a wily man of the world who combines perspicuity, vision, and intuition with a sense of the ironic. Even in moments of feigned foolishness and individualism, Coyote is the people's teacher and is committed to their well-being. Vine Deloria Jr. is not Coyote Old Man, yet like Coyote, he is the commensurate teacher of whose sometimes outrageous intellectual gift to the Indian world has and still inspires young Indian intellectuals today. At the time of its initial publication, God is Red both systematized and gave voice to general American Indian thought. As such, it was and continues to represent an important first for Native people. It covers a huge intellectual waterfront, modeling a systematic, coherent Indian response to the fundamentals of Euro-Western historiography, philosophy, theology, social criticism, and political theory. But this book is more than a systematized introduction to American Indian thinking. In large part, God is Red is a critical reflection on Western thought and culture, an American Indian ethnography of Ameri-European intellectual and religious lifeways, if you will. As a result, the book's greatest contribution is that it seriously stirs the pot. Again and again, Deloria demonstrates the inadequacy of various Western modes of scholarship, offering shocking and almost scandalous new ways of understanding the evidence. At the same time, he demonstrates that his own hermeneutical reflection, extraordinary though it may seem, is actually no more preposterous than the generally accepted solutions offered in Western scientific and social scientific explanations of the world. Suddenly, the explanations offered by critical biblical and ancient Near Eastern scholarship for pyramid building in ancient Egypt, memorialized cinematically by Cecile B. DeMille, seem equally or even more fantastic and implausible than Deloria's own. Insofar as these so-called scientific explanations of the world have been used to signify American Indian existence in terms controlled and controllable by the settlers colonizers in North America. Deloria's hypotheticals stand as a powerful and useful challenge. More to the point, in God is Red, Deloria makes minimal concession to explicit categories of cognition, common to those Western traditions, modeling instead the existence and articulation of enduring natural categories of Indian cultures themselves that are foundational for tribal existence and for tribal intellectual and religious traditions. Thus, The book continues to be a forceful challenge to the presumed inherent hegemony of the Western intellectual tradition. It is in this very exercise that the book began and will continue to teach many bright Indian youth, a future generation of Indian scholars, the validity of our own cultures, and the resources, categories of knowledge, and modes of discourse already at our disposal for reasoned analytical thought. The book's singular achievement, for instance, was its systematic and consistent analysis of the distinction between spatially and temporarity as culturally discrete ways of being in the world. In a sense, nearly every Indian person had already noted this important difference between tribal Native American peoples and the Amero-European settler population. Yet the difference was little discussed in the literature until Deloria finally and irrevocably named it. Likewise, Deloria spelled out the communitarian individualist difference between Indian and Euro-Western cultures. These category distinctions are now the foundation for any genuine analytical understanding of any particular Indian culture and for Indian intellectual thought in general. In God is Read, Deloria proposes an etiology for what he sees as a fundamental philosophical difference between tribal peoples and cultures. On the one hand, and others whom he describes as hybrid peoples. In typically provocative Deloria fashion, he demonstrates that a historical interpretation that assumes an alien invasion of a superior culture explains much of an ancient Near Eastern biblical history as well or better than the standard so-called scientific explanations. As wildly outrageous proposition to some, the point is that these same historical methods are used then by non-Indian scholars to interpret and explain American Indian realities. To put the matter boldly, from an American Indian perspective, if the assured results of the historical critical method of Western scholars are less than assured in dealing with their own sacred texts, then perhaps Indians are not so far off base in thinking that their scholarship about us is also suspect. Deloria's more philosophical theological work is not limited in its impact to Indian people, but continues to be instructive to those who function largely within the Western intellectual tradition. I fully expect that Deloria's continuing contribution to the American Indian scholarship will become increasingly important to the Academy and to the development and articulation of modern American Indian thought, outside of the Academy, where he taught so many years. Deloria's leadership has been freely given over time to both American Indian organizations and to non-Indian groups that have impacted or had the potential to impact Indian people. The guidance and support he continues to provide to younger Indian scholars is invaluable. God is Read amply shows an Indian intellectual mind at work. Anyone genuinely interested in the lifeways of American Indian peoples needs to read and indeed study this seminal work. Introduction. When I was very small and traveling with my father in South Dakota, he would frequently point out buttes, canyons, river crossings, and old roads and tell me their stories. In those days before interstate highways, when roads were often two ruts along the side of a fence, it was possible to observe the places up close, and so indelible memories accrued around certain features of the landscape because of the proximity of the place and because of the stories that went with them. He seemed to remember details that other people had missed or never knew. He could point out buttes where vision quests were held, the hill near Standing Rock, where the women lived with the wolves, and obscure landings along the Missouri, where the people crossed, or where Jack Sully, shirt-tail relative and famous bandit, escaped from a posse. I came to revere certain locations and passed the stories along as best I could, although visits to these places were few and far between. It seemed to me that the remembrance of human activities at certain locations vested them with a kind of sacredness that could not have been obtained otherwise. Gradually, I began to understand a distinction in the sacredness of places. Some sites were sacred in themselves, others had been cherished by generations of people, and were now part of their history and, as such, revered by them and part of their very being. As the Indian protest movement gained momentum and attracted many young people to its activities, much of the concentration of energies was devoted to the restoration of sacred sites and the resumption of ceremonies there. God is Red did not receive much of a welcome when it hit the bookstores upon its release in 1973. And, since it was something of a departure from what I had written earlier, it was not even reviewed by most Indian journals and newspapers. Nevertheless, as people tried to give voice to the concerns over getting lands back and gaining better access to sacred sites located on public lands, the book provided a framework in which the demands for lands made sense. As important as the concern for lands was, the need for an affirmation that American Indians had their own tribal religious traditions and did not need to be homogenized among the other religions. I am most grateful to those people, Indian and non-Indian, who gave the book a chance and tried to see its message. Over the years, it has become useful to people of all tribes, and it is a handy place to find a quasi-philosophical view of what the sacred might mean to Indian people. Over and over, I encounter people who found the book to be useful to them in directing their path back to a more tribal and spiritual existence. The book has led me on in my search for a way to understand the power and spiritual capabilities of our ancestors. Reflecting back on the old men I observed as a boy and the utter sincerity of their belief, their humility, and hesitancy to rush forward with answers to important questions. In writing the book, I was led back to a great appreciation of our religious traditions. Since writing the book, I have been gradually led to believe that the old stories must be taken literally, if at all possible, that the deep secrets and a deeper awareness of the complexity of our universe was experienced by our ancestors, and that something of their beliefs and experiences can be ours once again. Black Elk, in his vision, saw many hoops of many people, and we always recognize that there are other traditions with their ceremonies, so that sacredness is not restricted to any particular group of people and their beliefs. Yet an examination of tribal traditions will show that Indian paths to an encounter with the great mystery of life were generally straight and fulfilling. Almost any tribe can be examined, and the result will be a bevy of stories about how the people use spiritual powers to live. And these powers are almost always made available to us in a sacred place, where time and space do not define the terms of the experience. Our perception of the physical world is in rapid change today, and many of the old stories about separate physical dimensions in which spirituality reigns supreme now sound possible, if not probable. I can now find justification and a possible explanation for the old stories that say a tribe came from the stars or emerged from some mysterious underground location. As I have gained knowledge and seen others share their visions with me, I conclude that our ancestors lived in a strange condition, in which they were in touch with the spirits constantly, and I see that as a goal for our present activities. Space, as defined in this book, is determinative of the way that we experience things. Time is subservient to it because, to have time, there must be a measurable distance to travel during which time can pass. Thus to say that the world has many sacred spaces, worlds under or within mountains, caves that come and go according to the kinds of ceremonies conducted at certain locations. These things now interest me, and I believe have attracted others to more closely examine our religious heritage. It is this unbroken connection that we have with the spirit world that will allow us to survive as a people. Chapter 1: The Indian Movement. Until 1890, American Indians played a critically important role in American domestic affairs, symbolizing the vast wilderness and frontier that Americans wished to tame. From the 1890s until the 1960s, Indians were truly the vanishing Americans, and most people believed that the tribes had largely been exterminated. There were token Indians present at Columbus Day and Thanksgiving celebrations, and some Indian women sitting at the Santa Fe Railroad station selling pottery. But for most Americans, Indians had ceased to exist. It is difficult to describe just how America began to embrace Indians again in recent years. When the Indian protests began in the 1960s, white Americans learned that in the remote canyons of the West, the swamplands and of the Great Lakes, and the southeastern United States were seemingly thousands upon thousands of Indians. Perhaps their first response was a sense of outrage and shock. Where were these angry Indians coming from, and what was their gripe? They soon discovered that Indians had enjoyed treaty rights for nearly a century. They learned that as resources had been gobbled up by urban America, they were now in conflict with American Indians over the remaining natural resources of the continent, the best of which were in Indian hands. The initial tendency of many whites was simply to determine that these resources also be taken and that Indians be moved into the mainstream of white society, thereby removing their legal rights to these lands. Needless to say, these same officials did not demand that African Americans and Chicanos or Hispanic Americans be given the same rights as whites. They were not sitting on oil, water, and mineral resources. White America only agitated to take away whatever rights Indians still had. Always this pressure was disguised under the argument that all people, being citizens, should enjoy the same basic rights. Thus, where Indians had preserved hunting and fishing rights, the right to self-government, tax exemptions on land, the power to zone reservation lands, the cry was to bring about equality. At the county and town level, where Indians did not have employment, housing, equal criminal justice, and social equality, there was no corresponding effort to provide these things that allegedly all Americans enjoyed. This is gonna be really sad. In the 1860s, conditions were terrible for American Indians. The California Indians, for example, had been systematically neglected by generations of state and federal bureaucrats. In the 1850s, the federal government had signed a series of treaties with the bands and communities of Indians in California. These treaties gave the Indians clearly defined reservations in certain areas of the state, primarily in places not wanted by the whites or at that time inaccessible to them. But as gold fever grew in intensity and mining technology grew more sophisticated, arriving settlers began to prowl the length and breadth of the state looking for gold. The miners' objections to the federal effort to preserve the Indian ancestral lands were loud and violent. The miners embarked on a program of systematic genocide against the Indians of California, going so far as to have Sunday shoots in which bands of whites would attack Indian villages, killing as many people as they could. Tribes were massacred to prevent them from holding their lands intact and out of reach of the gold-crazed miners. Political pressure was intense in Washington, D.C., and the California Indian treaties were never ratified by the U.S. Senate. Instead, they were conveniently buried in the Senate archives, where they remained as classified documents for a half-century. By the 1960s, most whites in California were not aware of the treatment of the indigenous peoples, and had not the faintest idea that they had made treaties with clearly defined boundaries. State and government officials were not so innocent, however. During the Great Depression, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, was given orders to find lands for the many homeless California Indians who now lived in tiny pockets of poverty on the outskirts of cities in the extreme southern and mountainous northern parts of the state. Agriculture was having a difficult time of it during the Depression, and so the program was used to assist wealthy white landowners, primarily ranchers and farmers, instead of the Indians. Lands classified as submarginal lands that the Department of Agriculture believed could not support a family farm or ranch were purchased from the whites to prevent their bankruptcy and given to the Indians. Some Indians did move to these lands, and the BIA organized them as tribal governments under the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act. Then they were largely abandoned by federal government because the populations of most of these new reservations were so small that national programs could not reach them. During World War II, a large number of Indians came to the West Coast to work in war industries. And after the war, they were shunted aside as returning white veterans were given back their jobs. In the 1950s, in order to get Indians off their reservations so that the lands could be sold and the tribal existence terminated, the BIA began a massive relocation program that placed thousands of Indians in low-paying jobs in the urban areas of California, primarily Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. By the 1960s, this mixture of original California Indians and newly migrated Southwestern and Plains Indians formed a community to assert their Indian identity. Thus, the first stirrings of what became known as the Indian movement began. In almost every other part of the nation, Indians were treated with disgust and disdain by the whites of their region. South Dakota, the beautiful land of Kevin Costner's Dances with Wolves, was littered with signs reading, "No dogs and no Indians allowed." Oklahoma systematically oppressed Indians while on festive occasions its politicians laid claim to Cherokee, Chickasaw, and Choctaw bloodlines from a mythical princess who had saved a wandering white man who startlingly resembled Gary Cooper. If Oklahoma Indians realized the repressive conditions under which they lived, many simply accepted that Indians' fortunes were supposed to be harder than whites because Indians were stupid. However, most of the Oklahoma tribes maintained their own societies and ceremonies, belying the myth of inferiority that kept them in social and economic bondage. Most Eastern Indians, with the exception of the Six Nations, whose cultural survival was chronicled by Edmund Wilson in his best-selling book Apologies to the Iroquois, simply did not admit to an Indian identity to avoid being singled out for discriminatory treatment. They kept most of their traditions to themselves and were highly suspicious of outsiders. But their history was beyond dispute in most instances. The Tunicas of Louisiana, for example, could trace their political lineage back to the days of French occupation of the Mississippi Valley. The Passamaquoddies and Penobscots of Maine still possessed a letter from George Washington that he sent at the beginning of the Revolutionary War, asking them to please side with the colonists. In the Southwest, most of the tribes were just beginning to discover the invading white urban society around them. On the Navajo, Papago, and Apache reservations, the majority of people were full-bloods, spoke their own languages, and practiced traditional religions. A surprising number had only seen one or two whites in their lives, usually the local BIA agent or schoolteacher. In the Pacific Northwest, the Indians struggled with fish and game agencies to preserve their treaty fishing rights. Washington State was systematically breaking the 6 treaties signed with the Indians between 1854 and 1855. These agencies claimed that it was necessary to curb Indian fishing for conservation purposes. At the same time, they allowed commercial and sports fishermen to take almost all the annual salmon run. The Great Lakes Indians were living on barren reservations doing odd jobs for local whites. Their lands had been stripped of prime timber during the 1890s, when the Timber Ring had worked with the BIA to strip the Indian forests on the pretext that removing the trees would enable Indians to become farmers. In 1964 and 1965, there were some fish inns in Washington state along with the Nisqually River, one featuring Marlon Brando and Dick Gregory. It was clear to careful observers that Indian country was about to explode, but the first significant protest occurred in Canada in 1968, when Canadian officials demanded that the Mohawks pay tolls to use a bridge and pay customs on goods brought back from the United States. On December 18, 1968, the Mohawks, led by militant Continetta Horn, a former actress and model, blockaded the Cornwall Bridge, claiming Canada had violated the Jay Treaty of 1794. They were arrested and tried in March 1969, but the prosecutor levied wild charges and the Indians were acquitted. The incident, widely reported in Akwesasne Notes, a national Indian newspaper, inspired Indians all across the United States to take a closer look at protests. Pressure continued to build. The next major eruption occurred in Gallup, New Mexico, in August 1969. Gallup is a study in contrasts. It proudly brags that it is the Indian capital of the world. The town is almost totally dependent on its Indian trade. Yet it systematically brutalizes its Indian population and excludes them from participation in most civic events. The National Indian Youth Council, some of whose members had been active in the fish inns, protested the holding of the Gallup ceremonial in the summer of 1967 by passing out mimeographed leaflets denouncing the festival. The leaflet was titled "When Our Grandfathers Had Guns," and refuted the happy image of smiling Indian pottery vendors that the Chamber of Commerce wished to perpetuate. It also protested that the ceremonial was largely controlled by non-Indians who gave minimal support to the Indian participants in the festival. This protest shocked the older Indians who had placidly accepted life in Gallup and felt confused about the fuss the young people were making. From the Indian standpoint, the protest was a tremendous success because it was the younger generation that had taken positive, aggressive step in resolving local problems of discrimination. The Pacific Northwest had its share of problems. The Quinault tribe had been pleading with non-Indians to refrain from littering its beaches, but to no avail. Owning 29 miles of the last good stretch of beach in the area, the tribe wanted to protect its resource. But non-Indian tourists wandered over the area, removing large quantities of driftwood and stealing or destroying Indian fishing nets. In 1969, the tribe closed the beaches to the public. White response was quick in coming. Petitions were sent to the governor asking him to institute legal proceedings against the tribe. Then Attorney General Slade Gorton, now U.S. Senator, said he didn't think the tribe had the unchallenged right to exclusive control of the beaches. He was ready to go to federal court to defend the right of non-Indians to litter and destroy, but the beaches remained closed. These actions dealt primarily with local problems. They inspired Indians across the continent to defend their rights. But what was needed was some national symbol, a rallying point that could launch a national movement. At the end of October 1969, a large convention of urban Indian groups met in San Francisco to discuss their problems. The night after the convention dispersed, the Indian Center caught fire and burned completely. A singularly tragic event for the Indian population in the Bay Area because social service programs and powwows were run out of the center for more than 2 decades. They were suddenly without a meeting place. Looking across the bay at Alcatraz with its massive buildings sitting empty, the Indians knew they had found their national cause. Securing Alcatraz for Indian use was an old goal of the Bay Area community. After the prison had been closed in 1964, Alan Cottier, Dick McKenzie, and Adam Nordwall, three Indians living in the area, had landed on the island and claimed it under the 1868 Seattle Treaty. But there had been no effort to occupy the island. On November 9th, 1969, a small contingent of Indians landed on the island and spent several exciting hours being chased by the security guards. They were taken off the island and the next morning. Not the least bit discouraged, they regrouped and 10 days later landed 200 people and secured the prison. Calling themselves the Indians of all tribes, they issued a proclamation asking for title to the island so it could be used for a spiritual center, university, and social service center. They compared Alcatraz to most Indian reservations. No water, no good housing, land unfit for cultivation, no employment, in short, a prison. Although the composition of the group continued to change, Indians occupied the island for about a year and a half. How did I never hear about this? But then other developments had taken the spotlight. Of course, I know why I didn't hear about this. They didn't want us to know about this. During their tenure, however, they were visited by movie stars, appeared on the Merv Griffin talk show, and had a boat donated to them by the Creedence Clearwater Revival rock group. Indians in the Seattle area adopted the cognomen Indians of all tribes and invaded Fort Lawton on the northwest corner of the city of Seattle during the winter of 1970. Jane Fonda, who had come to Seattle to protest the Vietnam War, participated in the invasion and helped to bring TV publicity to the protest. Rejecting the idea of claiming the fort under the 1868 Seattle Treaty, the Seattle Indians used an old federal statute that allowed the use of abandoned federal military posts as Indian schools. Negotiating aggressively, the Seattle Indians were able to secure a long-term lease on some of the land and then built the Daybreak Star Center, which is still a major part of the social services available to the Puget Sound Indian community. Invasions now seemed to come from every direction. The Six Nations landed protesters on Stanley Island that formed part of the St. Regis Mohawk Reserve. The island extended a short distance into St. Lawrence River and had been leased by the government in 1900 to an American citizen for the magnificent sum of $6 a year. Lots on the island were worth upwards of $20,000 for the use of summer cottages. Involved in this protest was the question of whether or not the Six Nations were joint conquerors of Canada during the French and Indian War, and therefore co-owners of the Dominion. Therefore, the protest had a practical and a historical ideological dimension, both. The summer of 1970 saw a full national Indian movement in action. Protests happening in the most unexpected places, and with irrefutable historic claims made by individual tribes. There was no sense of national coordination, and the issues appeared to be conglomerate of local complaints, which taken together could be resolved only with great difficulty. It was apparent, however, that beneath all of these local protests there was the important issue of restoring the old ways and raising the question of people and their right to a homeland. For Indians, this meant a return to the ceremonial use of lands. In June 1970, the Pitt River Indians tried to reclaim their ancestral lands from the Pacific Gas and Electric Gas Company, led by Richard Oakes and Mickey Jamel, who had been active at Alcatraz. A task force of Indians occupied lands near Big Bend, California. The Indians fully intended to reinstitute traditional religious life because the lands were near Mount Shasta, the center of their ceremonial life. Although arrested and charged with trespass, they were acquitted because no one wanted to bring up the treatment under the 1850s California treaties and the manner in which the California Indians were all lumped together in the California land claim. In another urban center, the Chicago Indians established an Indian village as a protest against housing discrimination in that city, pointing out that they had been forced into the cities because their lands had been taken by the government in the Menominee termination and allotment of the small Wisconsin forest reservations. This protest was very important because it linked urban Indians and the old policies of the government, particularly those that forced Indians to leave their lands in rural areas. An ideological structure, the Chicago protest finally put together easily articulated complaints against historic and existing BIA policies. The movement had its humorous moments. The Indians of Milwaukee spread the rumor that they were going to invade the Milwaukee Yacht Club so they could have red suns in the sail set. But it was a rumor and nothing more. At the encouragement of some of the aggressive Lutheran pastors working with Indians, AIM occupied a dormitory at Augustana Lutheran College in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. During a conference of the National Council of Churches in late summer to protest against the church's lethargy in assisting Indians, the pastors wrote up a list of unnegotiable demands that they passed through back a window to the protesters so the Indians learned why it was they that had been protesting. Negotiations resulted in the establishment of community development funds and a Lutheran National Council of Indians to supervise spending it. In the Pacific Northwest, the Indian fishing rights cause was a continuing problem, originating with the treaties by which the whites gained title to lands in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. In 1854 and 1855, Isaac Stevens negotiated a series of treaties that guaranteed Indians the right to fish in their traditional sites. As soon as whites discovered the income in fishing, they began to push Indians aside. Numerous Supreme Court cases clearly supported the Indian rights, but each succeeding state government found a way to quibble about the interpretation of the language in the treaties, resulting in Indian arrests and attempts to get the federal courts to override the treaty provisions. Particularly annoying were the Nisquallies and Puyallups, who now clung to the riverbanks, making a living by fishing. They had lost most of their lands to whites through the forced sale of their allotments. In a continuing and escalating series of fishing rights confrontations just after Labor Day 1970, a fishing camp was set up near Tacoma, Washington. The Indians, primarily from the Nisqually and Puyallup tribes, were busy fishing and making preparations to take the fish back to their homes. Almost 300 Tacoma City police, state game wardens, and state police silently surrounded the camp. They trained telescopic rifles on the adult males who could be easily seen from the bushes in which the police force was hidden. Then the raid began. Tear gas was thrown into the camp and the Indian fishermen and women were rushed and brutally beaten. This is in 1970. As many as 6 policemen grabbed little Allison Bridges, a slip of a girl weighing less than 100 pounds and standing just above 5 feet tall, threw her to the ground and handcuffed her. People in the camp were arrested for disorderly conduct, although the disorder was police-inspired. The camp was leveled. The Indians' cars were impounded and taken to Tacoma, where they were virtually destroyed while in police custody. Dick Cavett allowed me to show pictures of the attack on the Indian camp on his national television show, resulting in great public outcry against the actions of the police. As a result of the pressure, the federal government filed suit against the state of Washington and eventually won a ruling that entitled Indians of the state to receive an allocation of half the fish in the state. When the trials of the Indian fishermen began, it turned out that the arrests were illegal because neither the city of Tacoma nor Washington state had jurisdiction over the lands where the fishing camp was located. The question of jurisdiction continued to plague everyone, and the Puyallup tribe began to negotiate with the city of Tacoma and the federal government to clarify jurisdiction. Finally, in the late 1980s, a settlement was worked out in which the tribe received over $150 million and additional land in exchange for modifying its reservation boundaries. The combination of the two developments, the winning of the fishing rights case and the settlement of the Puyallup boundary, put sufficient pressure on the state of Washington that it sought to create better relations with the tribes. In 1990, it established a form of tribe-state compact with mutual recognition of each other's political status. Today, the state is seen as the most progressive of the western states in its relations with Indians. As 1971 opened, it became apparent that the issue of grave robbing had not yet been satisfactorily resolved. Some whites had taken to heart the pleas and logic of some of the Indian protests, and an interest in and awareness of Indian issues was rising dramatically across the nation. But most whites still did not know how to relate to living Indians. Their education had taught them that almost all the Indians were dead, so they promptly began to search for dead Indians. The results were confusing and devastating. In early June, an Indian skeleton was uncovered on Cemetery Road near Lowville, New York. It was promptly taken in by the Lewis County Historical Society as an artifact. Mohawk Chief Sakaquanamonk asked for the skeleton back. Many times, people of the sciences do not respect the dead, and instead of making matters right, cause further difficulties by taking the bones into their own houses and place of work, storing them there, or bothering them further. He wrote to Arthur Einhorn, curator of the Lewis County Historical Society. Einhorn was sensitive to the Mohawk argument and used his influence to get the skeleton returned. The Mohawks took the bones to the reservation and conducted the proper burial ceremonies. In Minnesota, budding anthropologists and archaeologists were not so enlightened. In mid-June 1971, 45 students from the Minneapolis area, sponsored by the Twin Cities Institute for Talented Youth, went to Welch, Minnesota, to begin a 6-week project in excavating the site of an Indian village. The motivation for the students' fieldwork was puzzling. Apparently, they may have been led to believe that digging up Indian remains was a form of showing respect. The students dug for about 5 weeks, carefully collecting materials and classifying them as artifacts. The Indians of Minnesota were outraged by the excavations. They believed that the dead should be left alone. AIM, led by Clyde Bellecourt, was invaded the site one evening. They took shovels away from the students, filled in the trenches, burned the excavation notes, and offered to compensate the students for property losses. They did not, however, want any further digging. They did not believe their ancestors had buried their dead for the express purpose of providing summer adventures. The archaeologists directing the dig could not understand the viewpoint of the AIM members. Les Peterson, a Minnesota Historical Society member who had headed the excavation, declared 5 weeks of work down the drain, indicating that the moral question of disturbing the dead eluded him. The students also failed to comprehend the problem. One student who had been planning a career in archaeology said the incident made her lose respect for Indians. Another student was in tears as she tried to explain how carefully the students had treated the materials they uncovered. Another student explained that they were trying to preserve Indian culture, not destroy it. None of the whites could understand that they were not helping living Indians preserve their culture by digging up the remains of a village that had existed in the 1500s. Daniel Dalton, assistant AIM program director, said that if the situation were reversed and Indians were digging up the site of a white colonial settlement, all hell would have broken loose. The general attitude of the whites, however, was that they were the true spiritual descendants of the original Indians, and that the contemporary Indians were foreigners who had no right to complain about their activities. Everyone in Minnesota took sides in the dispute. Few non-Indians understood the Indian objections. Because Minnesota was at the time trying to levy an additional tax on Indian reserves, it was apparent that the only Indians worth preserving were dead ones. Minnesota was a hotbed of compassion. However, in comparison to its neighbor, Iowa, In early June 1971, the State Highway Department began a new road project about 2.5 miles from Glenwood, Iowa. Work progressed until one day a bulldozer uncovered an unmarked cemetery. It was quite old. The bodies were only about 6 inches beneath the topsoil. Ernest Barker, a longtime inhabitant of the area who lived in nearby Pacific Junction, estimated that the cemetery was at least a century old because he thought his grandmother and three of her children had been buried there in 1867. As the roadwork continued, bits of tombstones and the bodies of 27 people were uncovered. One of the bodies was buried with several hundred glass beads, some brass finger rings, and metal earrings. This body was tentatively identified as the remains of an Indian girl, although there was absolutely no way that any positive identification could be confirmed. No such artifacts were discovered with the bodies under the other tombstones. The remains of the other 26 bodies were reverently taken to the Glenwood Cemetery and reburied. The remains believed to be an Indian girl had another destination. State archaeologist Marshall McCusick demanded that the bones be sent to him under the provisions of an Iowa law that entrusted him with articles of historical importance. Running Moccasins, an Indian woman who concerned about discrimination, demanded that the bones, considered those of an Indian girl, be given proper burial after she discovered that they had been taken to Iowa City for a museum exhibit. She called McCusick's office several times, but he refused to answer her calls. When asked about his stand on the matter, McCusick replied, "I don't want that woman to think in any way that if she raises a fuss, I'll give her a couple of boxes of bones." Running Moccasins appealed to Governor Robert Ray, who suddenly became too busy to see her and allowed his aides to turn her pleas aside. McCusick remained formally committed to his stand, claiming, "I just can't go giving remains to private individuals. It sounds nice to say, just give them back to the Indians so that the girl can be reburied, but I have to follow the code of Iowa." Later, McCusick said that it would take a court order for him to release the remains to the tribe in which the girl belonged. Apparently, he was unable to discover the tribes to which the 26 white bodies had belonged. Rather than place all the bones down at Iowa City, he took only the Indian remains to his museum, allowing the bones of the whites, which under the Code of Iowa were of no historical significance, to be reburied at the Glenwood Cemetery. The ironic part of this controversy is that there was no proof other than the jewelry that the skeleton was that of an Indian. It might just as well have been that of Ernest Barker's grandmother, because whites had glass beads and brass fingers rings also. But the fact that it might have been an Indian skeleton meant discriminatory treatment. By early fall 1971, Indians were on the defensive all over the country, trying to prevent the looting of their burial grounds. Whites were just as determined to preserve Indian culture on their terms, even if they had to dig up every Indian skeleton on the continent. Near Pedricktown, New York, the Abenaki Archaeological Society continued its excavation of an old Abenaki village site, uncovering its ninth body in less than a year. A story about Abenaki in early September in the Philadelphia Inquirer optimistically related that the digs would reveal a cross-section of Indian life and not just burial patterns. It would have been nice if the settlers in the region had learned something from the Abenaki when they were contemporaries, so that the dig would not have been necessary. In neighboring Pennsylvania, the looting of Indian graves became a community function. The archaeology section of the William Penn Memorial Museum in Harrisburg uncovered 3 Susquehannock villages near Paxton. 4 graves containing 2 infants and 2 adults were exposed. In an interview with the Paxton Herald, Ira F. Smith III, expedition leader, declared the West Branch project an overwhelming success, not only from the scientific standpoint, but also from the human interest it generated. He applauded volunteer participation from local residents who usually fail to comprehend the purpose of field explorations and seem to resent such a presence in their locality. There was great historic irony in these tender excavations to learn about Susquehannock Indians. On December 14th and 27th, 1764, a local group known now as the Paxton Boys massacred two villages of Christian Indians, accusing them of aiding the tribes on their frontier in sporadic attacks on the settlements. After the two massacres, the Paxton Boys marched in Philadelphia, where some 500 Christian Indians had been taken by the Moravians for safety, and announced to Governor John Penn that they were going to kill every Indian in Pennsylvania. Benjamin Franklin helped to turn aside this slaughter. So, little over 200 years later, the great grandsons of the Paxton Boys were at it again. In Illinois, the Field Museum of National History was not to be left behind in the race to uncover Indian skeletons. Anthropology students, digging under museum auspices, unearthed the remains of 9 Indians, buried under a motorcycle path in a forest preserve. The museum made its find public with glowing reports that the bodies were those of Miami Indians of the late 17th century. Since the Miamis used to live in Indiana before they were forced to move to Oklahoma, the museum made plans to ship the remains to Indiana University for display. But the Chicago Indians arrived at the museum to confront Dr. Donald Collier, museum curator. Matthew War Bonnet, leader of the Indian delegation, demanded that the bones be given to the group for a ceremonial burial in a Winnebago burial ground in Wisconsin. The museum agreed, and the Indians took the bones to Wisconsin Dells and held a burial ceremony. The museum paid for the evening ceremonial fire, hired a medicine man to perform the ceremonies, and provided gifts to be given at the ceremonies. The museum wryly noted that, despite providing financial support for the Indians, it did not want to be considered a soft touch, indicating that this was a one-time arrangement. But the Field Museum was headed in the right direction. Later in 1989 and 1990, its representatives participated in an Indian Museum dialogue that led to national legislation repatriating human skeletal remains to the tribes. Reports were that Field has played a major role in bringing the museum community to see the Indian point of view. The final, bizarre, and perhaps fitting touch to this summer of looting Indian graveyards was the invasion of a century-old Nez Perce burial ground near Clarkston, Washington. Thieves invaded the sacred grounds and drove rods into the ground to locate the coffins of the Indians. Then they dug up the graves to take any jewelry that might have been buried with the bodies. The Indian skulls were stolen, many of them severed from the rest of the body, and sold in an underground market in California, where they brought as much as $20 apiece. A white dentist paid an exorbitant price for the skull of Chief Joseph, beloved leader of the Nez Perce. The grave robbing can be seen in another, more profound and very disturbing light. Carl Jung, Swiss psychologist, suggested that we have a collective unconscious that lies behind, under, and in support of our conscious ego personality. In his Wotan essays, Jung related how he was able to predict the rise of National Socialism by analyzing the dreams of young Germans shortly after World War I. He suggested that at times an idea or archetype might sweep into the consciousness of many individuals who were otherwise not known to each other nor related in any way, and inspire or motivate them to perform simultaneously certain actions that they did not really understand. If the propensity of whites during the summer of 1971 to grasp some bit of authenticity by locating, excavating, and embracing Indian skeletal remains can be interpreted as a frantic attempt to discard their own physical, cultural, and spiritual heritage, then the collective psyche of white America was indeed in deep trouble. The outburst of grave robbing seemed to end abruptly after 1971. And the nation began to see sporadic killings of Indians. Early in 1972, 5 white men captured Raymond Yellow Thunder, a 51-year-old Sioux from, I know I'm saying that wrong, but I know how to say it, and it's on the tip of my tongue, from the Pine Ridge Reservation in Gordon, Nebraska. They severely beat him, stripped him of his clothes below the waist, and pushed him into the American Legion Hall, where a dance was in progress. Yellow Thunder thus became the grotesque amusement of white veterans his own age who had fought in World War II and Korea to protect American rights and liberties, including Yellow Thunder's rights and liberties. But the whites had no concept of these same rights applied to Indians. Yellow Thunder later died from his abuse. AIM was furious over the Yellow Thunder incident and called on the Nebraska Human Rights Commission to do something. When it refused to consider the complaint, AIM sent out a call for protesters, and more than 2,000 Indians swarmed into Gordon, demanding justice. Federal authorities, who usually investigate civil rights crimes, decide they had no jurisdiction, even though federal law requires the Justice Department to protect Indians. After much confusion, stalling, and passing the buck from one level of government to another, the whites responsible for this tragedy were charged on lesser counts and tried in Alliance, Nebraska, a town almost as notoriously anti-Indian as Gordon. Within weeks of the Yellow Thunder episode, Indians were killed in California and Arizona under suspicious circumstances. Russell Means, an Oglala Sioux, and one of the leading AIM officers, urged a march on Washington to demand a federal law that would make it a crime to kill an Indian, if it had to be as an amendment to the Endangered Species Act. On a lonely piece of land in California, Richard Oakes, leader of the Alcatraz movement, was slain by Michael Morgan, a guard at a YMCA camp. Morgan claimed that the Oakes had appeared from behind a clump of trees and had come menacingly towards him. However, there were no weapons found on or near Oakes at the time of the shooting. According to Indian witnesses, Oakes had gone to the camp to inquire about a young Indian boy who had trouble with Morgan earlier in the week. Morgan was charged with involuntary manslaughter and set free on a $5,000 bail. By early October 1972, plans were well underway to form a caravan to march on Washington and demand new Indian policy, while there were still enough Indians alive to make it feasible. Cars filled with Indians left the West Coast, visiting as many reservations as possible on their drive eastward. The march became formally designated as the Trail of Broken Treaties, because many of the complaints dealt with treaty violations. A major meeting was held in Minneapolis where the Indians sought to clarify their objectives prior to reaching Washington. The famous 20 points were constructed here, a list of reforms the people wanted to see initiated. The march reached Washington, D.C. on the Friday before the national elections and immediately got into trouble. Advanced men, headed by Robert Burnett, a Rosebud Sioux, had not made any provisions for housing and feeding the people. There was no place for the 600-member contingent to stay. The leaders met with Commissioner Lewis Bruce in the BIA headquarters. On November 2nd, as they were beginning to leave the BIA building, a scuffle broke out between the younger Indians and federal building guards. Fearing mass arrest and police brutality, the Indians seized the building and began a wild weekend in which office furniture and BIA files were destroyed. Operating behind the scenes, the White House was able to get the Indians to agree to vacate the building with the promise of a $66,000 grant or bribe to cover travel expenses. After a week of occupation before they left the Bureau, and the day before the election, some of the people moved a large number of files from the Bureau as hostages and hid them in obscure parts of the country, driving panel trucks filled with federal files from 15 to 18 hours to get far enough from Washington to make their escape complete. Later, Hank Adams, one of the leaders of the caravan and one of the outstanding proponents of fishing rights in the Pacific Northwest, would try to secure possession of the documents and be arrested, along with Les Whitten, an aide to Washington columnist Jack Anderson, who was doing a story on the occupation. The two men were held in jail, while the FBI changed the arrest warrants made out for Jack Anderson, who they had hoped to arrest instead of Les Whitten. According to the Washington Post, the occupation had done more damage to a federal building than had the British burning of the White House in the War of 1812. Strangely, the public was in favor of the Indians. Several congressmen noted that their mail was running nearly 8-1 in favor of not prosecuting the activists. A few weeks after the occupation, some tribal chairmen known to be favorably inclined toward the government were given a tour of the building to see the destruction. While they condemned the occupation, they also pointed out that the obscene slogans painted on the walls had fresh paint, indicating that the parts of the scenario had been staged for their benefit. The Indians went home. Many AIM members announced their intention to go to Pine Ridge and hold a victory celebration, but the government was ready for them. Funds had been given to Dickey Wilson, tribal chairman of the government at Pine Ridge, to increase its police force. Wilson hired a rough gang of reservation and border town toughs as his police. This special police force was soon harassing Wilson's political opponents, claiming they were AIM members. Through December and January, tensions quickly escalated at Pine Ridge. When efforts to impeach Wilson failed through procedural trickery, the situation reached the flashpoint for violence. Then Wesley Bad Heart Bull in Oglaw Sioux was killed in a bar in Buffalo Gap, South Dakota. When local police seemed hesitant about indicting his killer, an immediate storm of protest rose in western South Dakota, and a crowd of Indians went to the county seat in Custer to protest the police inactivity. Local and state police incited a riot during which a small Chamber of Commerce building was burned. The Indians then returned to Pine Ridge, and the county attorneys began writing up charges against the identifiable leaders of the group. Believing they had to make some kind of stand against the treatment they were receiving, in February 1973, a large contingent of Sioux Indians and their supporters marched in and occupied Wounded Knee, South Dakota, a small settlement consisting primarily of a trading post, a church, and a few houses. The move was a public relations coup. Most of the reading public were familiar with the massacre of the Sioux Indians at Wounded Knee just after Christmas 1890, as a result of D. Brown's popular bestseller, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee. No one wanted a replay of that tragedy. The local tribal police, nicknamed the Goon Squad, quickly surrounded the village and a standoff ensued. The next 2 months were both tragic and comic. Rumor had it that Lyman Brightman, an Indian activist from the West Coast, had 1,000 dog soldiers at Rapid City who were marching to the reservation to relieve the siege. Ralph Abernathy offered to intercede with President Nixon on behalf of the occupants of the village. Marlon Brando sent Sacheen Littlefeather to reject his Oscar and chastise Hollywood community for its detrimental portrayal of Indians. The occupation was on national television almost every night, and one evening people saw network crews helping to slaughter local cattle to feed the people. Many people assumed that the Indians did not know how to butcher. In reality, this was a ploy so that the Indians were not seen butchering someone else's cattle in case they would be charged with rustling once the occupation was over. Sporadic efforts to settle the dispute marked the 2-month occupation. The White House played an active role in these efforts. Indeed, many people suspected that the incident was kept on the front pages so that the Watergate scandal, which was just breaking open, would not get national attention. In early May, the Indians surrendered on the promise that the White House would send out a delegation to discuss the violations of the 1868 Sioux Treaty. In June, representatives of the president did come to the reservation and hold talks with the traditional chiefs, but nothing came of the discussions. In January 1974, AIM leadership trials began in St. Paul. The Indians had an outstanding defense team headed by William Kunstler, but the government had planted an undercover agent, Douglas Durham, as an AIM security officer. Everything the Indians did to plan their defense was known immediately to the government. The trial of Russell, Means, and Dennis Banks, 2 of the most vocal and charismatic Indian leaders, occupied headlines most of 1974. Although the government had a vast amount of incriminating evidence, it could not resist the temptation to make its case airtight.
Consequently, federal officials altered evidence and suborned witnesses to such a degree that Judge Nichols declared a mistrial. A high point of the trial was the testimony of the local Twin Cities FBI supervisor that he did not sign most of his correspondence, including Christmas cards, that he sent Judge Nichols. Consequently, he did not recognize his signature on some of the sheets of tainted evidence. The Wounded Knee trials pretty much checkmated the Indian movement. Most of the leadership were spending their time in court or preparing to defend themselves. It was impossible for them to take part in protests. But Wounded Knee had been such a media spectacular that no protest could have had any greater impact. For purposes that were never made clear, FBI officers surrounded a home west of Pine Ridge in June 1975. The Indians, frightened by the presence of federal agents, fought back. 2 FBI men were slain, Jack Kohler and Ronald Williams. How these deaths came about is still vague. Peter Mathesine presents a reasonable sequence in his book, In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, but many questions remain. The agents' bodies had multiple wounds, but the evidence indicates that the Indians fled the scene of the killing rather quickly. This had led people to speculate if the FBI itself did not mutilate the bodies in order to enhance sympathy for the federal position. Several Indians were accused of the killings. Leonard Peltier was convicted of them. Mathieson outlines the many discrepancies and flagrant illegalities practiced by the federal government in order to get Peltier's conviction. However, all efforts to get Peltier a new trial have failed, and he remains a prisoner in a federal penitentiary. Two measurable results came from the Wounded Knee occupation. In the summer of 1974, South Dakota Senator James Abourezk introduced the American Indian Policy Review Commission resolution in Congress authorized a 2-year study of the conditions of Indians. Unfortunately, the Commission's work was subdivided among 11 task forces, organized by topics, and almost every Indian politician of note was placed on one of these task forces. In 1978, when the report was released, BIA employees were asked to write the final draft because there was so much material that the Commission staff was overwhelmed. Thus, the perennial enemies of Indians became the people who articulated what their problems were. In the years following the Abourezk Commission, several small pieces of legislation were passed by Congress, including the American Indian Religious Freedom Resolution, which was considered critical to the protection of traditionals who continued the ceremonial and ritual life of the tribes. The Indian Child Welfare Act, 1978, was also part of this reform legislation, as well as an effort to upgrade reservation community colleges. Perhaps just as important was the tendency in Congress to work out settlements of long-standing problems and solve them by passing settlement acts that avoided prolonged and contentious litigation. Settlement involves handling a problem, i.e., water rights, quantification, identification of land claim areas, or solutions of a disputed boundary. By having the parties involved present a possible solution acceptable to all parties for consideration and passage by Congress as a statute, thereby avoiding a federal or state court case. The second result of the Indian activist movement was the tremendous surge of interest in traditional religions and customs. At the BIA occupation, and again during the Wounded Knee confrontation, medicine men had been prominent in performing ceremonies for the activists. Leonard Crow Dog served some time in federal prison for his prominence in the protests of the 1970s. Frank Fool's Crow, a leader of the traditional people at Pine Ridge, was the leading spokesperson during the meeting with White House officials in the summer of 1973. Years after Wounded Knee, Russell Means was asked what the beneficial results were, considering all the killings and violence that had infested the Pine Ridge Reservation during 1973, and for years afterward. He told a little story of watching 3 little Indian boys playing. The 2 more aggressive boys chose to be Means and Banks. They pointed at the 3rd boy and said, "You have to be Dickie Wilson." The 3rd boy went home crying. He was ashamed to even pretend to be a traitor to his own people. Somehow, through all of the protests and symbolic gestures, a different sense of Indian identity was born. End of chapter 1. Hello, my name is Adam Hull, and this is chapter 2 of God is Red. This is my uncle Quanah Parker and Cynthia Ann Parker, by the way, who I'm kind of doing this for partway because I am related to him. I'm related to Cynthia Ann Parker through blood and descendants of her, and then she was kidnapped by Quanah Parker's tribe. He was the last chief of the Comanches, and then they were the first, if not one of the first, interracial tribal uh, chief and wife, which was kind of a big deal back then. You know, he was. That's a whole other story for a different day. But this is chapter 2 of God is Red. Thank you for being here. Until the occupation of Wounded Knee, American Indians were stereotyped in literature and by the media. They were either a villainous, warlike group that lurked in the darkness, thirsting for blood, for the blood of innocent settlers, or the calm, wise, dignified elder sitting on the mesa, dispensing his wisdom in poetic aphorisms. Strangely, the malevolent image can be attributed to the movie caricature, while the benign image comes from anthologies, pagans, and the fervent wish by non-Indians to establish some personal sense of Jungian authentication. 1 second. As the civil rights movement began to be eclipsed by the anti-war protests, and Martin Luther King Jr. linked Vietnam with American domestic problems, the public began to turn to other minorities for the reassurance that they were, in spite of themselves, good guys. American Indians were a natural choice for public attention. Their protests so far taken place in remote areas of the country. They wanted to be left alone. They would not be purchasing homes in one's neighborhood, and they were a very colorful part of America's past, isolated from modern problems. With a growing interest in America's history and the heightened visibility of American Indians in 1967, the publishing industry made a deliberate effort to feature Indian books. A year later, Stan Steiner's The New Indians described the recent exploits of younger Indians leading the way in the 1960s. Many of the Indians appearing in Steiner's book were sought out by publishers, and contracts were given out freely. The publication of Custer Died for Your Sins helped focus the anger of young Indians on specific targets such as the anthropologists, the BIA, and the Christian churches. A year later, Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee by D. Brown, a well-written accounting of the Indian Wars, presented another dimension of the American Indian experience to the reading public. These books stand out in the literature about the American Indian because the rest of the field is so easily classified and deals primarily with the fantasy image of Indians. The kind of Indians that many groups of Americans would like to believe exist. The Indians occupying Wounded Knee knew they could benefit from the publicity that the book had already achieved, insofar as they believed that the existing literature on Indians would provide people with additional background to help explain their struggles. They were sorely disappointed. A review of the literature available on American Indians during the years when the activist movement was so predominant indicates the tremendous conceptual barrier they were facing. With the exception of N. Scott Mamamde Pulitzer Prize winning novel House Made of Dawn and Hal Borland's When the Legends Die, Stay Away, Joe, there have been few successful novels about modern Indian life. Little Big Man, Thomas Berger's very successful novel of the Old West, covers Indian life and culture obliquely, and its time period could hardly be said to relate to contemporary Indian life. Many novels have not even had the success of Little Big Man. In attempting to present in fictional format Indian life as it was experienced in the last century, most novels have fallen into a go in peace, my son style, with the credibility of the plot dependent on the lonely white trapper, gunfighter, or missionary who comes across the Indian princess. The parallel between the unexpected and fortunate event in the Horatio Alger stories that catapults the hardworking hero to fame and the fortunate salvation event that makes the Indian tribe accept the white hero in the Indian novel is no mistake. It is virtually impossible to change cultures or economic status without what would appear to be an almost supernatural intervention. Where other fields of literature have so successfully enabled people to empathize with conditions and cultural variances, novels about Indians have been notably bereft of the ability to invoke sympathy. Rather, they have been dependent on an escapist attitude for their popularity. As consequence, the Indian activist movement could not make contact with a group of informed, sympathetic readers, for there were none. There is no emotional unconscious that Indians and non-Indians share that be tapped on behalf of American Indians. Insofar as they are people, like other people, their sufferings are historic and communal. This is the lesson that America has learned from its literature on Indians. The communal nature of Indian personal existence is further supported by the presence of a large body of literature on the histories of the respective tribes. For generations, it has been traditional that all historical literature on Indians be a recital of tribal histories from the pre-discovery culture through the first encounter with the whites to about the year 1890. At that point, the tribe seems to fade gently into history, with its famous war chief riding down the canyon into the sunset. Individuals appear within this history only to the extent that they appear to personalize the fortunes of the tribe. A mythical Hiawatha, a saddened Chief Joseph, a scowling Sitting Bull, a sullen Geronimo, all symbolize not living people but the historic fate of a nation overwhelmed by the inevitability of history. Some of the earliest Indian protests challenge this image of Indians and the numerous false stereotypes projected by this type of literature. Sincere but uninformed whites honestly asked Indians during the height of the activist movement if we still lived in tents, if we were allowed to leave the reservations, and other relevant questions, indicating that for a substantial number of Americans, we were shooting at the Union Pacific on our days off. On one memorable evening as a guest of the Bill Barker Show in Denver, I was asked by a radio listener how the Indians celebrated Christmas before the coming of the whites. Bill and I broke out laughing, and he had to punch in a commercial so I could compose myself before trying to answer this silly question. There were constant protests directed to whites writing books on tribes to include something about modern Indians in their books. The result of this protest was that several writers of books on Indians added a final chapter in which a quick sketch of the contemporary condition of the tribe was reviewed. As late as 1964, many publishers thought 1. Indians could not write books, and 2. Any book written by an Indian would be biased, in favor of Indians. Whenever the subject of Indian writing, their own books arose. Even the friendliest of non-Indians stated that a great many Indians had written books and that we should be content with what they had left. The trail of books written by Indians is significant, if considered as the recorded feelings of a race once extant, but insignificant if it is meant to communicate modern social and legal problems that have created and intensified poverty conditions among a segment of the American population. It was disconcerting to realize that many people felt the old books on Indians were sufficient to inform the modern American public about the nature of Indian life, to give sufficient information about Indians, to make an intelligent choice as to how best support Indians' goals and aspirations. One historian wrote that there are already a sufficient number of books by Indians, and that books chronicling contemporary outrages should not be published because they stir up bad feelings between Indians and whites. He recommended Sun Chief, the autobiography of a Hopi, published in 1942, The Son of Old Man Hat, the autobiography of a Navajo, published in 1938, and Black Hawk's autobiography, published in 1833. Could these books have correctly informed the reader on the struggle of the Navajo and Hopi against Peabody Coal Company at Black Mesa, or explained the protest at the Gallup ceremonial? This fundamental gulf between the available information about Indians and information that Indians wanted communicated about particular and pressing problems came to dominate Indian concerns. For that reason, the activists made maximum use of television and greatly simplified the issues that concerned them. When the National Indian Youth Council was coming into existence and young Indians were attempting to get sympathetic non-Indians to listen to their story, a non-Indian law professor replied that he was very interested in the plight of Indians and had recently read Ishai in Two Worlds, a story about the last member of a California Indian tribe who spent his final days as a mascot of a California museum in the first decade of this century. As a result, Indians, particularly young, educated Indians in their 20s who wanted to do something about conditions, were very frustrated. The tension being experienced by young Indians, the awareness that something was dreadfully wrong, was recorded in Steiner's The New Indians. In this book, Steiner reviewed the developments with Indian country since World War II. He pointed out that the tremendous sums the federal government had spent for Indian education were beginning to produce results. Rather than a quiet group of civil servants, however, the younger Indians had become political theorists, activists, and cultural revivalists. Steiner warned of the impending landslide of concern, which was bound to manifest itself continuing protests against federal policies that had never taken into account the nature of Indian society or the historic feeling of betrayal that the Indian community has held throughout the 20th century. However, the reading public, the literary critics, and many of the people directly concerned with the problems of modern Indians were attracted to two other books also published in 1968. Alvin Josephy published The Indian Heritage of America, and Peter Farb published the book with the long title Man's Rise to Civilization as Shown by the Indians of North America from Primeval Times to the Coming of the Industrial State. Both books were bestsellers in popular book club selections. Josephy devoted all of 20 pages in a 365-page book to the period from 1890 to 1968, failing to cite any contemporary Indian political leader at all and mentioning the National Indian Youth Council once in passing. Farb did a brilliant analysis of prehistoric Indian cultures, covered items that had not previously been on any anthropological agenda, and cleverly wove together almost all of the relevant information on Indian cultural traditions into a 332-page book. His work was considered by reviewers as a major step forward in understanding the American Indians. He did not, however, mention the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, which has formed the basis for communal survival in the post-war world. He did not mention the Indian Claims Commission of 1946, which attempted to redress the injustices of land confiscation through relitigation of land claims. Farb frankly stated that he would leave such a job to another. How he came to figure that he had taken Indians up to the modern industrial state, however, is another question, since his book appears chronologically to stop shortly after the Dawes Act of 1887. The incongruity of the impact of the three books became more apparent with the addition of other facts. Josephy and Farb were among the inner circle of consultants upon whom then Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall relied for his knowledge regarding the formation of policy for American Indians. Steiner was regarded as an itinerant relic of the Jack Kerouac school of wanderers, a person who could not conceivably possess any information on Indians that would be relevant to the formations of policy. In 1968, the inherent schizophrenia of the Indian image split and finally divided into modern Indians and the Indians of America, those ghostly figures that America loved and cherished. In the next 4 years, it seemed as if every book on modern Indians was promptly buried by a book on the real Indians of yesteryear. The public overwhelmingly turned to Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee and the memoirs of Chief Red Fox to avoid the accusations made by modern Indians in The Tortured Americans and Custer Died for Your Sins. The Red Fox book alone sold more copies than the two modern books. It was later revealed to be a reprinting of an older book that Chief Red Fox had simply copied. Each takeover of government property only served to spur further sales of Brown's Review of the Wars in the 1860s. While the Indian reading public was in tune with The New Indians, The Tortured Americans, The Unjust Society by Harold Cardinal, and A Canadian Indian, and other books written by contemporary Indians on modern problems, the reading non-Indian public began frantically searching for additional books on the Indians of the last century. The result of this intense non-Indian interest was the publication of a series of books that were little more than cut-and-paste jobs. The anthologies Touch the Earth by T.C. McLuhan and I Have Spoken by Virginia Armstrong consisted of a series of excerpts of the speeches by famous chiefs with a few short quotations from living Indians to give the book a timely flavor. McLuhan inserted a number of sentimental sepia pictures of old chiefs riding along the crest of canyon to add further modulant emotions to an already over-emotional book. The public took McLuhan to heart, and Touch the Earth also hit the book clubs. There were also dozens of other anthologies printed following the success of these books, but they simply recycled some 150 quotations between new covers. They added nothing new about contemporary Indians and events. Unfortunately, this kind of book still continues to be produced with equally dismal results. In addition to the sentimental anthologies, a number of books were rushed into print and hopefully to judgment. They were little more than editing jobs on reports to government agencies. Among them was American Indians and Federal Aid by Alan Sorkin, a study done by the Brookings Institution under a grant from the Donner Foundation. The book featured numerous tables demonstrating Indian poverty, but was devoid of any mention of the forces then moving in Indian affairs that sought to combat poverty and racism. Big Brother's Indian Programs with Reservations by Sar Levitin and Barbara Hetrick, a study funded by the Ford Foundation, was published shortly after Sorkin's book. It was distinguishable from Sorkin's book chiefly through its use of photographs as if there really were Indians alive today. In big words, and its utter lack of knowledge about hiring Indians. In the fall of 1972, there were no less than 75 books on American Indians released. Most staggered into print, received few reviews, and collapsed. It was plain that the initial phase of interest in Indians was over. Then, just before Election Day, the trail of broken treaties arrived at the nation's capital, ready to do battle with the Nixon administration. In little over a week, the administration, the tribal leaders, and a great segment of the American public sat stunned as the Indian activists completed their destruction of the Bureau, collected some $66,000 in travel money from the federal government, and set off to terrorize the headquarters of some of the tribes and BIA field offices. Somehow, American Indians had arrived in the 20th century. In order to understand why this particular event occurred, We must try to understand the reception that modern Indians received when they have tried to communicate their immediate problems to an uncomprehending society. When a comparison is made between events of the civil rights movement and the activists of the Indian movement, one thing stands out in clear relief. Americans simply refuse to give up their long-standing conceptions of what an Indian is. It was this fact more than any other that inhibited any solution of the Indian problems and projected the impossibility of their solution any time in the future. People simply could not connect what they believed Indians to be with what they were seeing on their television sets. Let us pretend that the black community received the same reception in the civil rights struggle that the American Indian community received when its movement was attracting public attention. It is 1954, and the Supreme Court has just handed down its famous case, Brown versus Topeka Board of Education. The civil rights movement is beginning to get underway. Soon there is a crisis in Montgomery, Alabama, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. begins to emerge as a credible leader of the civil rights forces. At a news conference, King is asked about the days on the old plantation. He attempts to speak on the bus boycott, but the news media rejects his efforts. It wants to hear about Uncle Tom, the famous black of literature. The news conference ends with the newsman thoroughly convinced that King is merely a troublemaker, that everything is fine down on the old plantation, and that everything will be all right if the blacks simply continue to compose spirituals. Sympathetic supporters stand in the background dressed in slave costumes, cheering him on. 2 books are published recounting the blessed days of slavery on the one hand and the cultural achievements of the tribes of Black Africa in the 1300s on the other. They are almost immediate successes on the bestseller lists. The American public now worries about the Muslims confronting the primitive tribes of the interior of the African continent and changing their culture. Muhammad becomes a public villain. In a desperate effort to raise the issue of civil rights in American society, Martin Luther King Jr. writes Stride Towards Freedom. Outside of a few people who seem to intuit that things are not well down south, King's ideas are ignored. 2 new black writers, James Baldwin and Leroy Jones, published books that have a sporadic, perfunctory reception, and they are ignored. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. And eat a grape. The movement continues to grow with television coverage and feature-length descriptions of the poverty conditions of the black community, prefaced by quotations from Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver to the effect that blacks should remain separate until earning the right to participate in American society. The Freedom Rides begin, sparking a series of anthologies of Negro spirituals about traveling to the Promised Land. A Negro travel book, showing the great migrations in Africa in the 1300s, becomes a bestseller. Boy Scout groups drop their camping activities and begin to perform minstrel shows, complete with authentic black dialogue. Finally, the movement grows intense as plans are made for a march on Washington. People rush here and there, preparing for the march. The activists down in the deep South are in trouble. Some have been killed for attempting to register voters. On the literary front, however, things are different. A new book, Bury My Heart at Jamestown, has rocketed to the top of the bestseller list. More than 20,000 copies a week are being purchased. People reading the book vow never again to buy and sell slaves. Sympathy for the slaves is running at a fever pitch, while Martin Luther King Jr. is downgraded because he doesn't speak for all the Negroes. As the march gets underway, television finds a new hero. Field Hand Boggs, an elderly black who claims to be 101 years old and a nephew of Nat Turner, is discovered almost simultaneously by the New York Times and the Oprah Winfrey Show. Field Hand Boggs has copied 13,000 words from Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe and is passing it off as his notes books laboriously compiled over a century of struggle. Field Hand Boggs becomes the #1 folk hero of America, and he recounts for thrilled television audiences his glimpse of Abraham Lincoln and General Grant sitting on the White House lawn the day that he gained his freedom. The march is conducted in virtual isolation. As the civil rights movement proceeds, the literature shifts its emphasis. Old government and foundation reports, complete with charts and graphs, are trotted out with fancy dust jackets that make them appear to be the latest battle communiques from Atlanta. Anthologies of spirituals become very popular, and those that are interspiced with faded photographs of slaves working in the cotton fields prove the most popular. Introductions to these anthologies sternly inform us that we must come to understand the great contributions made by slaves to our contemporary culture. More than ever, one commentary reads, "The modern world needs the soothing strains of Sweet Chariot to assure us all that all is well." And finally, Watts. As the section of Los Angeles burns, people resolve to do better. Government officials ask for full prosecution of the rebels, all the while handing out $100 bills to the rioters and advising them to go back to Virginia and South Carolina and sin no more. A task force is created of officials of various government departments to study the federal relationship to civil rights problems and to report back its findings no later than 6 months after its authorization. In the summer of 1967, spontaneously, in all parts of the country, professional and amateur archaeologists invade black graveyards. They disinter skeletons, label them, and send them to the city museums for display. Down south, people rush to isolated slave graveyards with bulldozers, hoping to find some artifacts of that time when it was possible to own a human being. The National Park System locates sites where the Underground Railroad once ran and sets them aside for tourists, charging a minimal fee. Anthropologists rush to the defense of the looter, explaining that it is necessary for anthropologists to have the bones of blacks because they derive immense scientific knowledge from them, but they refuse to publish any reports of this precious information. What seems ludicrous is in the black situation, as recounted, here is precisely what happened in the American Indian situation, without anyone cracking a smile. For example, at the height of the civil rights struggle, would anyone have seriously entertained the idea that a 101-year-old man with a tenuous claim to black blood or heritage would truly represent the struggles of the black community? Certainly no intelligent critic would be taken by in such a hoax. Fraud is rarely used when discussing minority groups. Yet it not only happened to American Indians, but a substantial portion of the public yearned for it to happen. What we dealt with for the major portion of a decade was not American Indians, but the American conception of what Indians should be. While Brown's Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee was selling nearly 20,000 copies a week, the 300 state game wardens and Tacoma City Police were vandalizing the Indian fishing camp and threatening the lives of Indian women and children at Frank's Landing on the Nisqually River. It is said that people read and write history to learn from the mistakes of the past, but this could certainly not apply to histories of the American Indian, if it applies to history at all. As Raymond Yellow Thunder was being beaten to death, Americans were busy ordering Touch the Earth from their book clubs as an indication of their sympathy for American Indians. As the grave robbers were breaking into Chief Joseph's grave, The literary public was reading his famous surrender speech in a dozen or more anthologies of Indian speeches, and bemoaning the fact that oratory such as Joseph's is not used anymore. The most remarkable body of literature in the years preceding the emergence of the Indian movement was the beginning of a serious literature on Indian religions. Ruth Underhill's Red Man's Religion presented a quick survey of the various religious beliefs of the tribes, but it was phrased in traditional anthropological concepts and had the expert lecturing to novice point of view. While it provided information, the subject could just as well have been the pottery styles of long vanished peoples. Anthony F. C. Wallace examined the religion of Handsome Lake in The Death and Rebirth of the Senecas. It was a respectable effort, but again plagued with the detachment of a historical point of view that gave no sense of urgency to the religious feelings then stirring in the younger generation of Indians. Father Peter Powell completed his great 2-volume work, Sweet Medicine, explaining tribal religion in a serious vein. Powell's work, particularly his style of exposition, was based primarily on conversations with reservation people and reflected their language. An Anglican priest who operated St. Augustine's Indian Center in Chicago, Powell viewed all religious expressions as sacred and consequently treated the Cheyenne tradition with respect. His book did not take the superficial approach of listing the quaint beliefs of the Cheyennes as if the reader and the author were beyond such superstitions. Sweet Medicine impressed Indians with the validity of their own traditions. The two most popular books dealing with Indian religion were Black Elk Speaks by John Neidhart and The Sacred Pipe by Joseph Epps Brown. Some universities had already installed Indian study programs by the early 1970s, and almost every course included the two Black Elk books as required reading. Consequently, they formed a kind of sacred national Indian religious canon by themselves. The Sioux teachings were phrased in a universal manner because they had close relationships in the theological concepts with the beliefs of other tribes. Many Indian young people who had grown up in the cities and who now formed the backbone of the activist wing of Indian affairs believed them to be an accurate statement about Indian religions. As Indian country was tensing for the eventual showdown in the fall of 1972, two major books on Indian religion were published. One was Lame Deer, Seeker of Visions by John Fire Lame Deer and Richard Erdoes, an autobiography of a Sioux holy man. I forgot to look the word up. I know it. The book revealed a great deal about the general conditions of reservation life and had an immediate clientele among the very people who had decided to march on Washington. It also had a saucy style typical of the well-experienced Sioux. It's Sioux. It's the name of a tribe. I just can't for the life of me remember how to say it, and I didn't look it up. And I've known it before and I've said it before. But in case you're listening, I'm sorry. And Sioux, in case I say Sioux again. That's just what I'm saying for it. Elder making cynical but incisive comments on human behavior. Readers accustomed to the pious rigidity of Protestant tracts on the devotional life were shocked at Lame Deer's casual approach to such taboo subjects as death, sex, growing old, and religion. Yet from the pages of the book shone a wisdom found in few devotional materials. The second book, 7 Arrows, by Jaime Ihost Storm, was even more controversial. 7 Arrows was unique because it tried to make a contemporary religious statement using traditional stories, mythologies, and symbols of the Cheyenne people. In a sense, it modernized and simplified some of the ideas articulated by Powell in Sweet Medicine. People expecting to find a record of ancient Cheyenne rituals and ceremonies were stunned to see garish quasi psychedelic shields, modernistic representations of culture heroes, and the advocacy of the so called medicine wheel that was supposed to enable a person to adjust their lives in order to solve pressing personal problems. Seven Arrows had an incredible impact on young non Indians. Accustomed to simplistic teachings from their own churches, they found the key to an exotic religion that they had been led to believe was very complicated. Younger Indians living in isolated urban areas away from the reservation ceremonials also liked the book and believed that it was a true representation of their own tribal religions, even though it was written for the 1960s. Seven Arrows provided a linkage between the emerging groups of non-Indians who were adopting non-Western religious traditions and the Indians who were asserting on or relearning their own religious traditions. While it helped to create a groundswell of support for the Indian occupations of federal buildings, it also brought the subject of tribal religions into the marketplace of ideas for the increasing number of people looking for a personal religion and new kinds of religious experiences. Several years before Storm's book, a cult following for Indian religion had already been created by a series of books written by Carlos Castaneda, beginning with The Teachings of Don Juan and A Separate Reality, and a succession of clever titles. In this series of narratives, Castaneda purported to have spent several years as an apprentice to Yaqui medicine man Don Juan, who lived in the Sonoran Desert and other obscure places in Mexico. Castaneda had learned very quickly all the secrets of the shaman's trade until the current book sales began to wane and he would pick up the narrative and reveal even further sophistications about making reality in your own mind. The Don Juan books were just what young whites needed to bolster their shattering personal identities, and the books were immensely popular. Movies did not keep pace with the Indian image during these years. The movie Indian was thinly disguised young white who wished to have both the simplicity of nature and the modern involvement with social and political issues. The most popular movie alleged to deal with Indians was Billy Jack, a mixed-blood Indian and a war veteran who was an expert in the martial arts. He demonstrated his commitment to peace by breaking people's limbs in a spectacular fashion. One scene showed Billy Jack dancing in an abandoned Pueblo ruin and allowing a rattlesnake to bite him as he danced, purporting to be some kind of ceremony that enabled him to be a brother to the snakes. The scene was pure Lutheran theology, since Billy Jack's faith was supposed to make him immune to snake poison. Sequels to this movie did not do so well. The phenomenon was a passing fad, but an extremely important one, because it informed young non-Indians that their goals and the Indians' goals were identical. That through mastering Indian religious ceremonials, they could become invincible and heroic. Tell Them Willie Boys Here, starring Robert Redford and Catherine Ross, chronicled an earlier incident in this century in which a sheriff's posse pursued a young California Indian. The movie had a ring of authenticity regarding both the reservation and the historical period, because it did not show the Indian using magical tricks or being particularly religious. Willie Boy did not attract the great crowds that attended Billy Jack, and a few people connected the conditions of Indians on California reservations with the demands of the protesters in Washington. If we compare at the image of Indians projected in literature and somewhat in film with that of the Indians who marched on Washington, one thing stands out clearly. Underneath all the symbols and ideologies is a religious context and religious motivation. But there was no way to communicate the complexities of this worldview to non-Indians, and there was no way that Indians could articulate how this religious perspective could resolve existing problems. Two entirely different views of the world, of human beings. And of human history were about to clash, and there was not a single bridge over which the exchange of ideas and sentiments could take place. Moving from the BIA occupation through the Wounded Knee occupation, the trials and the investigations by the American Indian Policy Review Commission, one of the first pieces of legislation passed to resolve Indian problems was the American Indian Religious Freedom Resolution in 1978. So there could be no doubt that religion played a critical, if unarticulated, role in the Indian movement. Two entirely different developments characterize the period from 1972 to 1990. First, Indians and their respective tribes began a serious revival of their religious traditions. Ceremonies that had long been discarded or suppressed were once again performed. Traditional people were sought out for their knowledge of ceremonies and customs. Young Indians all over the country felt it imperative to experience a vision quest, and some groups even reinstituted a version of the ghost dance. The movement even intruded upon the congregations of Christian Indians as Indian priests and ministers sought to combine the teachings and practices of both religions. And some traditional ceremonies were even carried out in Protestant churches, so that it became difficult to tell whether one was going to attend a hymn singing or a healing ceremony when the people gathered. The reasoning behind this integration of two religious traditions is interesting because it goes to both the nature of religion and the nature of cultural identity for answers. Christian Indian priests and ministers felt no sense of guilt in conducting traditional ceremonies because they felt that the ceremonies were as much Indian cultural expressions as religious acts. Additionally, with the argument that there was but one deity, the difference in religions was merely one of choice and expression. Hence, a universal sense of religious feeling replaced what had been rather precise formulations of religious beliefs. And some Indians expressed the thought that every culture was, in effect, an Old Testament, with the New Testament topping them off and making sense of all earlier cultural reaching toward God. The churches eagerly embraced this new movement, for the most part. Their congregations had been declining drastically for years as reservation residents gained more mobility, and small settlements on the reservations could no longer support churches and chapels that had been founded during the 1880s and 1890s. A period of impressive conversions. Much nonsense occurred during this period. Episcopal bishops, already looking silly in Episcopalian costumes standing in the South Dakota prairies, looked absurd when this dress was topped off with awkward-fitting war bonnets. Indian Christians and traditionals alike were offended when masses were held coincident with the Sundance in spite of the arguments given for merging the two traditions. Christianity among Indians has fared rather badly during recent years. When placed next to traditional religions, it has very little to say about responsibilities to family and community. Most Christians deal simply with the church as if it were the deity. Indian symbolism is not symbolic, in the same way that Christian symbolism is. Therefore, mixing liturgical objects has become anathema to many Indians. Indians' cultural traditions provided an easy explanation for certain kinds of religious acts, whereas Christian religious acts depended primarily upon the acceptance of Western culture. It was this cultural and historical perspective that Indians rejected. The result we see today is the rapid movement away from secularism and Christianity toward a more serious traditional religious life. The second development that emerged following the cresting of the Indian movement was the intense interest in tribal religions by non Indians and the seemingly wholesale adoption of some of their beliefs and practices by significant segments of white society. The medicine wheel was the symbol most easily adopted by whites through workshops, conferences, and gatherings. The 7 directions to which the Plains Indians pray with the pipe became a means of orienting people to the natural world so that the pipe and some semblance of Indian ceremonies were also taken over. Whites then began making and using drums and feather fans for their own use in ceremonies they were holding. The first wave of appropriation, therefore, was simply the symbolic costumes that non-Indians believed would place them closer to nature. As the demand for authenticity increased, so did the fees paid to real Indians to hold ceremonies. Sun Bear, a Chippewa from Minnesota, created his own tribe, the Bear Tribe, and found a way to bring non-Indians into his own version of Indian ceremonial life. Eventually he expanded and had an advertisement in Shaman's Drum, a magazine devoted to educating the thousands of young whites who wished to be Indians and shamans. The ad featured a nice picture of Sun Bear with the caption, "Sun Bear needs spiritual warriors." We do need spiritual warriors. Ahoo! Speaking through time, Sun Bear. This ad exemplified the motivation of non-Indians. They wanted some kind of power so they could deal with their own culture and be successful. They just didn't want to be dominated by fucking white assholes. Sorry for my cursing. Like, we took everything from them. A variety of Indian medicine men and purported medicine men moved into white society, where there were easy pickings. Whites would pay hundreds of dollars for the privileges of sitting on the ground, having corn flour thrown in their faces, and being told that the earth was round and all things lived in circles. The next step was performing sweat lodges for non-Indians. Another step was to cut out the best-looking blonde for a special ceremony, in which she would play Mother Earth, while the medicine man, or whoever had conned the blonde, would be Father Sky. They would couple to preserve the life on the planet. They were trying to integrate, and we just killed them. In short, the arena between cultures became a scene of intense exploitation. Added to this confusion was the elevation of whites once again to be the primary exponents of Indian religion and culture. This phenomenon was triggered unexpectedly by Ruth B. Hill in a badly written novel entitled Hanta Yo. Hill purported to know the Dakota language before missionaries had written it down, and therefore ruined it. She claimed to have written a 1,500-page book in this language, translated it from an early English dictionary in order to get authentic English sentence structure, and published it. Her informant was a strange Santi Indian named Chuksa Yuha, otherwise known as Lorenzo Blacksmith. On his personal history and claim to ancient knowledge was refuted by investigators at every turn. Hill's major thesis was that she alone knew the truth about the original Dakota Lakota Indians, that their descendants were pale imitations, and that the original resembled nothing less than Ayn Rand's Fountainhead, rugged individuals who bowed to nothing, including the deity. Hantayo, according to its editor, was thrown over the transom, in other words, came in unsolicited. Read avidly, and seen immediately as a classic, the first time anyone had rendered an accurate version of traditional Siao life. Without delay, it was announced that the book was in Indian roots, and that David Walper, who had produced the original Roots, had somehow acquired the television rights to the work. You just tried to profit off of it. Indians protested vigorously and slowed down production of the television movie. A group at Pine Ridge, however, could not resist the money being offered by Walper and endorsed the film. It was finally shown under the title Mystic Warrior, and thankfully disappeared. Ruth Beebe Hill had proved a very important point. As interested as whites were in Indian culture and religion, they preferred to learn from non-Indians who posed as experts in the field. Thus, the books on Indian religion written by Thomas Males, completed with very good drawings of Indians and sacred objects, and the books by Richard Erdoes, confident to a group of traditional people on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation in South Dakota, did a brisk sale and continued to be popular. These books were within the scope of respectable offerings because so much of their material was taken directly from existing literature and was sullied only by their own occasional personal interpretations of events and activities. Beginning in the late 1970s and continuing through present time, the literature on American Indians included not only books on Indian religion written by non-Indians, but also anthologies and treatises on ecology allegedly using Indian principles. One example of this fantasy literature are books by Lynn Andrews, a talented show business performer. Andrews has demonstrated that it is possible to say almost anything and have it believed providing it is packaged correctly. At that job, she is without peer. Andrews' first offering was Medicine Woman, in which she purported to have been an apprentice to a Canadian medicine woman named Agnes Whistling Elk. The narrative is thrilling because, almost without pain or discomfort, Andrews is given all the secrets that every white person has sought for centuries. We learn in the last chapters of the book that her mission is not to live among the Canadian Indians performing simple healing and condolence ceremonies like other medicine practitioners. Instead, she is commissioned to go throughout the world revealing religious secrets of the Indians. Following Medicine Woman are an incredible number of books in which Andrews visits the outstanding medicine woman in the world and is accepted immediately into secret societies that have been preserving the ancient knowledge for thousands of years. The concept of proselytizing on an apostolic commission inspired some Indians to claim similar missions. Today, an alleged shaman can explain his or her absence from the reservation, or absence of Indian blood, with the excuse that, after being trained by elders, the individual has then been authorized and commanded to go among all peoples and preach the Indian gospel. It seems that this surplus of shamans could severely tax the credibility of these practitioners. How can there be so many medicine people who have been commissioned to hold ceremonies for non-Indians while their own people suffer without religious ministrations? In what has been called the New Age circuit, Indians have devised a clever answer to this question. They insist that they are pipe carriers, an office that has rather hazy historical and cultural antecedents. No definition is ever given of the exact duties of the pipe carrier, except that he or she can perform all the ceremonies that a shaman can perform without being called to account when nothing happens. This status was just what non-Indians need to avoid the accusation that they are practicing traditional ceremonies without any real knowledge or understanding of Indian ways. Now everyone from movie stars to gas station attendants has claimed to be an authorized pipe carrier. The belief is that one need only recite these magic words to turn aside all criticisms and skeptical expressions of the listeners. In the 1990s, Indian religions are a hot item. It is the outward symbolic form that is most popular. Many people, Indian and non-Indian, have taken a few principles to heart, mostly those beliefs that require little in the way of changing one's lifestyle. Tribal religions have been trivialized beyond redemption by people sincerely wishing to learn about them. In isolated places on the reservations, however, a gathering of people is taking place, and much of the substance of the old way of life is starting to emerge. Some keen observers predict that within a decade, people serving on non-tribal councils will have to have full traditional ceremonial life to get elected. End of chapter 2. Scroll in. I got extra pages. Chapter 3. The Religious Challenge. Indian activists holding religious ceremonies in the BIA building, concluding their stay by looting the building, seems incongruous and ridiculous, unless we probe deeper into the nature of the relationship between Indians and whites. Indian activists accused of fomenting the destruction made a rather weak reply. What about the rape of the North American continent and the destruction of tribal cultures, the wasteful use of human beings, the deprivation of rights to a helpless minority? Do not these crimes make the destruction of a building pale in significance? They asked. Do they? In one sense, the capture and destruction of the BIA headquarters was a historic anachronism. Watts burned in 1965. The urban areas seized and burned following the death of Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968. Was not the Indian occupation of a federal building in the nation's capital an event dreadfully out of time? Was not the sacking of the BIA headquarters and the occupation of Wounded Knee the final spasm of the rugged 1960s, when any type of change was considered beneficial, and the institutions of society were considered not only obsolete, but malignant? Perhaps it was the last hurrah of an era when people could thumb their noses at established authority without fear of painful reprisal. But the Indian incidents must also be seen within the context of the Indian experience in this nation's history, and in that context the Indian movement raised an entirely different kind of question, that of religion rather than the equal enforcement of the law. There certainly was an aspect in which the Indian protests were events of the 1960s. Although occurring in 1972 and 1973. Since 1968, the major Christian denominations had been pouring funds into social movements of all kinds. They believed deeply in the militant interpretation of black power as continuous confrontations, and grants were made to organizations within the respective minority groups that they were sure would produce the desired protests. A group that snapped and snarled about its social problems stood a much better chance of receiving funds from the churches than did a group that calmly and carefully articulated a problem that they hoped to solve. Church officials often gauged their relevancy in proportion to the violence of the groups they were funding. Any church not receiving its share of frothing at the mouth demands for money felt isolated from the great events of the American social movement. Thus, it was that when AIM captured a dormitory in Augustana College and Sioux Falls, and presented a set of demands carefully worked out by sympathetic Lutherans in secret sessions, the Lutheran churches eagerly embraced the Indian cause. While they had not been overly enthusiastic about helping the blacks during the civil rights movement, Some church officials felt that they could get the same kind of action from the Indians without taking a position on a social movement that would antagonize their church members. Many Lutherans were ecstatic when informed by Indians that they were guilty of America's sin against the Indians, and they embarked on a massive program of fundraising to pay for their alleged sins. But they were not only the victims, because the Presbyterians, Episcopalians, and the Congregationalists all gleefully responded to the accusation that they had been responsible for nearly all of the problems of American Indians. They also decided that they could purchase indulgences for these sins by funding the Indian activists to do whatever they felt necessary to correct the situation. By early 1971, almost every major Christian church had set up crisis funds to buy off whichever Indian protesters they might arrange to have visit them. Confrontations escalated as each group sought to become more relevant than its competitors, and the path toward destruction was clearly visible to everyone. In a real sense, Christian churches bought and paid for the Indian movement and its climactic destruction of the BIA headquarters, as surely as if they had written out specific orders to sack the BIA on a contractual basis. Not every Indian protest, however, was inspired by the financial rewards to be gained from the churches by playing the protest game. Many of the incidents were valid protests by a people who had suffered too much for too long. Even more, younger Indians had seen in the civil rights movement that the institutions of this country respond only when there is a threat to their property, or when disorder in their lives forces them to confront problems that have not been solved for generations. Yet the civil rights issue was peripheral at best when understood in the Indian context. The different tribal groups, suffered discrimination and prejudice generally, but more specifically the broken treaties meant immediate hardship for the different communities. Could young Indians enter a civil rights movement and press for removal of discriminatory hiring practices while enjoying preference under federal law for employment in tribal programs based on treaties and agreements? Major institutional differences really did exist among American racial minorities. Few Indians ever accepted the premises of the civil rights movement. If the tribal chairman demanded the prosecution of the Indian militants following the departure from the destroyed BIA building, it was a weak response compared to tribal reactions on being asked to join in the civil rights movement and marches half a decade earlier. That the basic goals of the civil rights movement could not attract more than a handful of Indians at any one time should give pause to everyone. What was it that turned Indians off other than the fear that they might be identified with blacks as a minority group? American history gives us a partial answer and allows us to raise certain questions that must be asked. The civil rights movement was probably the last full-scale effort to realize the avowed goals of the Christian religion. For more than a century, the American political system had proclaimed the brotherhood of man as seen politically in the concepts of equality of opportunity and justice, equally administered under the law. Equality under the law, however, was a secularized and generalized interpretation of the Christian brotherhood of man. The universal appeal of individuals standing equally before God, now seen as people standing equally before the law and secular institutions. While the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Persons, NAACP, Legal Defense, and Education Fund fought a series of brilliant court battles leading up to the great Supreme Court decisions, in the background certainly lurked the great Christian message of the brotherhood of man. A majority of Americans rejected this secular version of the brotherhood and sought to prevent its realization because of long-standing attitudes that people of color were necessarily inferior. When the struggle in the South reached the point of open boycotts and nonviolent protests, it was the black Christian church leaders, such as Martin Luther King Jr., Ralph Abernathy, and Andrew Young, who spearheaded the movement by translating Christian doctrines into political tools of resistance and eventually conquest. In large measure, the civil rights movement was a movement that found its ideology, strategy, and meaning in Christian religious doctrines. King's famous letter from jail in Birmingham was not addressed to the political leaders of the South or to liberals of the North, but to the Christian church leaders of the South, who were intent on reducing the Christian religion to a comforting and spineless recital of creeds. There had to be a point in Western history at which the avowed beliefs of the Christian religion were placed on the agenda to discover if they could become a reality. Could Western Christianity practice the tenets that all people are created equal and that thou shalt not kill? The civil rights movement became the acid test in the field of domestic relations. Before the civil rights movement, however, one must look at the Nuremberg trials as the moment of history in which Western Christianity achieved its greatest influence. In those trials, the victorious Allied nations presumed to speak for all of civilization and judged the Nazi leaders not as losers, but as those who had violated the basic tenets of civilized and religious existence. In setting themselves up as judges, the Western nations had first to overlook the atrocities of their Russian allies, and secondly, affirm before all societies that they themselves stood sinless before all and before history, and were fit to judge. Amen. After the Nuremberg trials, it became more or less inevitable that the Western nations would fall victim to the moral and intellectual weaknesses in their own societies. Could one really judge Nazi leaders when in one's own nation captured German prisoners of war received better treatment than the black soldiers who had captured them? No, the civil rights movement was inevitable. Once the Nuremberg trials had taken place, the logic of national identity called for an effort to realize the reality of Christian religion on a political basis. America had no choice but to embark eventually on a quest for post-Nuremberg meaning. That the civil rights movement began under the benign Eisenhower administration was an indication of the terrible conflicts in which America and its religious sensitivity would engage. If nothing else, Eisenhower personified the good citizen, the American Christian gentleman, the man to whom all good accrues because of his faithful adherence to the American credo. That Dwight D. Eisenhower was compelled by the logic of the law to order federal troops to Little Rock, Arkansas, over the protests of members of his party, and the South to enforce a Supreme Court decree, seems ironic yet appropriate for the unveiling of the American religious question and its resolution. It was this terrible inconsistency that many Indians sensed as they approached the civil rights movement. In attempting to distinguish Indian issues from the concerns felt by the black community and understood by their white allies, many Indians began to discover their own culture. They began to trace out the reality of their own religious experiences and to distinguish between the technological superiority of the white man and his moral corruption and the falsity of his religious facade. It was during the Eisenhower years that some of the religious ceremonies of the tribes were first openly performed after many decades of suppression. Through the 1960s, the civil rights movement gained power and strength, calling millions of people to commitments that many had never considered making. One cannot but review the many martyrs of the civil rights movement, black and white, to understand the violence of the time and many religious people's depth of commitment. From the era came writers such as Malcolm Boyd and Harvey Cox, who, in retrospect, appear as valiant pioneers, discerning a break in the ecclesiastical curtain, yet committed and powerless to break out of the deteriorating situation. Their books show a desperate effort to leapfrog American domestic theology and make it speak to the times that were unfolding. The secular city, for example, tries to impress upon the mainstream religious community the fact that secularization has all but overtaken them in a tidal wave of change. Perhaps the civil rights movement held too much promise of a better society. The fervor it inspired in people could not be maintained in the face of exhausting sacrifices for a few intangible accomplishments. Within it was the implicit promise that a better society was but a short distance into the future, and the reality of that society became a means of sustaining the broken heads and broken spirits of the movement. For many young people not in the social movements, the goal of discovering a reality to existence took a different track. In the middle 1960s, also saw the rise of the drug culture in an immediate release from the complexities of modern life. Timothy Leary's admonition to drop out, turn on, and tune in. That's not right. Drop out, turn on, and tune in. Oh, sorry, distracted. I thought he said it a different way. Spoke of the same stability of reality in the religious field as did King's dream of a just society, but it was predicated on the idea of an individual isolation and a refusal to accept citizenship responsibilities. As the two movements began to intertwine, the formation of a counterculture was suggested as a means of explaining the apparent alienation between the two general modes of American existence. King spoke out against Vietnam. Suddenly, a new international dimension impinged upon the consciousness of America. True to his Christian ideals, King saw the pervading nature of racism and oppression that led directly from the Christian idea of history, that we were in Southeast Asia at all derived directly from our conception of ourselves as guardians of history against all movements that would upset the balance we had achieved by military and economic power alone. King saw that there could be no solution to domestic problems without a solution to international problems, and solving international problems meant giving up the Western interpretation of history and the role of Western nations in history. Stokely Carmichael burst on the scene with his cry, Black Power, and the question of community integrity dominated conceptions of measuring social change. No longer was it possible to pass civil rights laws. Now the political and economic stranglehold over local communities had to be surrendered. The idea of forming a unified and homogeneous nation vanished as blacks demanded the right to dissent culturally, and other groups, as if waiting for a signal, charged into the breach in the ideology of integration. Christianity had been built on the individual response to external events, as verified by internal feelings of righteousness and satisfaction. A universal brotherhood of responsible citizens had been conceived, in which, with every person acting responsibly in the civil realm, no rupture of the social fabric would occur. Now it was all gone. In its place stood the racial and ethnic communities, demanding the right to national existence in a melting pot society where there was to be neither Jew nor Gentile. Finally, the ecologists arrived with predictions so chilling as to frighten the strongest heart. At the present rate of deterioration, they told us, mankind could expect only a generation before the species would be finally extinguished. How had this situation come about? Some ecologists told us that it was the old Christian idea of nature, the rejection of creation as a living ecosystem, and the concept of nature as depraved, an object for exploitation, and nothing more. Almost immediately, young whites who were attracted by ecology were accused of copping out on the civil rights movement. A diversion, black activists cried, a means of taking the pressure off the corporate governmental structures that refused to give us our rights. What happened in the 1960s and 1970s is that, in all probability, the logic of Western culture and the meaning of the Christian worldview that supported the institutions of Western culture were outrun by the events of the time. The brotherhood of man may be a noble ideal, but it can be achieved in any society that is not homogeneous. Probably not, we discovered. At a certain point in the struggle for realization, it became apparent that goals of the civil rights movement could not be achieved because people did not subscribe to them and because the goals were, after all, abstract projections of an ideal world, not descriptions of a real world. The collapse of the civil rights movement, the concern with Vietnam and the war, the escape to drugs, the rise of power movements, and the return to Mother Earth can all be understood as desperate efforts of groups of people to flee abstract articulations of belief and superficial values and find authenticity wherever it could be found. It was at this point that Indians became popular, and the widespread and intense interest in Indians, as seen in the fantasy literature and anthologies, seemed to indicate that Americans wanted more from Indians than they did from other minority groups. For many people, the stoic, heroic, and noble Indians who had lived an idyllic existence prior to the contact with whites seemed to hold the key to survival and promised to provide new meanings for American life. Although Americans who held this view were fooling themselves, they knew what they wanted. Indians who saw this interest doubly fooled themselves, because they came to believe that the people were interested in them, and not in the intangible experiences that they thought to represent. Thus, during the early 1970s and until the mid-1980s, at every meeting and convention, Indian spokespersons were proudly announcing that the ensuing calendar year would truly be the Year of the Indian. Ecological advertisements featured Indians paddling or walking across polluted streams and fields with tears running down their faces. Indians were ecstatic, and badly mistaken. And people began to inquire about the basic values of Indian life and articulated their version of it to the very Indians they were quizzing. About all the Indians could do was agree and try their best to make corrections that would not insult their white friends or erode their apparent beliefs in things Indian. The events of the summer of 1971 should have had much more impact on Indians than they did. Finding a nationwide propensity of whites who wished to dig up Indian graves should have frightened most Indians. Many years before, William Carlos Williams wrote, "The land, don't you feel it? Doesn't it make you want to go out and lift dead Indians tenderly from their graves, to steal from them, as if it must be clinging, even to their corpses, some authenticity?" And of course, on an unconscious level, that was precisely what whites did in 1971. That Christian peoples, or even quasi-Christian peoples, could commit such outrages is a measure of their spiritual desperation and unconscious yearning for a feeling of authenticity and emotional stability. But even if these gravediggers, posing as amateur archaeologists, were not Christian, how could the true Christians not have seen the danger in embracing a foreign creed and raised their voices in protest of these acts? By 1978, the interest in traditional religions was so intense that many experienced older Indians characterized the former activists as the Indian version of Jesus freaks. Indeed, the late 1970s saw many Americans, Indian and non-Indian, blindly accept various kinds of religious doctrines without the slightest bit of critical appraisal. It was during those confusing days, we must remember, that the Jonestown tragedy took place. Many Indians who had formerly been Christians of one persuasion or another used the Western format as a means of expressing their devotion, and some former AIM members flying into Rapid City so they could take part in the Pine Ridge Sundance compared the Sundance with taking communion in the Christian denomination. a parallel that had absolutely no validity whatsoever. In the 1980 presidential elections, the Western religious fundamentalists right flexed its muscle and elected Ronald Reagan, who stumbled through a confession that yes, indeed, he believed he had a conversion experience and therefore deserved their votes. While the Indian correlate to the surging religious right was to be found in various Indian communities, it did not have the grim, unrelenting intolerance that characterized the white fundamentalist movement. Instead, young Indians began to specialize in ways highly reminiscent of people in the old days who achieved through visions or hard work, expertise, and various badly needed community skills. Only on at the fringes of Indian society, where zealous non-Indians sought to participate, was there any friction. Otherwise, the elders were greatly heartened to see the next generation adopting traditional values and customs so readily. In ideological terms, this contrast between Indian and non-Indian religious revival presents a fascinating picture. American whites are victims of a process long predicted. Friedrich Nietzsche and Soren A. Kierkegaard, European philosophers of the 19th century, both foresaw that a tragic breakdown in both vision and values was occurring in the psyche of Westerners. For Kierkegaard, the solution to the problem became the exercise of an incredible power of will that he thought would lead Western peoples back to the fundamental realities as he saw them, advocating that the individual must have purity of heart, a celerity, and well-disciplined march toward an identifiable goal. Kierkegaard believed that goodness would naturally follow the good if one so willed it. Nietzsche announced the death of God long before the Anglican bishop John Robinson. Nietzsche's alternative was the creation of the Superman, the will to power in this instance being the complete development of human powers and all talents possible. While Nietzsche saw this thrust as an individual decision, the language and temper of his ideas could easily be found in the ecstatic and demonic rantings of Adolf Hitler and National Socialism, that simply insisted that the German people were supermen. Unfortunately, these philosophies of will always seem to affect the ordinary citizens by vesting them with an extraordinarily destructive idea of racial superiority. Both Kierkegaard and Nietzsche attempted to solve the problem of decay inherent with the passage of time within the Western vision of the world by using the Avis approach. Try harder by doing the same things that are now outmoded but still seem reasonable. A more common sense approach to bolstering Western fortunes and moral failures came in the early years of this century when Walter Rauschenbusch, 1861 to 1918, and others promulgated the theology of social gospel. They visualized the fulfillment of the Christian kingdom on earth in the social reform movements of the muckraker era of American politics: labor organization, restrictive child labor laws, pure food laws, unemployment compensation, and greatly enhanced educational opportunities became for them the realization of the Western people's potential for creating a heavenly society without divine intervention. The New Deal came closer than any other administration in realizing this vision, but the onset of World War II short-circuited its efforts. When the social gospel was brought into full confrontation with the American political system in the civil rights movement, and there was plenty of social gospel ideology in the war on poverty, traditional Protestant theology thwarted its realization. While advances were made in civil rights legislation, particularly in the areas of education, employment, voting rights, and housing, most Americans allowed their racial prejudices to overcome their sense of compassion. The first round of retrenchment came with the Richard Nixon, Spiro Agnew, Billy Graham theology of unquestioning submission to political decisions and the intense concentration of religious energy on achieving a personal relationship with God. Later, this distinction was almost completely erased during Ronald Reagan's term as president, when the values inherent in the personal relationship turned out to be identical to the racist pandering of the Republican Party for white voters. George Bush sabotaged constructive social legislation, affirmative action, civil rights commission, etc., appointed conservative but hardly scholarly Supreme Court justices, and used subliminal racial themes in his campaigns and speeches. It was no accident that Willie Horton, a black man, became the symbol of the alleged Dukakis position of Michael Dukakis of being soft on crime. Some non Indian writers detected a turning point in the mid 1970s. Gary Wills, in two books, Nixon Agnostis and Bare Ruined Choirs, found sufficient reason to believe that a turn towards secularism within religion itself had taken place. James Michener, usually noted for long sprawling historical novels about locations, projected a search for a new conception of our position in social history, finding a religious dimension about to be revealed in A Quality of Life. Harvey Cox confronted secularism head on with The Secular City, and seemed to predict that creature of the Reagan years, the greedy yuppie who had to have it all now. A very naive interpretation of the underlying changes was found in Charles Reich's The Greening of America, which conceived of a benign corporate America, transformed by the entrance of movement people into the business world. More to the point, Alvin Toffler's Future Shock and Vance Packard's A Nation of Strangers forecast the impact on American behavior once computers, the population, explosion, dwindling resources, and the change in sexual attitudes really took hold. Toffler and Packard were particularly worried about the increase in the rate of activity on people, apart from other predicted developments. Could increasing speed in communications and the flow of information and constant migration include the same religious convictions about the world that people held 2 centuries ago? Non Indian Americans is fragmented during the past 2 decades. A small portion of people entered the New Age that has been a smorgasbord of religious experiences, derived from any tradition willing to advocate its beliefs, and whatever experiences could be packaged for sale to American consumers. Thus, astrology, numerology, flying saucers with heavenly space brothers, past life regressions, a variety of martial arts techniques, various brands of shamanism, and modern versions of witchcraft fill the empty hours of the affluent fringe groups who reject Christianity but want to have some hold on religious experiences. An increasing number of Americans have become members of the religious right, the fundamentalists. As mainline churches lose membership rapidly through their constant efforts to pander to the unchurched and make themselves relevant, mindless fundamentalism makes amazing strides, even among the educated people in society. When the fundamentalists seized on abortion as an issue, they found the key to political power. Thus was created the irony of modern American life. The fundamentalists could care less about human life after birth. They unquestioningly accept American military ventures around the world and cry for more blood with each invasion or carpet bombing of small countries. They steadfastly support the death penalty and see nothing wrong with its one-sided application to racial minorities. They close their eyes to blatant theft of American assets by government officials, savings and loan executives, and bankers, and oppose every social program that is proposed. Yet on the abortion issue, they wax eloquent about the sanctity of human life as if their salvation depends on it. Thus, through nearly 2 decades, while American Indians were rediscovering the integrity of their traditional religions, the rest of American society has torn itself and its religious traditions apart, substituting patriotism and hedonism for old values and behaviors. Why was it so easy for American Indians to recapture the essence of their religious life, and so difficult for non Indians to regain a measure of religious experience and stability? Albert Camus explored death and suicide in The Rebel, and gave an incisive analysis of the Western religious problem that bears examining. The profound conflict in this century is perhaps not so much between the German ideologies of history and Christian political ideologies of history and Christian political concepts, which in a certain way are accomplices, as between German dreams and Mediterranean traditions. In other words, between history and nature. Christianity, no doubt, was only able to conquer its Catholicity by assimilating as much as it could of Greek thought. But when the Church dissipated its Mediterranean heritage, it placed the emphasis on history to the determinant of nature, caused the Gothic to triumph over the Romance, and destroying a limit in itself, has made increasing claims to temporal power and historical dynamism. When nature ceases to be an object of contemplation and admiration, it can be nothing more than material for an action that aims at transforming it. These tendencies, and not the real strength of mediation, which would have compromised the real strength of Christianity, are triumphing in modern times to the determinant of Christianity itself by an inevitable turn of events. If, as Camus would define it, the choice for this century was between history and nature, somehow we made a very bad bargain when we chose history, because it appears history has come to an end, and we are very close to destroying nature. The religious issue in American society has been developing for several decades. It is not as simple as the old Protestant Catholic competition, nor does it reflect the former Christian Jew diversity. American society now has a bewildering variety of sects and religious traditions. The refugees from the Vietnam War and the intense interest in Asian religions, including the martial arts so well publicized by the movies, have made Asian traditions respectable for the first time in American history. The strong interest in the esoteric traditions, astrology, etc., has broadened out the supermarket of possible religious experiences, so that people feel quite at home chanting a hymn to Osiris if the occasion calls for it. The religious situation today eloquently reflects the American psyche. We create our own reality, and we are absolutely free to do so. This condition, however, suggests that there is no reality, and that we live in a completely intellectual world, where the free choice of the individual determines the values and emotional content of experiences. We are at ground zero religiously, with little possibility of a revelation to enable us to move on. Reaching into this plate of religious linguine and making an orderly analysis are not as impossible as we might suppose, because Camus has properly identified our real choices: history or nature, time or space. While we would like our personal preferences to be realized, if we have any sanity, we must admit that the world outside our perspective has a bit of substance to it, and must certainly be constructed on certain principles, through which history and nature are related. It is therefore our task to examine, with a great deal of seriousness, the possible relationships that these two ideas have, and the probable configuration that a new understanding of history and nature and time and space would give us. For the sake of comparison, let us suggest the possible representatives of history and nature that we can find in America today, and examine what degree of clarity they display that could help us to see new combinations and understandings about the values and directions we must take in solving our social and psychological problems. History must certainly be represented by the Christian churches, the fundamentalists having been disappointed in the recent Gulf War, which many of them felt forecast Armageddon, and consequently supported vigorously. Even the old tired mainline churches, the Episcopalians, Presbyterians, United Church of Christ, and others still preach in glowing terms about the coming of the kingdom and the prominent part their respectable members will play in it. Add to this mixture the Republican Party that, by appointing second and third rate scholars and practitioners to the Supreme Court, believes it is now returning to the original principles of the Constitution. And we have pretty much the advocates of the idea that history is all important and nature is merely inert mass to be exploited. Identifying the groups that would naturally fall on the side of nature is more hypothetical. American Indians certainly stand out in this respect, as many quotations in anthologies demonstrate. Animal rights activists would seem to qualify as well, and some of the more militant ecological and conservation organizations. It is difficult to distinguish the conservation groups who really see a value in nature and those who simply want it preserved for the sake of human enjoyment. Regardless of motive or perspective, they are more reliable allies in most causes than are the churches or the political parties. Like the groups that believe in the reality of history, those people who see a value in nature and attempt to tailor their behavior accordingly share a general orientation and are not committed to any specific articulation of the idea if, indeed, they are able to derive abstract principles from their experiences. Yet there is a profound difference between American Indians and all of these other groups. The Indian is indigenous, and therefore does not have the psychological burden of establishing his or her right to the land in the deep emotional sense of knowing that he or she belongs there. Nearly half a century ago, Chief Luther Standing Bear of the Sioux tribe commented on the strange feeling of alienation which the intruder experiences and applied his analysis to the American whites as follows. The white man does not understand America. He is too far removed from its formative processes. The roots of the trees of his life have not yet grasped the rock and the soil. The white man is still troubled by primitive fears. He still has in his consciousness the perils of this frontier continent, some of its vastness not yet having yielded to his questioning footsteps and inquiring eyes. He shudders still with the memory of the loss of his forefathers upon its scorching deserts and forbidding mountain tops. The man from Europe is still a foreigner and an alien, and he still hates the man who questioned his oath across the continent. But in the Indian, the spirit of the land is still vested. It will be until other men are able to divine and meet its rhythm. Men must be born and reborn to belong. Their bodies must be formed of the dust of their forefathers' bones. It is significant that many non-Indians have discerned this need to become indigenous and have taken an active role in protecting the environment. The patriotism of the American conservative may be said to be an expression of the effort to become indigenous. Certainly, many Americans chafe at the idea that only Indians should be called Native Americans, and they argue quite properly that anyone born in the United States is a Native American. But their allegiance is to democracy, a powerful idea, but it has no relationship to the earth upon which we walk, and the plains and animals that give us sustenance. Developing a sense of ourselves that would properly balance history and nature and space and time is a more difficult task than we would suspect and involves a radical reevaluation of the way we look at the world around us. Do we continue to exploit the earth, or do we preserve it and preserve life? Whether we are prepared to embark on a painful intellectual journey to discover the parameters of reconciling history and nature is the question of this generation. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. God is red. Thinking in time and space. The division of domestic ideologies may appear to be quite artificial to many people. Traditionally, we have been taught to define differences neither by ancestral backgrounds nor cultural attitudes, but by political persuasions. Conservative and liberal, terms that initially described political philosophies have taken on the aspect of being able to stand for cultural attitudes of fairly distinct content. Liberals appear to have more sympathy for humanity, while conservatives worship corporate freedom and self help doctrines underscoring individual responsibility. The basic philosophical differences between liberals and conservatives are not fundamental. However, because both find in the idea history a thesis by which they can validate their ideas. When the domestic ideology is divided according to American Indian and Western European immigrant, however, the fundamental difference is one of great philosophical importance. American Indians hold their lands, places, as having the highest possible meaning, and all their statements are made with this reference point in mind. Immigrants review the movement of their ancestors across the continent as a steady progression of basically good events and experiences, thereby placing history, time, in the best possible light. When one group is concerned with the philosophical problem of space and the other with the philosophical problem of time, then the statements of either group do not make much sense when transferred from one context to the other without the proper consideration of what is taking place. That's very true. It's a paradox. Western European peoples have never learned to consider the nature of the world discerned from a spatial point of view. And a singular difficulty faces peoples of Western European heritage in making a transition from thinking in terms of time to thinking in terms of space. The very essence of Western European identity involves the assumption that time proceeds a linear fashion. Further, it assumes that at a particular point in the unraveling of this sequence, the peoples of Western Europe became the guardians of the world. The same ideology that sparked the Crusades, the Age of Exploration, the Age of Imperialism, and the recent crusade against communism all involve the affirmation that time is peculiarly related to the destiny of the people of Western Europe, and later, of course, the United States. The post-war generation, of which we are a part, has refused to accept any alteration of this fundamental premise. It is particularly revealing that the first major doctrine enunciated as an anti-communist foreign policy was that of containment. One second. Through containment, it was believed the spread of communism could be restricted to certain geographical areas from which no further extensions of communist ideologies could emanate. The anachronistic nature of this theory should have been apparent. Western political ideas came to depend on spatial restrictions of what essentially non-spatial ideas and inherent in the inherent contradiction of opposing dissimilar definitions within a single theory proved fruitless to the colonial powers in Southeast Asia, Africa, and India, and led to unjustifiable woes in Central America and military adventurism elsewhere. Without venturing further into the field of foreign affairs, it may be well to note in passing that the determination of two American presidents fighting in Vietnam not to be the first to lose a war, when winning that war in any final sense would have meant total destruction of a land and a people, would seem to indicate the extent to which Western peoples, and particularly Americans, have taken the dimension of time or history as an absolute value. Or withdraw from Southeast Asia would seem to demonstrate that most military collisions, history is clearly negated by geography. We have seen this phenomenon before in the two classic, unsuccessful attempts by Napoleon and Hitler to conquer Russia, in which that country's vast interior subdued military forces that appeared to be riding the crest of historical change. We may now be facing that phenomenon again in the Middle East, and again in Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East at the same time, years later, decades later. The disclaimer of colonialism in recent years has presented Western peoples with a major dilemma. Deprived of their traditional source of wealth from the undeveloped and former colonial nations, they now have little choice but to seek ways of rechanneling their present wealth through the various forms of social organization already present domestically. A certain inertia has been achieved, perhaps unwittingly. That means a major shift in political thinking among Western peoples. The creation of wealth today is more dependent on new technology and manipulation of the tax laws than the exploitation of untapped resources. That is not to say that exploitation of mineral and other resources will not continue. As undeveloped nations, such as those in Africa or the Middle East, continue their own growth, severe modifications of exploitation must occur, and more sophisticated forms of colonialism, such as sanctions and embargoes, must be created if Western countries are not to suffer economic collapse. It is doubtful that many Americans understand the meaning of this shift from the colonialist attitude. At best, it means the humanization of peoples who, for centuries, were considered merely producers of raw materials and consumers of those products that were required to purchase. At worst, the end of one form of colonialism means the beginning of a movement to feudalize political systems around the globe so as to stabilize the economic conditions of the more affluent nations. Either approach means that the ecological problem is not dealt with. The problem of technological dehumanization is not reduced, and the breakdown of individual and community identity is not reversed. There can be little doubt that a major part of Western world is now suffering from an increasingly complicated task of revitalizing institutions to prevent collapse. Revitalization has been primarily an effort to force outmoded institutions to respond to novel situations for which they were not created. If we take Toffler's future shock seriously, and there does not seem to be sufficient reason to consider it a trivial analysis, or if we recognize the logical conclusions of the thinking of both Buckminster Fuller and Marshall McLuhan, we discover neither a planet Earth of the spaceship model nor an instantaneous universe of communications linking a global village, but the disappearance of time itself as a limiting factor of our experience in a world in which communications are nearly instantaneous and simultaneous experiences are possible. It must be spaces and places that distinguish us from one another, not time nor history. The world, therefore, is not a global village so much as a series of non homogeneous pockets of identity that must eventually come into conflict because they represent different historical arrangements of emotional energy. What these concentrations of emotional energy will produce, how they will understand themselves, and what many movements will emerge from them are among the unanswered questions of our time. If we believe that religion has a presence in human societies in any fundamental sense, then we can no longer speak of universal religions in the customary manner. Rather, we must be prepared to confront religion and religious activities in new and novel ways. The recognition that there is no homogeneous sense of time shared by all societies must certainly become apparent to us if it is not already clear. We can and must, therefore, create a new understanding of universal planetary history. Beneath the many movements of activity on the local level, we will most certainly see the emergence of religious movements that appear out of time. movements that have been somehow triggered either by the influences of the places in which they have originated or movements of restoration that seek to invoke some type of authentic religious experience to validate the identity of the small ethnic, racial, or religious group. Thus, Southern California can be the hotbed of Christian fundamentalist beliefs and at the same time support a substantial number of devil worshippers and Satanists. Both movements are disconnected from a universal passage of time and are a product of the concentration of beliefs as modified by their human and natural environments. Religion has often been seen as an evolutionary process in which mankind progresses from primitive superstitions to logically perfected codes of conduct. From a multiplicity of deities to a monotheistic religion with well developed institutions and creeds honed to philosophical purity of expression. The validity of most religious traditions is believed to be their ability to explain the cosmos, not their potential to provide a wide range of spiritual experiences. But monotheism, as Nathan Soderblom has pointed out, is usually the product of the political unification of a diverse society, more often than it is the result of a revelation of ultimate reality. In the Western tradition, revelation has generally been interpreted as the communication to human beings of a divine plan. The release of new information and insights when the deity has perceived that mankind has reached the fullness of time and can now understand additional knowledge about the ultimate nature of our world. Thus, what has been the manifestation of deity in a particular local situation is mistaken for a truth applicable to all times and places. A truth so powerful that it must be impressed upon peoples who have no connection to the event or to the cultural complex in which it originally made sense. The recounting of the event becomes its major value, and both metaphysics and ethics are believed to be contained in the description of the event. Ultimately, the religion becomes a matter of imposing the ethical perspective derived from reprocessing the religious experience on foreign cultures, and not in following whatever moral dictates might have been gleaned from the experience. The question that the so called world religions have not satisfactorily resolved is whether or not religious experience can be distilled from its original cultural context and become an abstract principle that is applicable to all peoples in different places and at different times. The persistent emergence of religious movements and the zeal with which they are pursued would seem to suggest that cultural context, time, and place are the major elements of revelation and the continent is illusory. If not illusory, it is subject to so many cultural qualifications that it is not suitable for transmission to other societies without doing severe damage to both the message of revelation and the society which receives it. American Indians and other tribal peoples did not take this path in interpreting revelations and religious experiences. The structure of their religious traditions is taken directly from the world around them, from their relationships with other forms of life. Context is therefore all important for both practice and the understanding of reality. The places where revelations were experienced were remembered and set aside as locations where, through rituals and ceremonials, the people could once again communicate with the spirits. Thousands of years of occupancy on their lands taught tribal peoples the sacred landscapes for which they were responsible, and gradually the structure of ceremonial reality became clear. It was not what people believed to be true that was important, but what they experienced as true. Hence, revelation was seen as a continuous process of adjustment to the natural surroundings and not as a specific message valid for all times and places. The vast majority of Indian tribal religions, therefore, have a sacred center at a particular place, be it a river, a mountain, a plateau, valley, or other natural feature. This center enables the people to look out along the four dimensions and locate their lands, to relate all historical events within the confines of this particular land, and to accept responsibility for it. Regardless of what subsequently happens to the people, the sacred lands remain as permanent fixtures in their cultural or religious understanding. Thus, many tribes now living in Oklahoma, but formerly from the eastern United States, still hold in their hearts the sacred locations of their history, and small groups travel to obscure locations in secret to continue tribal ceremonial life. Other religions also have a sense of sacred places. The Holy Land has historically been a battlefield of three world religions, each of which has particular sacred places it cherishes. But these places are appreciated primarily for their historical significance, and do not provide the sense of permanency and rootedness that the Indian sacred places represent. European Christian shrines are often standing on the ruins of former temples and holy places of the original peoples of Europe, indicating that something of the sacred always infuses a site, regardless of the religious expression that may temporarily possess it. The ancient Chinese developed an incredibly complex system of geomancy in order to make human habitations conform to the sacred landscape of China. But of all these expressions of human religious experiences, none has so faithfully remained close to the original location and original revelation as those of the tribal peoples of North America. The nature of revelation at sacred places is often of such a personal nature as to preclude turning it into a subject of missionary activities. Thus, most Indian tribes will not reveal the location of sacred places unless they are compelled through dire circumstances to do so. But having once identified a location as having sacred properties, they will not then reveal the kinds of ceremonies that are supposed to be held there. Sacred places thus inform us of the particularity of revelation, that it is not a universal message to be placed in secular or immature hands for distribution. Rather, it is as intimate as our own personal thoughts, that we would never utter in profane ears. See chapter 16 for an in depth discussion of sacred places. We'll get there. One of the features of Western religious practice has been the dependence on teaching and preaching techniques. Indeed, take away the preaching and teaching, and there is very little substance left in many world religions. Christianity has been singularly involved in proclaiming the good news that involves the articulation of an impossibly complex scenario involving original sin, a cosmic redeemer, the catastrophic end of the planet, and transportation of the saved to a new heaven, where presumably people will behave much better than they did on the old earth. Preaching and teaching have as their goal the possibility of changing individual personality and behavior, presumably in a manner more pleasing to the deity. A glance at the historical record will show that the hope of transformation is rarely realized and never seen on a large scale. Changing the conception of religious reality from a temporal to a spatial framework involves surrendering the place of teaching and preaching as elements of religion. Rearrangement of individual behavior patterns is incidental to the communal involvement in ceremonies and the continual renewal of community relationships with the holy places of revelation. Ethics flow from the ongoing life of the community and are virtually indistinguishable from the tribal or communal customs. There is little dependence on the concept of progress, either on an individual or community basis, as a means of evaluating the impact of the religious practices. Value judgments involve present community realities and not a reliance on part of future golden ages toward which the community is moving or from which the community has veered. In conjunction with this notion of eliminating the teaching and preaching of abstract propositions, the gulf between religious reality and other aspects of community experience is not nearly as wide. A religion defined according to temporal considerations is continually placed on the defensive in maintaining its control over the interpretation of historical events. If, like the Hebrew prophets of the Old Testament, political, economic, and cultural events can be interpreted in a religious format, then religious and secular time can be made to coincide, at least for a time. But how does one continue the interpretation of history over a long period of time? The Exodus may well reveal divine intervention in addition to being a political event of great significance. Do all subsequent political events of comparable magnitude then become religious experiences? Obviously, it becomes increasingly difficult to give a religious interpretation to secular events, and the basic framework of interpretation begins to beg credibility. Western religion seems to have resolved this problem of interpretation by secularizing itself. Instead of working toward the kingdom of God on earth, history becomes the story of a particular race fulfilling its manifest destiny. Thus, Western history is written as if the torch of enlightenment was fated to march from the Mediterranean to the San Francisco Bay. But reaching the western edge of North America, history then must inexorably move to Japan, and it has appeared to do so, stripping the American experience of its cosmic validity. The Cold War retooled this concept so that the interpretation of the past half decade suggested that democracy was the favorite child of divine concern. But Russia is broke and America nearly so, and it takes incredible willpower to pretend that history is the unfolding of a divine plan for humanity. A variant of manifest destiny is the propensity to judge a society or civilization by its technology, to see in society's effort to subdue and control nature as the fulfillment of divine intent. This interpretation merely adopts the secular doctrine of cultural evolution and attaches it to theological language. If we factor in the environmental damage created by technology, the argument falls flat. In less than 2.5 centuries, American whites have virtually destroyed a whole continent, and large areas of the United States are now almost uninhabitable. Even so, we seek to sacrifice large rural areas to toxic waste dumps. The idea of defining religious reality along temporal lines, therefore, is to adopt the pretense that the earth simply does not matter, that human affairs alone are important. Restructuring religious understanding to anchor experience in sacred places enables us to avoid the complications that temporal definitions create. We are left with the question of the function of religion in human society. Was it meant for us to remain tied to a particular place without an adequate technology and refusing to use the intelligence that our species obviously possesses? How do we understand religious experiences if we are confined to one or simply a few locations where religious events can take place? These questions are important, but they represent a tendency to make principles absolute and describe a polarity that does not and should not exist in theological discussions. Just as the temporal world religions find a place for sacred sites, so spatial religions deal with the passage of time and the increasing complexity that it brings to human societies by attaching stories to the sacred places. Tribal religions are actually complexes of attitudes, beliefs, and practices, fine tuned to harmonize with the lands on which the people live. It is not difficult to understand that the Hopi people, living in the arid plateau and canyon lands of northern Arizona, had need of a rain dance to ensure the success of their farming. Here, place and religion have such an obvious parallel that anyone can understand the connection. It becomes exceedingly more complicated, however, when we learn that the Loomis and other tribes of the Pacific Northwest also had a rain dance. Perhaps once or twice in a person's lifetime, the West Coast would have an exceedingly heavy snowstorm. The snow would bury the longhouses in which the people lived, and if it remained deep for any significant period of time, the Loomis would be unable to get out and hunt and fish and would starve to death. A man with powers to make rain would then perform the rain dance, and the snow would cease falling, turning to rain that melted the snow and prevented the people from being snowbound. Space has limitations that are primarily geographical, and any sense of time arising within the religious experience becomes secondary to present geographical existence. The hazard that appears within the spatial conceptions of religion is the effect that missionary activity has on its integrity when it tries to leave its homeland. Can it leave the land of its nativity and embark on a program of world or continental conquest without losing its religious essence in favor of purely political or economic considerations? Are ceremonies restricted to particular places, and do they become useless in a foreign land? These questions have never been critically examined within Western religious circles because of the preemption of temporal considerations by Christian theology. Time has an unusual limitation. It must begin and end at some real points, or it must be conceived as cyclical in nature, endlessly allowing the repetition of patterns of possibilities. Judgment inevitably intrudes into the conception of religious reality whenever a temporal definition is used. Almost always the temporal consideration revolves around the problem of good and evil, and the inconsistencies that arise as this basic relationship is defined turn religious beliefs into ineffectual systems of ethics. But it would seem likely that whereas religions that are spatially determined can create a sense of sacred time that originates in the specific location, it is exceedingly difficult for a religion, once bound to history, to incorporate sacred places into its doctrines. Space generates time, but time has little relationship to space. The problem of religious imagery is also confounded when we shift from temporal patterns of explanation. The procedure by which religious imagery arises is still the subject of great debate among theologians. It is such a serious problem, it has burst the boundaries of religious thought and become the subject of psychoanalytical investigation. How do people conceive of the symbols, doctrines, insights, and sequences in which we find religious ideas expressed? How do we come to conceive deity in certain forms and not others? Theological explanations that depend on temporal worldviews would appear to be relatively helpless in examining this question. Perhaps the best that can be said is that temporal theologians place great reliance upon the poetic imagination as the source of religious symbolism. The best and most lofty considerations of a society or culture over a period of time eventually distill themselves into a poetic mythology that comes to express the community's experienced realities. That is about as close as we can come when using temporal conceptions of religious reality. Eventual distillation of concepts and symbols. If the spatial dimension of religion is considered, the answer would appear to be fairly clear. Something is observed or experienced by a community, and the symbols and sequences of the mythology are given together in an event that appears so much out of the ordinary experiential sequence as to impress itself upon the collective memories of the community for a sufficiently long duration of time. The basic myth may be refined to some extent, but it is not subject to very much editing because it is the common property of the community, not the exclusive property of the community's poets or religious leaders. The symbols are always representations of the concrete, and the place always has precise location. When considering the multitude of flood stories, for example, we can suggest the possibility of a planet wide flood at some specific time, because of the appearance of the story in many diverse religious traditions. If we accept the spatial dimensions of religion, can we reach reasonably profound conclusions? The flood, experienced in a number of places, gave rise to the legends that recorded memories of the flood. These accounts can be related to the geography of the region, recording the date of occupation of the location. The twist that each local represents give us more specific information on how the religious experience was received and what it came to mean to the people indigenous to the site. Thus, instead of general principles that support one another, world religion, the flood becomes primarily a historical event with moral and ethical codes particular to the religion reporting the flood experience and explained by the complex of religious events within each tradition. Remaining committed to temporal concepts, we can only conclude that at a certain stage in evolution it became necessary for societies extremely diverse and with little in common to have evolved a myth about a flood. Or, as it is the case with Christianity and Judaism, the possibility of a world flood is taken as proof that the religion is the only correct religion. It does not seem possible for adherents of these religions to conceive of the flood as a universal geological event to which each cultural tradition has attached religious significance. Theological explanations frequently become abstract, and the universal need for baptism was even once advanced as a sufficient reason for the origin of the story. Yet all religious traditions have not depended on baptism, and there seems to be no particular doctrinal need to have created a flood story in the first place. We are virtually helpless to understand the symbols, stories, doctrines, and ideals that religions have traditionally espoused if we are content to define religion according to temporal terms of explanation. Once we leave time behind and consider the nature of geographical events of extraordinary nature, we can begin to project the possibilities for understanding the nature of religious language and the efficacy of religious doctrines as an explanation of man's religious experiences, because symbols are rooted in real events and specific locations. It is, if we will consider it, a very different thing to create a religion out of the best of ideas, symbols, and explanations, and to pass down memories of religious experience, absent speculation and reinterpretation. There appears to be a peculiar relationship between thinking in temporal and spatial terms. We are inevitably involved, whether we like it or not, with time, but when attempting to explain the nature of our experiences, we are often not necessarily involved with spatial considerations once we have taken time seriously. The whole nature of the subject of ethics appears to validate the peculiarity. Don't know why I have such a problem with that word, sorry. Ethical systems are notorious for having the ability to relate concepts and doctrines to every abstract consideration, except the practical situations with which we become involved. Ethics seems to involve an abstract individual making clear, objective decisions that involve principles but not people. Ideology, unleashed without being subjected to the critique to the real world, proves demoniac at best. Spatial thinking requires that ethical systems be related directly to the physical world, and real human situations, not abstract principles, are believed to be valid at all times and under all circumstances. One could project, therefore, that space must in a certain sense precede time as a consideration for thought. if time becomes our primary consideration. We never seem to arrive at the reality of our existence in places, but instead are always directed to experiential and abstract interpretations rather than to experiences themselves. A great segment of the American public has been rudely pushed beyond the traditional temporal Western doctrines by the influence of the modern communications media. This is the true nature of the problem of post war American society. The meaningless and alienation discernible in our generation results partially from our allowing time to consume space. The shift in thinking from temporal considerations to spatial considerations may be seen in a number of many movements by which we are struggling to define American society. Ecology, the new left politics, self determination of goals by local communities, and citizenship participation all seem to be efforts to recapture a sense of place and a rejection of the traditional American dependence on progress, a temporal concept as the measure of American identity. A great many other considerations could be made in attempting to define how our consciousness is gradually shifting away from Western culture and cultural and religious patterns. Development schemes of the federal government began as early as the Great Depression, when the Tennessee Valley Authority marked the first departure in programming from traditional patterns, railroads, settlement, and industrial development by private parties, to federally sponsored projects to enhance regional development. Since that time, the Missouri Valley Authority, the Appalachian Development Authority, the Four Corners Development Authority, and the River Compacts of states have evolved so that geographic considerations are playing a much more important role in how we conceive social and economic and political problems. The field of religion has been peculiarly isolated from this development in American thought. Rather, theological considerations have fluctuated from fundamentalism to social gospel and back. If we consider the social gospel and activist church involvement in social problems such as civil rights as an indication of concern with the problems of this world and land, we can find even in the theological movements of the past generation a movement away from temporal considerations. It is a doubt it is doubtful if American society can move very far, very significantly, without a major revolution in theological concepts. In a very real sense, religious doctrines define the brooding sense of identity, without which societies appear helpless to function. The present theological vacuum is being filled to a great degree by efforts to establish exotic religions in America. The great appeal of Oriental religions that appear to provide a meaningful answer to contemporary questions, demonism and fascination with satanic cults, and the rejection of traditional mainline denominations for the simplicity of fundamentalism, all seem to indicate that a comprehensive effort to derive a new religious conception of the world is badly needed. Before we can have a new theological understanding of our situation, however, the tools of analysis of religious ideas must be changed. This will require a tremendous reversal of ideas that have been held by Western peoples, particularly Christians, for many centuries. Perhaps religions can answer only a few questions concerning our existence. Christian doctrine have attempted in the past to answer everything. Perhaps we will find that the present situation makes it impossible for religion to function at all. Perhaps we are struck with psychodrama and other scientific techniques. Many religions have been held in deepest contempt because they do not, in some manner, measure up to the definitions of religion as promulgated by Western Christian ideas of the nature of religion. They were held invalid. not because they did not provide an understanding of the universe with which that particular society was confronted, but because they did not coincide with ideas held by Western society that is heavily dependent on its technology and nearly independent of its religious ideology. In almost every instance in which other religions were considered as invalid, it was because the categories of explanation on which they were judged to be false were those derived primarily from temporal considerations of how the world ought to be. If the categories are turned around and the Christian religion is judged by non temporal categories, the story becomes somewhat different. In most instances, Christianity has either no answer or an extremely inadequate answer to the problems that arise. The difference is notable. While Christianity can project the reality of the afterlife, time, and eternity, it appears to be incapable of providing any reality to the life in which we are here and now presently engaged space and the planet Earth. American Indian tribal religions are among those so downgraded because they did not fall into the easily constructed categories of religion, as defined with temporal concepts and doctrines. Yet, in a variety of ways, the American public, searching for a sense of authenticity that it cannot find in its own tradition, is turning to American Indians as it wishes to visualize them. It is not simply the nobility of the novelists or the tragic vision of the historians that America is seeking. In a very real sense, the quest is for the religious insight of American Indians and the feeling of authenticity that Indians project. In seeking the religious reality behind the American Indian tribal existence, Americans are in fact attempting to come to grips with the land that produced the Indian tribal cultures and their vision of community. Even if they avoid American Indians completely, those Americans seeking a more comprehensive and meaningful life are retracing the steps taken centuries before by Indian tribes as they attempted to come to grips with this land. Recently, Congress discussed compensation as a principle of criminal law. The days of the Oriental potentate and justice as vengeance may be closing. If so, would not the religion that sees deity as the stern judge of mankind also be fading? In the pages to come, we will deliberately place several concepts of general religious interest under examination. We shall attempt to define in Western terms that nature of Indian tribal religions as they differ in their method of framing questions from a predominantly spatial conception of reality. And we shall discuss traditional Christian solutions to these questions, comparing the two types of answers to learn if any distinct differences do in fact exist. We cannot, of course, pretend to give an exhaustive answer to any particular question, or to present a final definition of either Indian tribal religions or traditional Christian ideas. What is important is that alternative methods of asking questions or of viewing the world may arise. By learning where differences can or do occur, at least one thing may become clear before any final solution to American history can occur. A reconciliation must be effected between the spiritual owner of the land, American Indians, and the political owner of the land, American whites. Guilt and accusations cannot continue to revolve in a vacuum without some effort at reaching a solution. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5. The Problem of Creation. Indian tribal religions and Christianity differ considerably on numerous theological points, but a very major distinction that can be made between the two types of thinking concerns the idea of creation. Christianity has traditionally appeared to place its major emphasis on creation as a specific event, while the Indian tribal religions could be excuse me, sorry, could be said to consider creation as an ecosystem present in a definable place. In this distinction, we have again the fundamental problem of whether we consider the reality of our experience as capable of being described in terms of space or time, as what happened here or what happened then. Both religions can be said to agree on the role and activity of a creator. Outside of that specific thing, there would appear to be little that the two views share. Tribal religions appear to be thereafter confronted with the question of the interrelationship of all things. Christians see creation as the beginning event of a linear time sequence in which a divine plan is worked out. The conclusion of the sequence being an act of destruction, bringing the world to an end. The beginning and end of time are of no apparent concern for many tribal religions. The act of creation is a singularly important event for the Christian. It describes the sequence in which the tangible features of human existence are brought into being. And although some sermons have made much of the element of light that appears in the creation account of Genesis and the prologue of St. John's Gospel, the similarity of the two books and their use of light do not appear to be of crucial importance in the doctrine of creation. For the Christian, it would appear that the importance of the creation event is that it sets the scene for an understanding of the entrance of sin into the world. Intimately tied with the actual creation event in the Christian theological scheme is the appearance of the first people, Adam and Eve. They are made after the image of God. It is important that this point be recognized, as it has affected popular conceptions held by Christians and seems to have some relevance to central theological doctrines. As the Genesis story relates that the first people were made after God's image, Christians, although not necessarily their Hebrew predecessors and Jewish contemporaries, have popularly conceived God as having a human form. That is to say, God looks like a man. Paintings represent him generally as an old man, deriving perhaps from the old Hebrew conception of the ancient days. The first distinction between Indian tribal religions and Christianity would appear to be in the manner in which deity is popularly conceived. The overwhelming majority of American Indian tribal religions refuse to represent deity anthropomorphically. To be sure, many tribes used the term grandfather when praying to God, but there was no effort to use that concept as the basis for a theological doctrine by which a series of complex relationships and related doctrines could be developed. While there was an acknowledgment that the Great Spirit had some resemblance to the role of a grandfather in the tribal society, there was no great demand to have a personal relationship with the Great Spirit in the same manner as popular Christianity has emphasized personal relationships with God. The difference between conceiving God as an anthropomorphic being and as an undefinable presence carries over into the distinction in the views of creation. Closely following the creation of the world in Christian theology comes the disobedience of man, Adam, in eating the forbidden fruit growing on a tree in the Garden of Eden. In this act, as recorded in Genesis, humankind fell from God's grace and was driven out of the garden by the angry God. The major thesis of the Christian religion is thus contained in its creation story, because it is for the redemption of man that the atonement of Jesus of Nazareth is considered to make sense. With the fall of Adam, the rest of nature also falls out of grace with God, Adam being a surrogate for the whole of creation. This particular point has been a very difficult problem for Christian theologians.
While it adequately explains the entrance of evil into the world, just how it could occur in a universe conceived as perfect has been difficult for theologians to answer. St. Augustine preferred to think that God himself had taken the form of the snake, that in the story talked to Eve into eating the forbidden fruit. St. Augustine's solution has not generally been accepted, even though it appears to explain the logical sequence. Perhaps of more importance are two aspects of the Christian doctrine of creation, bearing directly on us today. One aspect is that the natural world is thereafter considered as corrupted, and it becomes theoretically beyond redemption. Many Christian theologians have attempted to avoid this conclusion, but it appears to have been a central doctrine of the Christian religion during most of the Christian era. No less a thinker than Paul Tillich attempted to reconstruct the doctrine into more satisfying terms that would be acceptable to the modern world. In a rather complex analysis, in his Systematic Theology, Tillich wrestled with the problem. Christianity must reject the idealistic separation of an innocent nature from guilty man. Such a rejection has become comparatively easy in our period because of the insights gained about the growth of man and his relation to nature within and outside himself. First, it can be shown that in the development of man there is no absolute discontinuity between animal bondage and human freedom. There are leaps between different stages, but there is also a slow and continuous transformation. It is possible to say at which point in the process of natural evolution animal nature is replaced by the nature which in our present experience we know as human, a nature which is qualitatively different from animal nature. And as there are analogies to human freedom in nature, so there are also analogies to human good and evil in all parts of the universe. It is worthy of note that Isaiah prophesied peace in nature for the new eon, thereby showing that would not call nature innocent, nor would the writer who, in Genesis chapter 3, tells about the curse over the land declare nature innocent. Nor would Paul do so in Romans chapter 8 when he speaks about the bondage to futility which is the fate of nature. Certainly, all these expressions are poetic, mythical. They could not be otherwise, since only poetic empathy opens the inner life of nature. Nevertheless, they are realistic in substance and certainly more realistic than the moral utopianism which confronts immoral men with innocent nature. Just as within man nature participates in the good and evil he does, so nature outside man shows analogies to man's good and evil doing. Man reaches into nature as nature reaches into man. They participate in each other and cannot be separated from each other. This makes it possible and necessary to use the term fallen world and to apply the concept of existence in contrast to essence to the universe as well as man. End quote. Like many other Christian thinkers, Tillich cannot break the relationship between humans and the natural world in which both share a corrupt nature. Even his dependence on evolution appears to be but a temporary nod to the reflections of science, because he stands ready to label the nature of people corrupt at whatever point in the evolutionary process a human being comparable in psychological processes to ourselves emerges. Indian tribal religions also held fundamental relationships between human beings and the rest of nature, but the conception was radically different. For many Indian tribal religions, the whole of creation was good, and because the creation event did not include a fall, the meaning of creation was that all parts of it functioned together to sustain it. Young chief Akayus refused to sign the Treaty of Walla Walla because he felt the rest of the creation was not represented in the transaction. Quote, I wonder if the ground has anything to say. I wonder if the ground is listening to what is said. I wonder if the ground would come alive and what is on it. Though I hear what the ground says. The ground says, "It is the Great Spirit that placed me here." The Great Spirit tells me to take care of the Indians, to feed them aright. The Great Spirit appointed the roots to feed the Indians on. The water says the same thing. The Great Spirit directs me, "Feed the Indians well." The grass says the same thing. "Feed the Indians well." The ground, water, and grass say, "The Great Spirit has given us our names. We have these names and hold these names." The ground says, "The Great Spirit placed me here to produce all that grows on me, trees and fruit." The same way the ground says, "It was from me man was made." The Great Spirit, in placing men on earth, desired them to take good care of the ground and to do each other no harm. End quote. The similarity between young Chief's conception of creation and the Genesis story is striking. But when one understands that the Genesis story is merely the starting place for theological doctrines of a rather abstract nature, while young Chief's beliefs are the practical articulations of his understanding of the relationship between the various entities of the creation, the difference becomes apparent. In the Indian tribal religions, man and the rest of creation are cooperative and respectful of the task set for them by the Great Spirit. In the Christian religion, both are doomed from shortly after the creation event until the end of the world. The second aspect of the Christian doctrine of creation that concerns us today is the idea that man receives domination over the rest of creation. Harvey Cox, a popular Protestant theologian, articulates rather precisely the attitude derived from this idea of Genesis. Just after his creation, man is given the crucial responsibility of naming the animals. He is their master and commander. It is his task to subdue the earth. It is this attitude that has been adopted wholeheartedly by Western peoples in their economic exploitation of the earth. The creation becomes a mere object when this view is carried to its logical conclusion, a directly opposite result from that of the Indian religions. Whether or not Christians wanted to carry their doctrine of human dominance as far as it had been carried, the fact remains that the modern world is just now beginning to identify the Christian religion's failure to show adequate concern for the planet as a major factor in our present ecological crisis. Among the earliest scholars to recognize the Christian responsibility for our present situation of ecological chaos was Len White, Jr., who gave a presentation titled "The Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis" in 1967, before the American Association for the Advancement of Science. White presented the same previously discussed criticism of Christian theology, emphasizing the tendency of the Christian religion to downgrade the natural world and its life forms in favor of the supernatural world of the Christian post-judgment world of eternal life. But he was extremely kind for a man who had his intellectual arguments honed so fine that he could have gone for the jugular vein had he wanted. White proposed that St. Francis be made the ecological saint, elevating Francis to a pedestal he did not deserve. A number of Christians appear to be taking up White's thesis, and one frequently hears arguments that St. Francis represents the true Christian tradition. The Franciscan tradition is not a major theme of either Christian or Western thought. However, and it would appear as if advocating St. Francis as a patron of the Christian attitude towards creation is not only historically late but uncertain. White's thesis proved unbearable to Dr. Rene Dubos of New York City Rockefeller University, who gave a presentation in 1969 at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. on A Theology of Earth. In it, Dubos disclaimed White's charge against Christianity. Dubos contended that other societies had also created ecological disasters. He felt that Christianity was therefore not to be held accountable for the shortcomings of Westerners. He buttressed his thesis by reference to St. Francis and, more particularly, to St. Benedict, founder of the Benedictine order. Dubos found that Benedictine work rules, which at that time included draining swamps and filling in lowlands, were more suitable for modern man than St. Francis's idea of nature worship. Dubos' valiant defense of Christian thought lacks a number of substantial considerations. While other societies did create ecological disasters, Dubos would be hard put to find in the theologies of many other religions either a command to subdue the earth or the doctrine that the creation had fallen, and shared responsibility for a man's direct violation of divine commands. There is also little evidence that destroying wetlands is ecologically sound, a fact that the Bush administration ignores as it proposes to weaken federal law against tampering with the wetlands. Further indications of Dubos's miscalculation of Christian sincerity and evidence, perhaps, that Christians have not yet understood the complexity of the ecological crisis were evidenced by the Liturgy of the Earth created by the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. The confession used in this liturgy exemplifies the extent to which even concerned Christians have misunderstood the seriousness of the ecological problem. Quote, Lord God, we say here in your presence and before each other that we, both individually and collectively, have not been good stewards of your earth. We have fouled the air, spoiled the water, poisoned the land, and by these acts have gravely hurt each other. We know now that this has and will cost us, and for these and all other sins we are truly sorry. Give us, we pray, the strength and guidance to undo what we have done, and grant us inspiration for a new style of living. Amen. 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 End quote. The amens were my ad. Sorry. Not sorry. I apologize too much. Even in this attempt to bring religious sensitivity to the problem of ecological destruction, one can see the shallow understanding of the basis of the religious attitude that has been largely responsible for the crisis. No effort is made to begin a new theory of the meaning of creation. Indeed, the popular attitude of stewardship is invoked, as if it had no relationship to the cause of the ecological crisis whatsoever. Perhaps the best summary of the attitude inherent in the liturgy is, please, God, help us cut the cost, and we'll try to find a new lifestyle that won't be quite as destructive. The response is inadequate because it has not reached any fundamental problem. It is only a patch job over a serious theological problem. But at least in this liturgy, we humans are bad and nature is good, a marked advance over earlier conceptions. It would be difficult to find an Indian counterpart to this proposed liturgy. In the first place, traditional religions do not have the point counterpart recitation of beliefs that we find in the Near Eastern traditions. Singers and individual medicine people sing specific songs that compose the ceremony, while there is the expression of humility as humans stand before the higher spiritual powers. The Indian tradition lacks the admission of individual and corporate guilt, which Near Eastern religions make the central part of their doctrines. The phrase, all my relatives, is frequently invoked by Indians performing ceremonies, and this phrase is used to invite all other forms of life to participate as well as to inform them that the ceremony is being done on their behalf. There is another, more serious problem involved in the Christian doctrine of creation. For most of the history of the Christian religion, people have been taught that the description of the event of creation as recorded in Genesis is historical fact. Although many Christian theologians have recognized that at best the Genesis account is mythological, it would be fair to conclude on the basis of what is known of the Christian religion that many Christian theologians and a substantial portion of the populace take the Genesis account as historical fact. This issue has been a particularly difficult problem in the last century in America. The 1925 Scopes trial in Tennessee is perhaps the most publicized of the incidents marking the conflict between literal believers of Genesis and those who regard it symbolically, whether as an analogy or as a mythological representation of a greater spiritual reality. Because people in a number of states, most prominently California, have petitioned their state legislators to require the Genesis account of creation in the school curriculum, indicates that the desire of many Christians is to believe in spite of the evidence, not because of it. Indian tribal religions have not had this problem. The tribes confront and interact with a particular land along with its life forms. The task or role of the tribal religions is to relate the community of people to each other and every facet of creation as they have experienced it. Dr. Charles Eastman, the famous Seattle physician, relates a story in which the Indian viewpoint of the historicity of creation legends is illustrated. Quote, a missionary once undertook to instruct a group of Indians in the truths of his holy religion. He told them of the creation of the earth in 6 days, and of the fall of our first parents by eating an apple. The courteous savages listened attentively, and, after thanking him, one related in his turn a very ancient tradition concerning the origin of maize. But the missionary plainly showed his disgust and disbelief, indignantly saying, quote, what I delivered to you were sacred truths, but this that you tell me is mere fable and falsehood. My brother, gravely replied the offended Indian, it seems that you have not been well grounded in the rules of civility. You saw that we, who practice these rules, believed your stories. Why then do you refuse to credit ours? End quote. The difference in approach goes back to the basic consideration discussed earlier. If a religion is tied to a sense of time, then everything forming a part of it must have some validity because it occurs within the temporal scheme. Christians are thus struck with the assertion that the account of Genesis is an actual historical recording of the proceedings, whether or not some of the theologians consent to such an interpretation. Most important, perhaps, is that the major Christian theologian, the Apostle Paul, made the historicity of the Genesis account the most important aspect of his theory of redemption. Paul's theory was formed a major part of the Christian teachings, and while some of the Christian sects would not agree with everything Paul wrote, he is not an insignificant figure in Christianity history. Paul writes in Romans, quote, sin, you see, was the world long before the law, though I suppose, technically speaking, it was not sin where there was no law to define it. Nevertheless, death, the complement of sin, held sway over mankind from Adam to Moses, even over those whose sin was quite unlike Adam's. Adam, the first man, corresponds in some degree to the man who was to come. But the gift of God through Christ is a very different matter from the account rendered through the sin of Adam. For while, as a result of one man's sin, death, by natural consequence, became the common lot of men, it was by the generosity of God, the free giving of the grace of the one man, Jesus Christ, that the love of God overflowed for the benefit of all men, all Adams. We see then that as one act of sin exposed the whole race of men to God's judgment and condemnation, so one act of perfect righteousness presents all men freely acquitted in the sight of God. One man's disobedience placed all men under the threat of condemnation, but one man's obedience has the power to present all men righteous before God. It would appear that if the Genesis account of Adam's disobedience is not a historical event, that is, an event that can be located at some specific time and place on the planet, then subsequent explanations of the meaning of the death of Jesus of Nazareth are without validity. We have no need to question the historical existence of Jesus of Nazareth, although that particular conflict has also consumed considerable energy in the past. But we cannot project from the historical reality of Jesus as a man existing in Palestine during the time of Augustus and his successors to affirm the historical existence of a man called Adam in a garden someplace in Asia Minor. Without the historical existence of Adam, we are powerless to explain the death of Jesus as a religious event of cosmic or historical significance. At best, we can conclude that the Christian doctrine of creation has serious shortcomings. It is too often considered not only as a historical event, but also as the event that determined all other facts of our existence. It is bad enough to consider Genesis as a historical account in view of what we know today of the nature of our world. But when we consider that the Genesis account places nature and non human life systems in a polarity with us, tinged with evil and without hope of redemption, except at the Last Judgment, the whole idea appears intolerable. There are, to be sure, numerous accounts from the various tribal religious traditions relating how an animal, bird, or reptile participated in a creation event. We have already seen how some Indian people regarded such stories and the lack of belief in the historical nature of the event. Within the tribal accounts is contained, perhaps, an ever greater problem, the problem of origins of peoples and religions, which we shall take up in Chapter 8. At no point, however, does any tribal religion insist that its particular version of the creation is an absolute historical recording of the creation event, or that the story necessarily leads to conclusions about humankind's good or evil nature. At best, the tribal stories recount how the people experienced the creative process, which continues today. The relationships that serve to form the unity of nature are of vastly more importance to most tribal religions. The Indian is confronted with the bountiful earth in which all things and experiences have a role to play. The task of the tribal religion, if such a religion can be said to have a task, is to determine the proper relationship that the people of the tribe must have with other living things, and to develop the self discipline within the tribal community so that man acts harmoniously with other creatures. The world that he experiences is dominated by the presence of power, the manifestation of life energies, the whole life flow of a creation. Recognition that the human beings holds an important place in such a creation is tempered by the thought that they are dependent on everything in creation for their existence. There is not, therefore, that determined cause that Harvey Cox projects to subdue Earth and its living things. Instead, the awareness of the meaning of life comes from observing how the various living things appear to mesh to provide a whole tapestry. Each form of life has its own purposes, and there is no form of life that does not have a unique quality to its existence. Shooter, a Sioux man, Indian man, explained the view held by many tribal religions in terms of individuality as follows, quote, Animals and plants are taught by Wakan Tanka what they are to do. Wakan Tanka teaches the birds to make nests, yet the nests of all birds are not alike. Wakan Tanka gives them merely the outline. Some make better nests than others. In the same way, some animals are satisfied with very rough dwellings, while others make attractive places in which to live. Some animals also take better care of their young than others. The forest is the home of many birds and other animals, and the water is the home of fish and reptiles. All birds, even those of the same species, are not alike, and it is the same with animals or human beings. The reason Wakan Tanka does not make two birds or animals or human beings exactly alike is because each is placed here by Wakan Tanka to be an independent individuality and to rely upon itself. To recognize or admit differences, even among the species of life, does not require then that human beings create forces to forge to gain a sense of unity or homogeneity. To exist in a creation means that living is more than tolerance for other life forms. It is recognition that in differences there is the strength of creation, and that this strength is a deliberate desire of the Creator. Tribal religions find great affinity among species of living creatures, and it is at this point that the fellowship of life is a strong part of the Indian way. The Hopi, for example, revere not only the lands on which they live, but the animals with which they have a particular relationship. The dance for rain, which involves the use of reptiles in its ceremonies, holds a great fascination for whites, primarily because they have traditionally considered reptiles, particularly snakes, as their mortal enemy. In this attitude, and its ensuing fascination, we may illustrate, perhaps, the alienation between the various life forms that Christian peoples read into the story in Genesis. This alienation is not present in tribal religions. Behind the apparent kinship between animals, reptiles, birds, and human beings in the Indian way stands a great conception shared by a great majority of the tribes. Other living things are not regarded as insensitive species. Rather, they are people in the same manner as the various tribes of human beings are people. The reason why the Hopi use live reptiles in their ceremony goes back to one of their folk heroes who lived with the snake people for a while and learned from them the secret of making rain for the crops. It was a ceremony freely given by the snake people to the Hopi. In the same manner, the Plains Indians considered the buffalo as a distinct people. The Northwest Coast Indians regarded the salmon as a people. Equality is thus not simply a human attribute, but a recognition of the creatureness of all creation. Very important in some of the tribal religions is the idea that humans can change into animals and birds, and that other species can change into human beings. In this way, species can communicate and learn from each other. Some of these tribal ideas have been classified as witchcraft by anthropologists, primarily because such phenomena occurring within the Western tradition would naturally be interpreted as evil and satanic. What Westerners miss is the rather logical implication of the unity of life. All living things share a creator and a creation. Is it not logical to suppose that all have the ability to relate to every part of the creation? How Westerners can believe in evolution and not see the logical consequences of this doctrine in the religious life of peoples is incomprehensible for many Indians. Recent studies with the dolphin and other animals may indicate that Westerners are beginning to shed superstitions and consider the possibility of having communication with other life forms. But many tribal religions go even farther. The manifestation of power is simply not limited to mobile life forms. For some tribes, the idea extends to plants, rocks, and natural features that Westerners consider inanimate. Walking Buffalo, a Stoney Indian from Canada, explained the nature of the unity of creation and the possibility of communicating with any aspect of creation when he remarked, quote, "Did you know that trees talk? Well, they do. They talk to each other, and they'll talk to you if you listen. Trouble is, white people don't listen. They never learned to listen to the Indians. So I don't suppose they'll listen to other voices in nature. But I have learned a lot from trees. Sometimes about the weather, sometimes about animals, sometimes about the Great Spirit." End quote. Again, we must return to the Christian idea of the complete alienation of nature and the world from human beings as a result of Adam's immediate post creation act in determining the Western and Christian attitude toward nature. Some theologians have felt that man's alienation from nature is a natural result of his coming to a sense of self consciousness, and people dealing with psychological problems seem to have a tendency to emphasize the sense in which humans are alienated from nature by promulgating theories of childhood fears based on the unfolding of natural growth processes. Even Western poets have been articulating the Western fears of I, a stranger and afraid, in a world I never made. By and large, there was no fear of nature in the Indian view of the world. Chief Luther Standing Bear remarked on the wildness of nature and in his autobiography as follows, quote, sorry. "We did not think of the great open plains, the beautiful rolling hills, and winding streams with tangled growth as wild. Only to the white man was nature a wilderness, and only to him was the land infested with wild animals and savage people. To us it was tame. Earth was bountiful, and we were surrounded with the blessings of the great mystery. Not until the hairy man from the east came and with brutal frenzy heaped injustices upon us and the families that we loved was it wild for us. When the very animals of the forest began fleeing from his approach, then it was that for us the wild west began." End quote. In some sense, part of the alienation of human beings from nature is caused by the action of humans against nature, and not as the result of some obscure and corrupted relationship that came into being as a result of the human's inability to relate to the Creator. It is doubtful if Western Christians can change their understanding of creation at this point in their existence. Their religion is firmly grounded in their escape from a fallen nature, and it is highly unlikely to suppose at this late date that they can find a reconciliation with nature while maintaining the remainder of their theological understanding of salvation. We have one final aspect to cover with respect to the creation. Whether it be considered as a specific event or as a tenet of faith that need not be explained, certain empirical data exist today that was unavailable to humankind when tribal religions and Christianity originated. Modern science has in large part pierced the veil of nature. We are becoming increasingly aware of some of the basic processes of the universe to a much greater degree than was ever possible. With the explosion of the atomic bomb, humankind moved far beyond the speculations of earlier science and philosophy. It may be yet too soon to conclude that our science can determine everything about the universe. Yet the possibility of almost instantaneous destruction through misuse of science should indicate that we are close to describing in an approximate manner how the universe works. Our further question, therefore, should concern how religious statements are to be made which are either broad enough or specific enough to parallel what we are discovering in nature through scientific experiments. Christian theology has traditionally fluctuated between the philosophical views of Plato and Aristotle. Occasionally, some theologian will go to the ideas of Kant or Descartes to find a usable system to explain religious ideas in a scientific manner. Some theologians have gone so far as Alfred North Whitehead's view of the universe to find a way to describe religious ideas by the same basic form of articulation as followed in scientific circles and created process theology. Which religious atmosphere, Christian or Indian, would appear to be more compatible with contemporary scientific ideas? The question may appear absurd, but it has the highest relevance for a number of reasons. First, we must determine on what basis religious ideas are considered to be mere superstitions, and on what basis religious ideas are said to be either valid or possible in the world in which we live. Indian dances for rain, for example, were said to be mere superstitions. Songs to make corn grow were said to be even more absurd. Today, people can make plants grow with music, and the information on the power of sound vibrations is coming into its own. The principles used by Indian tribal religions have tremendous parallels with contemporary scientific experiments. This can be either coincidental, which is very difficult to prove, or it can mean that the Indian tribal religions have been dealing at least partially with a fairly accurate conception of reality, which is difficult to argue convincingly to the scientific mind. The second reason for determining compatibility of religion and science is to lay the groundwork for bringing our view of the world back to a unified whole, if at all possible. The competition between ministers and psychoanalysts, for example, to determine the sense of spiritual or psychological infirmity, in effect promotes two distinct views of reality. Karl Heim relates to his incisive book, Christian Faith and Natural Science, as follows, quote, in cases of psycholo- phys- physiologically conditioned depression in which the religious responses are often involved, modern medicine applies with great success the electric shock treatment, passing an electric current through leads placed in contact with the patient's temples. These are often people who, in their state of depression, also despaired of their spiritual salvation, who were a prey, in other words, to what has been called in theological literature. It's late, I'm sorry. Certainly of damnation. And lo and behold, what the minister of religion had tried in vain to achieve with confronting exhortations and encouraging words from the Bible and the catechism has now been accomplished by the electric current. The depression has gone, and the patient not only faces his life with the courage, but is filled with a joyful belief in God's forgiveness and in his own eternal salvation. End quote. It would thus appear that unless some new effort in the field of religion is made to provide a more realistic understanding of the universe, there may be no solution to people's problems except manipulated by artificial means, the 1984 solution that we all dread. The Indian tribal religions would probably suggest that the unity of life is manifested in the existence of the tribal community, for it is only in the tribal community that any Indian religions have relevance. James Jeans, in his book Physics and Philosophy, suggests that a profound view of nature lies in the concept of community. Quote, Space and time are inhabited by distinct individuals. But when we pass beyond space and time, from the world of phenomena towards reality, individuality is replaced by community. When we pass beyond space and time, they, separate individuals, may perhaps form ingredients of a single continuous stream of life. That's beautiful. End quote. The parallel with conceptions of the basis unity of existence held by American Indian tribal religions is striking. If the nature of the world is a single continuous stream of life, there is no reason to reject the idea that one can learn to hear the trees talk. It would be strange if they did not have the power to communicate. R. G. Collingwood, in The Idea of Nature, attempts to sketch out Alexander's cosmology as it applies to a whole continuum of life. Quote, in the physical world before the emergence of life, there are already various orders of being, each consisting of a pattern composed of elements belonging to the order next below it. Point instants form a pattern which is the electron having physical qualities. Electrons form an atom having higher chemical qualities of a new and higher order. Molecules like those of air form wave patterns having sonority, and so on. Living organisms in their turn are patterns whose elements are bits of matter. In themselves, these bits of matter are inorganic. It is only the whole pattern which they compose that is alive, and its life is the time aspect or rhythmic process of its material parts. End quote. We apparently have order and orders. We have time, but a time that is not a universal value, only a time internal to the complex relationships themselves. Above all, we have no disruption of the unity of the creation, only a variation on a general theme. If there is anything to the similarity of things, it is that a sense of alienation does not exist at a significant level. We even have the startling statement of Whitehead about the nature of God. Not only does God, primordial nature, arrange the eternal objects, he also makes them available for use by other actual entities. This is God's function as the principle of concretion. Again, we are dealing with a complexity of relationships in which no particular object is given primacy over any other object or entity. Energy or spirit and the manifestation of purposeful order seem to characterize both modern scientific speculations and Indian beliefs. What is important is not an attempt to show that either Indian tribal religions or Christianity prefigured contemporary science, modern concern for ecological sanity, or a startlingly new idea of what the universe might eventually be. Rather, we should find what religious ideas can credibly encompass the broadest field of both our thoughts and actions. We must show that religious ideas are at least not tied to any particular view of man, nature, or the relationship of man and nature that is clearly in conflict with what we know. In this sense, American Indian tribal religions certainly appear to be more at home in the modern world than Christian ideas and Westerners' traditional religious concepts. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. God is Red. The concept of history. One of the major distinctions that can be made between the tribal religions taken as a group and the Christian religion that underlies Western secular thought is the extent to which the two views were dependent on the idea of history. The Western preoccupation with history and chronological description of reality was not a dominant factor in any tribal conception of either time or history. Indian tribes had little use for recording past events. The idea of keeping a careful chronological record of events never seemed to impress the greater number of tribes of the continent. While the Indians who lived in Central America had extensive calendars, the practice of recording history was not a popular one further north. The way I heard it, or it was it was a long time ago, usually prefaces any Indian account of past tribal experience, indicating that the story itself is important, not its precise chronological location. That is not to say that Indian tribes deliberately avoided chronology. In post discovery times, some tribes adopted the idea of recording specific sequences of time as a means of remembering the community's immediate past experiences. The best known method of recording these experiences was the winter count of the Plains Indians. A large animal hide, usually buffalo, would be specially tanned, and each year a figure or symbol illustrating the most memorable event experienced by the community would be painted on the hide. Gradually, the hide became filled with representations of the years, and it would be maintained as long as there were people who could remember what the figures and symbols meant. One could not find a very accurate concept of history in the winter counts. In general, they indicated the physic life of the community, what was important to that group of people as a group. The chances of a continuous subject matter appearing on a winter count were nil. One year might be remembered as the year that horses came to the people. The next year might be the year when the berries were extremely large. The year after, perhaps the tribe might have made peace with an enemy or visited a strange river on its migrations. The chances of a series of political or military events being recorded year after year, as in the Western concept of history, was so remote as to preclude the origination of history as a subject matter of importance. One recent Siao winter count, for example, does not mention a number of important treaties, and one does not even mention the battle with Custer. Other tribes devised methods of recording community experiences similar to the winter counts. The Paimas and Tohono O'odhams of Arizona had calendar sticks on which symbols they were carved. By remembering what the symbols represented, a reader could recite a short chronology of recent years. But again, the ability of the reader limited the extent to which the history could be recorded. Some Indian accounts involved progenies memories, and recitations of events could take weeks of ceremonial storytelling. The Delaware, in post discovery times, created a long chronology that had many political references called the Walum Alum. It mentioned the tribes immediately bordering the Delawares with whom they shared a general political fate. In this sense, the Walum Olum can be said to be more complex than the Siao and the Paima Tahano O'Donohom systems. However, the accuracy of Western European recounting and recording events was a distant goal for the most history conscious of the American Indian tribes. Lacking a sense of rigid chronology, most tribal religions did not base their validity on any specific incident dividing human time experience into a before and after. No Indian tribal religion was dependent on their belief that a certain thing had happened in the past that required uncritical belief in the occurrence of the event. Creation, gifts of powers and medicines, traumatic events, and the lives of great religious leaders were either events of the distant past and regarded as such, or the memories of the tribe were still vivid and occupied a prominent place in the people's perspective and understanding of their situation. Salvation and religious participation in communal ceremonies did not depend on the historical validity of the event, but on the ceremonies and powers that were given to the people in the event. Culture heroes were plentiful in the tribes. Daganowida founded the Iroquois League sometime in the pre-discovery days. Iroquois religion and politics did not revolve around him in the traditional Western religious sense, but the great law of the Iroquois held the major position in tribal religious and political life. Sweet Medicine, the Cheyenne religious figure, was believed to have received his powers in historical times, but the ceremonies he brought were important, not Sweet Medicine himself. The story of the white buffalo calf woman of the Sioux happened in the distant past. The importance in the story was the reception of the sacred pipe, not the woman herself as a personal object of salvation or adoration. The tribal religions had one great benefit other religions did not have and could not have. They had no religious controversy within their communities because everyone shared a common historical experience, and cultural identity was not separated into religious, economic, sociological, political, and military spheres. It was never a case, therefore, of having to believe in certain things to sustain a tribal religion. One simply believed the stories of the elders, and these stories had significance as defining the people's identity. Today, we can say they have specific themes, but that is our interpretation and not the way the people originally understood them. No tribe, however, asserted its history as having primacy over the accounts of any other tribe. As we have seen, the recitation of stories by different peoples was regarded as a social event embodying civility. Differing tribal accounts were given credence, because it was not a matter of trying to establish power over others to claim absolute truth. To be sure, tribes that had fallen under the wide-ranging military power of the various confederacies were reminded who ran things. Under the Iroquois and Creek alliances, weaker allies had no doubt about who was in charge. But there was no coercion to convert the smaller tribes to an Iroquois or Creek conception of past historical events and their efficacy. In the turbulent period of conflict with the whites, speeches recorded at treaty session statements made to the President of the United States to remind him of previous promises, and other statements of historical importance made use of chronological references. But one cannot say, on the basis of these speeches, that a fascination with historical reality was developed through contact with whites. Rather, the speeches reflect negotiations and arguments over specific proposals made by the U.S. representatives. Perhaps the best articulation of an Indian theory of history is found in the great speech by Chief Seattle at the signing of the Medicine Creek Treaty in Washington Territory in 1854. Recognizing that the loss of lands and establishment of reservations doomed his people, the Duwamish, Seattle sadly remarked as follows: "It matters little where it matters little where we pass the remnant of our days. They will not be many. A few more moons, a few more winters, and not one of the descendants of the mighty hosts that once moved over this broad land or lived in happy homes, protected by the Great Spirit, will remain to mourn over the graves of a people once more powerful and hopeful than yours. But why should I mourn at the untimely fate of my people? Tribe follows tribe, nation follows nation. Like the waves of the sea, it is the order of nature, and regret is useless. Your time of decay may be distant, but it will surely come, for even the white man whose God walked and talked with him as friend with friend cannot be exempted from the common destiny. We may be brothers after all. We shall see." End quote. Seattle's theory of history may be much more a recognition of life's cynical nature than a statement of historical process. For many tribal religions, the distinction would be irrelevant. The recognition of growth and decay as limiting factors in a tribe's or nation's existence is worthy of note. It runs contrary to the Western European conceptions of the heavenly city and the thousand-year Reich. The idea of world ages, held by some tribes, is comparable in many ways to the world age concepts held by people in India. The flood stories, even the most remote, gave rise to the belief that the world is periodically destroyed by flood, fire, or other natural catastrophes, and this idea was held by a number of tribes with stories of some antiquity. Some substance was given to the belief in periodic destruction by particular stories, and in this sense the people could be said to have had a conception of history. For example, the Siao explanation was framed in familiar terminology. They held that the world was protected by a huge buffalo that stood at the western gate of the universe and held back the waters that periodically flooded the world. Every year the buffalo lost a hair on one of its legs. Every age it lost a leg. When the buffalo had lost all its legs and was no longer able to hold back the waters, the world was flooded and renewed. The Hopi had the most comprehensive understanding of world ages, as Frank Waters and White Bear recount in the Book of the Hopi. These people believed that they had survived 3 world destructions, and that each world had been marked by peculiar circumstances. Before each destruction, they were given special instructions for survival. And as each new world began, they received songs and ceremonies designed for living in the new world. Their ceremonial life would end with each world destruction. Other tribes had legends of similar content, although a great many tribes now appear to have had prophecies about the whites that have been so garbled and popularized as to confuse efforts to come to any conclusions as to which stories were quasi-histories and which were real prophecies. Suffice it to say, even the closest approach to the Western idea of history by an Indian tribe was yet a goodly distance from Western historical conceptions. What appears to have survived as a tribal conception of history almost everywhere was the description of conditions under which the people lived and the location in which they lived. Migrations from one place to another were phrased in terms of descriptive of why they moved. Exactly when they moved was, again, a long time ago. The scholars have had a difficult time piecing together the maps of pre-discovery America because of the vague nature of tribal remembrances. The Iroquois, for example, relate that they once lived on the plains, but then migrated eastward. When is not important to them, but their relative hardship on the plains and eventual prosperity in the east are important. The result of this casual attitude toward history was, of course, that history had virtually no place in the religious life of the tribe. The appearance of the various folk heroes who brought sacred ceremonies and medicines could often not be located in time at all. Only recent and specific events, such as the Cheyennes' loss of some of their sacred arrows to the Pawnees, were remembered and formed a conjunction of history and religion. But the ceremonies, beliefs, and great religious events of the tribes were distinct from history. They did not depend on history for their verification. If they worked for the community in the present, that was sufficient evidence of their validity. In theory, it is entirely possible to construct a chronological history of a tribe. This task would be accomplished by knowing the sacred places within the tribe's geography and all of the stories that are related to these places. By identifying the before and after of the stories and then arranging them on a time scale, one could project a chronology. Some exceedingly wise people in some tribes can perform this function reasonably well, and some years ago the White Mountain Apaches began to develop historical atlas of their lands that had something of this flavor. In effect, the Book of the Hopi is a reconstruction of a basic Hopi chronology as defined by the migrations and locations that the people remember. In contrast, Christianity has always placed a major emphasis on the idea of history. From the very beginning of the religion, it has been the Christian contention that the experiences of humankind could be recorded in a linear fashion. And when this was done, the whole purpose of the creation event became clear, explaining not only the history of human societies, but also revealing the nature of the end of the world and the existence of heaven, or a future world into which the faithful would be welcome. Again, we have a familiar distinction. Time is regarded as all important by Christians, and it has a casual importance, if any, among the tribal peoples. The contrast between tribal religions and the Christian religion, therefore, can be made painfully clear with a brief and general sketch of the Christian religion itself. In a real sense, the Christian religion can be said to be dependent on the historical accuracy of the Hebrew religion, as found in the sacred books of the Jews. After the death of Jesus, the remaining disciples began to preach the doctrine that his crucifixion had been more than a simple execution. It was regarded by them as the culminating event in a direct sequence of events going back to the creation of the universe. We have already seen in chapter 5 how Paul made the connection between a historical man, Adam, and the historical man, Jesus, in such a way as to explain how the disobedience of Adam had been cancelled with the death of Jesus. It was within the recorded experience of the Hebrew people and the remnant peoples of the tribe of Judah, then known as the Jews, that the Christian innovation of world history took place. Two of the Gospels written to interpret the life of Jesus and his teachings had as their introductory remarks genealogies of Jesus, purporting to trace his ancestry back to Adam. That they are different is cause to wonder if a biological history of his family is the intent. If it is not accurate genetics, what is it? At any rate, the events of the Old Testament were seen as actual events of history, in which a divine purpose was gradually unfolding. The idea had been inherent in Jewish religious circles prior to the advent of Christianity, but with the missionary explosion of the Christian religion, the events could be said to have taken on cosmic significance for believers of the new religion. For some time before the lifetime of Jesus, Jewish theological circles had seen the development of a curious type of literature. A large body of literature purporting to have been written by the major folk heroes of the Hebrew past began to surface, and its concern with predictions about the end of the world and the salvation of the Jews appeared to be a common feature. Such writings were called apocalyptic writings, and it is from these sources, perhaps more than any other, that we derive the Christian idea of a divine purpose and a history and a subsequent fascination by Westerners for history. The religion that took form around the person of Jesus came to regard the events of the past as directly prefiguring his life and teachings. To arrive at such consequences, the books of the Old Testament were scoured for verses that might be interpreted as predicting certain events of his life. What we have in the four Gospels, therefore, is a curious mixture of historical events, parabolic teachings, and tortured proof texts from various sources in the Jewish writings. At best, the Gospels, which can be said to be the first Christian effort to define the meaning of past events in terms of humankind's universal history, are exactly that, tortured. The immediate followers, who had known Jesus, had come to the conclusion, apparently nurtured by Jesus himself, that their Lord would return within their own lifetime to restore the kingdom of Israel to the glory known during the eras of David and Solomon. So impending was this feeling that the original commune in Jerusalem, headed by Jesus' brother James the Just, felt no desire or need to gather worldly goods. As a result, they were soon bankrupt, and one of Paul's first acts was to take up collections from converts to bail them out of their financial difficulties. The whole basis for the Christian belief in life after death was the alleged resurrection of Jesus after he had been dead for 3 days and his subsequent ascension into heaven. As the Gospels and the Acts of the Apostles were written, there can be little doubt that the primitive Christian community wished its converts to believe that Jesus in his physical body had risen upward to heaven in a cloud. Early converts saw visions in which he returned on the clouds. When Jesus failed to return within the lifetime of those who had been his closest associates, the religion should have folded. But as the original group grew smaller and the religion spread to Asia Minor, the initial prediction was continually modified so that while the basic idea had been an immediate conclusion to history through divine intervention, its immediacy gradually became symbolic, not historic. It is now nearly 2,000 years since Jesus lived and died, and there has been no return. New converts periodically become wildly enthusiastic about the impending return of Jesus, and evangelistic Christianity continuously phrases its message of mission and conversion in terms of a return of Jesus in the not too distant future. As the years have passed and certain milestones have been reached, Christianity has gone into traumas with the idea of imminent judgment. The arrival of the year 1000 was particularly disappointing for the thousands of people who sold their earthly goods and prepared to meet their Maker. When the crisis passed and the Western world returned to normal, apologists for the religion trotted out their favorite Bible verses, attempting to smooth over the downhearted. 1,000 years is but a day in thy sight, and other confronting verses were used to cover over the failure of Jesus to reappear. The Christian religion looks toward a spectacular end of the world as a time of judgment and thus an end of history. It is thus theologically an open-ended proposition, because it can at any time promote the idea that the world is ending. When such an event fails to occur, the contentions can easily be retracted by resorting to philosophical warnings about the nature of time. Time thus becomes a dualistic concept for Christians. It is both divine and human. Prophecies given with respect to divine time are promptly cancelled by reference to human time and its distinction from divine time. The concept of history became a rather nebulous subject matter as Christianity continued to grow. The events of the Old Testament were regarded as actual historical events, and their miraculous nature was ascribed to divine intervention on behalf of the Hebrews. As the Old Testament came closer to the days of Jesus and the writings became closed to further prophecies, with Malachi the idea of divine intervention in human affairs also appeared to slacken. In the first several centuries of the Christian religion appear to have been filled with miraculous acts of God in direct assistance to the Christian martyrs. After several centuries, however, in this tendency ebbed, and with the establishment of the organizational church as a political power in the crumbling Roman Empire, Christianity adopted the temporary doctrine that Jesus had established a church to supervise the affairs of men until he decided to return. This condition of nearly total church control over the lives of people was strengthened during the centuries that followed. And for many centuries, the political struggles of Western Europe had to have Christian approval to be considered valid. The Protestant Reformation was instrumental in breaking the control of the organized church structure over the political and economic life of Europe. And since that time, while the political structures have continued to expand their power, the relative influence of the church has declined. The original doctrines of Christian expansion, however, did not decline with the waning influence of the church organization. In the first several centuries of Christian existence, one of the most popular justifications for the failure of Jesus to return to earth was his alleged admonition to his disciples to preach the message of his life to all nations. Thus, a substantial portion of the Christians believed that until every nation had heard the message of Christianity, Jesus could not come. In almost every generation of Christians, there was somewhere a militant missionary force seeking to convert non Christian peoples, and this propensity to expand the religion's influence meant, in realistic terms, an expansion of control by the church structure over non Christian peoples. With the rise of secular governmental forms after the Protestant Reformation, the bitter competition between nations for lands in the newly discovered Western Hemisphere, and the very violent struggles between competing interpretations of the religion following the Reformation missionary activity was seen as an arm of national politics, and the national imperialistic movements were justified on the basis of bringing the Christian religion to the heathen. This attitude is covered more thoroughly in Chapter 15. What is more important for our purposes here is to note that as secular goals became more important, they were clothed in familiar terms of Western cultural attitudes, not in terms of religious reality. Christian theology also had a direct influence on the development of the manner in which Westerners conceived the nature of the world. In the development of Christian theology, the two Greeks, Plato and Aristotle, were highly influential. Both of their philosophical systems sought to bring order out of the chaos of the world. And as the two major theologians of Christian history, St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas, sought to reconcile Greek philosophy with Christian ideas of history. People in the West became accustomed to thinking of natural processes in terms of uniformity. In the popular mind of the Old Testament was filled with highly exciting supernatural events, while the story of humankind since the life of Jesus was filled with smaller miracles and lacked the spectacular nature of Old Testament happenings. Western history, as we now have it, has failed to shake off its original Christian presumptions. It has, in fact, extended its theory of uniformity to include Old Testament events, so that the history of humankind appears as a rather tedious story of the rise and fall of nation after nation, and the sequence in which world history has been written shows amazing parallels to the expansion of the Christian religion. China, with its history going back far beyond the days of Abraham, thus does not appear as a significant factor in the world history until it begins to have relations with the West. India, with even more ancient records, appears on the world scene only when the British decide to colonize it, despite its brief role as a conquest goal of Alexander the Great. We are faced today with a concept of world history that lacks even the most basic appreciation of the experiences of mankind as a whole. Unless other cultures and nations have some important relationship with the nations of Western Europe, they have little or no status in the interpretation of world history. Indeed, world history as presently conceived in the Christian nations is the story of the West's conquest of the remainder of the world and the subsequent rise to technological sophistication. Because we cannot understand humankind from a more profound point of view, we have in recent years fallen into a number of easily avoidable difficulties. The original thrust of Christians opposing pagans translated itself many times in Christian history, and shortly after the discovery of the New World, Christianity was thought to be opposed on the one hand to the societies of the New World, and on the other to the heretics of Europe. The peoples of the New World were virtually destroyed by the European invaders, at the same time that Europe was being ravaged by witch hunts, the Inquisition, and religious wars. The tendency of placing Christianity against social or political forms of man's secular existence continues to this day. After World War II, planetary history was seen as a struggle between godless communism and the chosen people of God, the Christian nations. At least part of the involvement of the United States in Southeast Asia was because of the influence of an unimportant figure in the Roman Catholic Church, Francis Cardinal Joseph J. Spellman, who sought to bolster the fortunes of the church and also subscribed to the good guys, bad guys interpretation of world events. Much of the misunderstanding of the role of the United States in post war worlds involves this tendency to reject the Russians because of their rejection of Christianity. A major task remains for Western man. He must quickly come to grips with the breadth of human experiences and understand these experiences from a world viewpoint, not simply a Western one. This shift will necessarily involve downgrading the ancient history of the Near East, thus serving to cut yet more subjective matter away from the Christian religion. Louis Leakey's discoveries concerning early humans in Africa would seem to indicate that we are reaching a point at which the history of the Old Testament must assume a rather minor importance in the whole scheme of development. In addition to surrendering the historical Adam and his successors, we must surrender the comfortable feeling that we can find direct line from ancient times to the modern world via the Christian religion. This involves, of course, giving up the claim by Christianity of its universal truth and validity. Already, the field of history appears to be reaching a crisis. Ancient history is taken much too casually today because it is assumed that whatever happened within human experiences could not be much different than the mythology that has grown up to explain the relics of history. We have an apparent computer of great sophistication at Stonehenge, England, and yet the traditional conceptions of life during the times when this massive structure was built continue to reflect the Western Christian idea that nothing of major importance occurred until the advent of Western culture and its religion. The experiences of the Hebrews do not really take precedence over the experiences of accomplishments of other peoples when viewed with an unadjust eye. The world abounds with ruins of incredible proportions, relating hardly at all to the history of the Hebraic Christian peoples. Yet these ruins are passed off with casual and hardly credible explanations based on the old theory of uniformity, which projects that the past had to be experienced in the way in which we experience life today. The pyramids of Egypt are a case in point. In the popular mind of Western peoples, the pyramids were built a la Cecile B. DeMille, with thousands of slaves tugging the large vine ropes up inclines to make a final resting place for the pharaoh. That the only reference to slave labor in the Old Testament remotely connected with building involves the Hebrew slaves making mud bricks is difficult for the popular mind to assimilate. It is when we go to the scholarly mind that we find even greater confusion, so that our sense of human accomplishments and the meaning of history are hardly enhanced by even the best of our educated minds. Walter Fairservice, for example, rejects the concept of slave labor in pyramid building in his book, The Ancient Kingdoms of the Nile. Quote, "We know that there were few slaves because foreign conquests were at a minimum. The labor for the pyramids came from the peasant farmers who, at times of high Nile, were comparatively idle and could be used for public projects. In such cases they were maintained at government expense, which in view of the job to be done could not have been meager. The number of pyramids and the years it took to build each of them indicates that a stable arrangement between government responsibility and peasant labor had been established." End quote. The picture appears to be idyllic. In times of unemployment, the benevolent Pharaoh provided work for his people by having them put together what must certainly be among the most massive structures in history. But is this even a realistic picture of what happened in earlier times? That the U.S. government put forward the make work projects of the Great Depression years does not mean that the Pharaoh did likewise. The very bulk of the pyramids precludes Fairservice's solution to the problem. The Great Pyramid of Cheapos, for example, is incredible. Its base covers 13 acres, or 7 midtown blocks of the city of New York. From this broad area, leveled to within a fraction of an inch, more than 2.5 million blocks of limestone and granite, weighing from 2 to 70 tons apiece, rise in 201 stepped tiers to the height of a modern 40-story building. A construction project the size of this pyramid would have been a task of no mean proportions. Suppose that the workers had placed a minimum of 20 blocks of stone a day in the structure, a feat that would have been virtually impossible, yet still conceivable. Working steadily, they would have assembled the 2.5 million stone blocks in about 125,000 days, or 342 years. In this projection, we have still not accounted for cutting the blocks, carrying them down the Nile, and bringing them to the assembly place. And we have projected a straight working project, not a summertime government make work project as Fair Services and other scholars have assumed. If the Pilgrims had begun building a pyramid the size of the Pyramid of Cheops to celebrate their safe landing in America, they would have finished the project in 1962, perhaps just in time to receive a government grant to celebrate. Is the traditional interpretation of history really an exercise in credibility? At Aswan Dam in Egypt, the people of many nations worked to save four sandstone statues from an ancient temple from being destroyed by the waters of the dam. Engineers from nearly 100 nations pooled their talents to save these priceless treasures. They had the benefit of helicopters, the latest in hydraulic jacks, lifts, cranes, and other modern construction equipment. Yet they had to cut the statues into smaller pieces to move them a mere 60 feet above the waters. In a quarry near Baalbek in Asia Minor, the Hajar el Gobel stone lies squared and ready for removal. It weighs more than 4 million pounds, and primitive men are going to get their logs and ropes and move it. Hardly. The world is, as we have noted, literally strewn with ruins of overwhelming proportions, structures that we cannot duplicate today if we wished to do so. Yet the Western interpretation of world history is always skirting a straightforward effort to incorporate theories about the origin of these ruins and structures. We are fixed on a rather staid reading of human history because we are emotionally and religiously tied to the assumption, today, perhaps subconsciously at least, that everything is pretty much the way people once believed centuries ago. Even the relatively short time period of American history has been influenced by our religious heritage. There is sufficient evidence that this continent was visited by numerous expeditions prior to the arrival of Columbus. Pottery discovered in South America suggests fairly early contact between Japan and this hemisphere. Ruins in Massachusetts and Arizona may be evidence of early visits by Phoenicians and Romans. Yet, up to this time, scholars have adamantly refused to believe that any pre-Columbian landing took place. Even the Viking ruins in Minnesota have been buffeted by tremendous criticism and the jeers of skeptics, while the Columbian primacy had prevailed. Cyrus Gordon, a noted scholar at Brandeis University, took a cautious stand in favor of pre-Columbian expeditions. In his book, Before Columbus, he documented two possible pre-Columbian visits to the New World. Gordon's courage in dealing with a controversial subject produced great fruits during the past 2 decades. Today, there are literally hundreds of books dealing with pre-Columbian expeditions to this continent, and many of them make a great deal of sense. The best writing is being done outside academic circles because it covers data and theories that are not regarded as orthodox, because they make uncomfortable the reigning elder statesmen of anthropology, archaeology, and history. The reluctance of scholars to consider the possibility of pre-Columbian visits to the Western Hemisphere is but one example of the stranglehold that the one interpretation of history has had. There is, to a certain extent, a political justification in refusing to accept pre-Columbian discoveries. The land title of the United States relates back to the famous doctrine of discovery, whereby Christian nations were allowed by the Pope to claim the discovered lands of non-Christian peoples. To accept a series of pre-Columbian visitations would mean that the lands of the Western Hemisphere were hardly discovered, by Europeans. It would call into question the interpretations and justifications given to colonization, exploitation, and genocide committed by Europeans during the last 5 centuries. Christian religion and the Western idea of history are inseparable and mutually self-supporting. To retrench the traditional concept of Western history at this point would mean to invalidate the justifications for conquering the Western Hemisphere. Americans in some manner will cling to the traditional idea that they suddenly came upon a vacant land on which they created the world's most affluent society. Not only is such an idea false, it is absurd. Yet without it, both Western man and his religion stand naked before the world. It is said that one cannot judge Christianity by the actions of secular Western man, but such a contention judges Westerners much too harshly. Where did Westerners get their ideas of divine right to conquest, of manifest destiny, of themselves as the vanguard of true civilization, if not from Christianity? Having tied itself to history and maintained that its God controlled that history, Christianity must accept the consequences of its past. Secular history is now out of control, and its influence has become a rather demonic, disruptive force among nations. This is part and parcel of the Christian religion. If the lack of a sense of history can be called shortcoming of tribal religions, as indeed it can, overemphasis on historic reality and its attendant consequences can certainly be assigned a bad grade for the Christian religion. End of chapter 6.
God is Red. Chapter 7. The Spatial Problem of History. We have argued that not all of humankind's experiences have been encompassed within the Christian idea of history. When one confines religious history to the Old Testament, the short period covered by the New Testament, and the 2,000 years of Western European history, then obviously a majority of societies and religions have been left out of the schema. It remains to be seen if the portion of history covered by Christian history really justifies the faith placed in it. If one were to take the last 2,000 years and the events of that period as representative of the validity of the Christian religion in bringing peace on earth, then there would be little question that the religion is incapable of invoking any significant peace change in people or their societies. That period has been filled with continual warfare, conquest, bloodshed, and exploitation. In too many instances, it was Christian pitted against Christian, leading one to conclude that the faith certainly played no favorites in choosing its victims. It has not been simply American Indians or other non-Christian peoples who have been the victims of Christians. One crusade began by sacking Constantinople, a city filled with Christians at the time. We can avoid a prolonged examination of the Christian period. To recount the events would only appear as a deliberate indictment of the religion. It is far better to examine the nature of the Christian interpretation of history and seek to discover how and when it can be said that the Christian God does work in the affairs of people. At first glance, it appears that God has not been as active in recent years as he once was. The Old Testament is filled with stories about the direct intervention of the Hebrew God in the affairs of people. These events were initially taken as actual historical facts, but in recent years, an effort has been made to reinterpret them as representative of the spiritual quality of the Hebrew people, and by implication, the consequent spirituality of Christian peoples. As Western people became more sophisticated about the nature of the universe, it became harder and harder to project exactly what the people of the Old Testament meant by seeing the action of their God in historic events. The victory of the English over the Spanish Armada in 1588 was understood as an indication that God favored the Protestant English over the Catholic Spanish.
While it did give rise to a plethora of religious poetry, prophecy, and theological development, it did not result in the establishment of a new religion. Even considered as a Christian renewal, Elizabethan England was not an exemplary Christian society. Again, the victories of Russia over Napoleon and Hitler, aided each time by an unusually harsh Russian winter, might have in earlier times given rise to the idea that the Russians were especially chosen by God to be his people. Yet, the theological development following those notable victories was practically nil. The American Civil War resulted in the banishment of slavery in the continental United States. Yet, as significant as this triumph was, it had particularly no subsequent theological effect on the Christians of the land. Its major theological result could be said to have been the splitting of several major Protestant denominations into northern and southern branches, and thus, if the war proved anything in a religious sphere, it proved damaging to the organizational churches. Or we can ask what effect the numerous economic depressions in this country have had on the people's religious sensitivity. A depression as devastating as the 1930s visited on a nation in formal times might have called forth a generation of repentant sinners and resulted in a renewal of religious faith of amazing intensity. Yet America's periodic depressions seem to call forth only bitter debates over the place and function of the federal government in the lives of citizens. These are important questions to be asked because of the contention of Christians that their God is specifically working in the events of mankind. In what specific way could God be said to be represented in the affairs of a person's life? This question is a penetrating one. It is not easy to point to any specific event and find incontrovertible evidence of divine intervention. The problem puzzles theologians of all stripes, and some of them have made valiant efforts to derive a sound explanation of what is meant by the idea that God is working in history. One of the significant efforts to recapture the Christian idea of history in the post-war era was the movement known as demythologizing history, originally advocated by C.H. Dodd, an English theologian. The school of history demythologers took on a broader aspect when Rudolf Bultmann began a systematic reinterpretation of the New Testament by using the framework of Martin Heidegger's existential philosophy to eliminate the embarrassing eschatological sense of time from the New Testament. Bultmann felt that there was a basic Christian method and essence apart from any cultural values that might have crept into the text during New Testament days. His demythologizing thus involved an attempt to knock the Jewish apocalyptic flavor out of the Christian message. Under Bultmann's influence, the idea grew that the events of the Bible were more symbolic than actual. The message of the coming of the kingdom was primarily a psychological event, not an event of the real world. In addition to Dodd and Bultmann, a movement known as the Death of God philosophy attempted to revise and revitalize Christian theology. It was the child of Thomas J.J. Altizer. The God is dead theology flowered during the social turmoil of the 1960s, enjoyed a brief day in the sun, and vanished quickly, much to the relief of other Christian theologians who were not prepared to back Altizer and state that God had literally died on the cross and humankind had been godless ever since. What else can be said about Altizer? One could only affirm that he took Western European history as a very valid reference point. And, evaluating Western history, there is a good argument to be made that Altizer was right. Other attempts have been made to realize, at least to some extent, the nature of God's activity in human history. Some Lutherans have been content to maintain that history is his story, which is linguistically clever, but does not tell us much. Other Christians, particularly those involved in the civil rights, Conservation and ecology, the peace movement, hunger, and even anti-abortion have been willing to see the action of God reflected by the presence of the professional church in social movements. Non-clerical participants have also been very numerous in these movements. Thus, the mere presence of clergy at rallies has not provided a startling renewal of theological doctrines. Harvey Cox was among the most active clergymen in the movements of the 1960s, and if he did not have impeccable theological credentials, at least he made an effort to analyze modern society and suggest ways in which Christian peoples could speak. But even Cox, with his civil rights experiences and work in the inner city, was unable to derive a strong doctrine of God at work in history. In the secular city, Cox finds that the action of God occurs through what theologians have sometimes called historical events, but what might better be termed social change. Cox admonished us to engage in social movements, in effect creating a fervor type of history, a qualitative group type of historical reality. His empirical evidence that this is the correct Christian theory of history is singularly misty. However, because verification of the action of God depends on the ability of the Christian to reflect. Quote, reflection is that act by which the church scrutinizes the issues the society confronts in light of those decisive events of the past, Exodus and Easter, in which the intent of God has been apprehended by man in faith. Thus, the church looks to the hints God has dropped in the past in order to make out what he is doing today. End quote. If we take the traditional conception of the events of history and attempt to locate the presence of theological dimensions, we basically arrive at Cox's conclusion. For traditional historical interpretation involves the premise that conditions were never much at variance with what we experience today. We have already seen the ridiculous conclusions attainable by applying a uniform method of arising at descriptions of historical events. We find a benevolent pharaoh building pyramids on a part-time make-work basis. Yet the position that Cox takes, that the Christian God is somehow tiptoeing through history, dropping sly hints that are to be discerned by a church critique based on the Exodus and Easter, presents even more problems. Do people believe that the Exodus actually happened as recorded in the Bible? Is the Bible a historically accurate book with respect to the events of major importance to both the Christians and Jews? One would suppose that the Exodus would have been a startling event in the experiences of the Hebrews. Slaves from their birth and with heritage of slavery of nearly 4 centuries, they had no reason whatsoever to expect a release from their condition. Yet from the Exodus event can properly be said to have produced not only the modern Jewish religion, but also Christianity and Islam, the two heretical offshoots of Jewish religious tradition. What may be surprising to many people, particularly since theologians such as Cox depend so heavily on it for their verification, is that many significant theologians do not regard the biblical accounts of the Exodus as historical. Theodore H. Gaster, for example, characterizes the events of the Exodus as recorded in the Old Testament as a flight of fancy of undiminished proportions. Quote, it is obvious to any unbiased reader that this story, with its markedly religious coloration and its emphasis on supernatural signs and wonders, is more of a romantic saga or popular legend than an accurate record. Written down centuries later than the period which it describes, it is clearly more indebted to folklore than to sober fact. End quote. Gaster, while not the final authority on the Old Testament, is not an inconsiderable figure in the scholarly world. Yet he is unwilling to grant that the biblical record could represent a literal historical event. Rather, he understands the story as basically a romantic legend. Can Cox base his theology on a romantic legend? Can it be said, then, that God is not present in history at all, or within the poetic imagination that creates such romantic legends? Gaster is a Jew, not a Christian. Johannes Peterson is a noted Christian scholar who has specialized in Old Testament life and times. Almost every Protestant seminarian knows that Israel, its life and culture, originally published in Swedish by Peterson, is nearly the classic Christian study of early Israel. The book covers almost every aspect of Hebrew culture, illuminating many theological doctrines previously misunderstood or misinterpreted. In the book's appendix, Peterson indicates that the Exodus is not history in the usual sense of the term, but a highly colored legend meant to glorify the Jews. Quote, in forming an opinion of the story about the crossing of the Red Sea, it must be kept in mind, as well as we have remarked above, that this story, as well as the whole immigration legend, though inserted as part of an historical account, is quite obviously of a cultic character. For the whole narrative aims at glorifying the God of the people at the Paschal feast, though an exposition of the historical event that created the people. The object cannot have been to give a correct exposition of ordinary events, but, on the contrary, to describe history on a higher plane, mythical exploits which make of the people a great people, nature subordinating itself to this purpose. In other words, Peterson finds the Exodus a historical event of no particular significance or relevance except as the Jews look backward into their past and attempt to glorify themselves. Again, we have modern forms of interpretation as a basis for determining the historical reality of events of the ancient past. The assumption that humankind's experiences have remained fairly uniform and constant doctrines Peterson's considerations, and negates the possibility that the Exodus might have been a real and important event. Louis Dupree, a brilliant young Christian theologian at Georgetown University, devotes a chapter in his book, The Other Dimension, to an excellent review of the various Christian ideas on creation. Spinning away from traditional pitfalls of logic that maintain a benevolent God and the presence of evil in the world as a dualism, Dupree illustrates by a mention of the Exodus the idea that divine intervention can never eliminate the deficiencies of people's freedom. The separation of the waters of the Red Sea may be seen as an of physical evil for the Egyptians, or a miraculous escape from it for the Hebrews. But it did not affect the moral or immoral intentions of either party. One would conclude from Dupree's sentence that here is one Christian theologian who is not afraid to contend that Exodus was real life, significant event of the ancient world featuring tidal waves, sweat, dust, blood, and all the grit of our existence. Where Cox and Peterson, even Gaster, fear to affirm God's working in historic events, Dupree charges right in as a true believer. Such is not the case. After making this careful distinction between the morality of freedom and the goodness of God, Dupree has a little footnote stating, obviously, in all this, I do not take a position on the historical character of this event or of any particular miracle. Can this be? Can Christian theologians tell us that their God works and dominates history while maintaining in their footnotes that they are not prepared to affirm that anything really happened? What about the resurrection? What kind of body did Jesus actually have? A glorified body? Or the body in which he walked on earth? Are Christian thinkers prepared to say? Popular Christianity, of course, is prepared to affirm almost everything it may happen to have called to its attention, including Jonah and Job, the subjects of two stories that seem to fall well within the categories of romantic legend. These theologians advocated. Yet the biblical stories of Jonah, Job, and others are not central to the Bible's major premise. that God specifically chose one people from out among the peoples of the world, or that the logical conclusion to the Exodus event was the crucifixion of Jesus and his ascension into heaven after being dead 3 days. If we narrow the historical requirements of the Christian religion to affirming only two of the infinite number of events which have taken place in time and space, even then, apparently, we are left with legend and folklore. If the major event of the Bible are to be taken not as actual events involving people, events of such significance that they could be used later as patterns by which the subsequent church could discern God dropping hints in the affairs of men, then what do we make of the Christian religion? Can we take it seriously? Even more, can we affirm that it is superior to any other religion? And if so, on what basis? And surely, at least, not on the basis that it tells us the true story of humankind. Behind the Christian theory of history lies a peculiar logic of interpretation, and one can see it clearly in the proposition put forward by Paul Tillich in his Systematic Theology as follows, quote, "It can be stated that in Christianity the decisive event occurs in the center of history, and that it is precisely the event that gives history a center. That Christianity is also aware of the not yet, which is the main emphasis in Judaism, and that Christianity knows the revelatory possibilities in every moment of history. In other words, the Christians ask us to accept that there is a history, that there is a central event making the rest of the history intelligible, and that because there is a central event, there must necessarily be a history. The logic is clearly a precursor of the Catch-22 rule. And whenever we focus on one of the very important events of that line of history, we are told by Protestants, Roman Catholics, and Jews alike that what happened was really just the growth of legend, folklore, and glorification, not a spectacular event. Yet these thinkers insist that a whole chronology of non-existent events constitutes an important historical timeline that is superior to any other explanation of human experiences. This dilemma over the nature of history occurs and will occur whenever a religion is divorced from space and made an exclusive agent of time. Events become symbolic teaching devices, and the actual sequence of physical action that could indicate a divine intervention becomes unimportant. What is important are the moral lessons and ethical choices the legend illustrates. The Christians of another era believed that their Bible was the real record of events. While they could not geographically pinpoint the Garden of Eden, they damn sure could find Mount Sinai and Jerusalem. So they took everything as historical fact. The contrast between Christianity and its interpretation of history, the temporal dimension, and the American Indian tribal religions, basically spatially located, is clearly illustrated when we understand the nature of sacred mountains, sacred hills, sacred rivers, and other geographical features sacred to Indian tribes. The Navajo, for example, have sacred mountains where they believe they rose from the underworld. There is no doubt in any Navajo's mind that these particular mountains are the exact mountains where it all took place. There is no beating around the bush on that. No one can say when the creation story of the Navajo happened, but everyone is fairly certain where the emergence took place. Indian tribes combine history and geography so that they have a sacred geography. That is to say, every location within their original homeland has a multitude of stories that recount the migrations, revelations, and particular historical incidents that cumulatively produced the tribe in its current condition. Traditional Cherokees today can still tell stories about the sacred places in Georgia and North Carolina that illuminate the tribal history. The Sioux, Cheyenne, Kiowa, and Arapaho all have traditions that describe Bear Butte in South Dakota and the Devil's Tower in Wyoming. The most notable characteristic of the tribal traditions is the precision and specificity of the traditions when linked to the landscape, a precision lacking in most other religious traditions. The test of the extent to which a religion has a claim to historical validity, therefore, should at least partially involve its identification of the specific location and lands where the religious event that created the community took place, and that religion should stand by the historical nature of the event. It should never back off and disclaim everything while becoming furious with other peoples for not believing its claim. If the present interpretation of religious history that is accepted by many Christian theologians is maintained, we are left with a religion devoid of any significance in either time or space. History becomes a series of glorified legends that teach ethical lessons, and it becomes a daemonic thing to believe that the world operates one way for religious purposes and an entirely different way for secular purposes. Leaving aside popular Christianity, which has rarely questioned anything and remains comfortable in a three-dimensional universe while astronauts walk on the moon, what effect would there be if we took the Exodus story? It really triggers the origin of three world religions, and maintained that, in fact, it records a specific happening that occurred at a definite time in a specific place. Space? Do we have a problem? The problem is that one man dared to challenge the historians, theologians, and scientists on their own grounds and made the uniformitarian interpretation of history very uncomfortable. Immanuel Velikovsky, a psychoanalyst and intellect of superstar magnitude, while doing research on a projected work encompassing three of Sigmund Freud's heroes, Moses, Oedipus, and Akhenaton, found evidence that Egypt had suffered a devastating catastrophe at one point in its history. The parallels between the Egyptian calamity and the accounts of the Exodus were so startling that Velikovsky began to trace other evidence of natural disasters on a global scale in the legends of peoples around the globe. By 1950, he was ready to unveil his documented conclusions on the Exodus. In 1950, Velikovsky published Worlds in Collision, in which he contended that global cataclysms fundamentally changed the face of the planet in historical times, the Exodus being the event most clearly documented, thanks in part to the religious interpretation given it by the Hebrews who had seized the chance to flee Egypt in the confusion and disorder. The major thesis of the book was that Venus was a recent addition to the groups of planets circling the Sun, having been ejected from Jupiter some time earlier, and was careening through our solar system for a period of centuries. And during the time of the Exodus and later in the 8th century BC, Venus came into near collision with Earth and Mars, disrupting the orbits of each and at one point saving Earth from a fatal collision with Mars, pointing out that prior to the second millennium BC, there were no records of Venus as a planet by either the Hindus or Babylonians. Velikovsky asked why the most visible object in our night sky, outside of the moon, had not attracted the attention of the meticulous ancient astronomers. He replied that the only reasonable conclusion was that Venus could not be observed because it was not in the sky at that point. Ancient tales describe Venus as coming from the head of Jupiter, and other ancient records describe the struggles between the dragon and the cultural hero. Combining these features of humankind's collective memory, Velikovsky concluded that the tail of a comet doubled back in an electric field attraction with its head and would appear to people as a struggle between a hero and a reptile of enormous length and strength. The testimony of the peoples from around the globe was compared to see if the legends bore any resemblance to the description obtained from the Near East. The legends bore out the thesis, and, where they appeared to vary, The variance bolstered the thesis, since the geographical location of the people changed the nature of the spectacle they would have been able to observe. Velikovsky thus unveiled a cosmic struggle between a comet and the two planets most familiar to mankind, Earth and Mars. In doing so, he called into question the psychological theories of religion as a fantasy of dream projections, raising the question of whether or not a substantial number of religions did not arise from activities taking place in the night sky, and, by implication, offered rebuttal of the idea that natural processes have been uniform throughout Earth history. The sequence developed by Velikovsky up to the Exodus explains a substantial number of lesser and more puzzling verses that theologians have always interpreted as evidence of the Hebrew prophets' extreme poetic pretensions. It is, as briefly and accurately as possible, the following: at some time, as yet not accurately identified, but before 1500 BC, Jupiter ejected a comet of planetary size. The red spot of the planet observed today being the scar remaining on Jupiter from this incident. The comet began to travel on a highly irregular path through our solar system, menacing Earth on a number of occasions. Its bright light was the initial indication of its presence. Eventually, Venus began to intrude on Earth's presence as it passed its perihelion and began the long distance of its elliptical orbit. In or around 1500 BC, Earth passed through the tail of the comet. The first indication that the planet was in trouble was a rusty iron dust that covered the globe, giving the land and waters a bloody hue. The miracle of Moses turning the waters red was therefore not the poetic flight of a later scribe, but the comet's initial effect. As Earth went deeper into the comet's tail, hydrocarbon gases covering parts of the planet exploded in great bursts of fire. Billions of gallons of hydrocarbons in the form of petroleum rained on parts of the planet, forming the oil fields we have tapped in recent years. Great pools of naphtha fell into depressions, caught fire, and burned for years, giving the whole planet a twilight of nearly a generation. Then, as Earth went even further into the comet's tail, it was caught in an electromagnetic vice and its axis tilted, resulting in the sudden destruction of the Near East's major cities. The catastrophe was worldwide, traumatic, and highly destructive. Rivers reversed themselves, islands disappeared into the sea, other islands emerged, mountains crashed skyward, where peaceful strata had lain for centuries. A global hurricane ensued, leveling forests in a moment. Monstrous lakes were formed when waters jumped mountains and could not return to the seas. Arabia, once a prosperous land, and the Sahara, then populated by several large cities, were turned into desolate wastes. Part of the world lay in utter darkness, part in extended but smoky light. The Hebrew slaves fled from the smoking ruins of Egypt as the Middle Kingdom fell in a major catastrophe. Racing for the Sea of Reeds, they saw the comet as a pillar of smoke during the day and a pillar of fire at night. Reaching Pi Ha Karath at the edge of the Red Sea, they were pursued by the Pharaoh Tawi Tom and his army. The action of the comet temporarily pulled the waters from their bed, allowing the Hebrews to cross and destroying the Pharaoh's army as the waters collapsed. The hydrocarbons of the comet's tail formed by precipitation every morning, a nourishing substance that the Hebrews ate, thus providing them with sustenance during their flight into the Sinai desert. This was the manna from heaven of which the Bible speaks. The sun, which had previously risen in the west and set in the east, appeared to have reversed itself now, setting in the west and rising in the east. Those societies that had survived relatively intact began the laborious task of locating the new directions, making up calendars, and determining the length of the year. Earth had only begun to recover, however, when Venus made another close approach. It was some 50 years later and coincided with Joshua's conquest of Canaan. This time, the first notice of calamity occurred just prior to a battle, when a rain of meteorites pelted the Near East. Again, the sun appeared temporarily to stop in the sky, and Joshua, who was just beginning a battle, used this prolonged day to achieve victory in the valley of Beth Horon. This sequence of events, as projected in Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision, was more precisely developed in his companion volume, Ages and Chaos, published some years later, where all previous historians proudly interpreted the books of the Old Testament as divine and sublime poetry of first rank quality. The Velikovsky thesis explained the trauma and disasters suffered by the peoples of the Near East and gave startling new meaning to the Bible's descriptions. The verses celebrating the power of the Lord, taken as spectacular but impossible sequences of natural events by Christian scholars, began to leap from the pages as descriptions of natural phenomena. Ravaged by the approach of Venus twice within a 50-year period, the nations of the world decided that they had better find a way to appease and pacify the goddess of the comet before she destroyed everything. Religions began to emphasize rites and rituals to prevent the near approach of Venus. Blood sacrifices were offered as peoples desperately sought ways to avoid continued destruction by the comet. Venus continued to cross Earth's orbit, beginning to come dangerously close to Mars, so that the comet, while apparently appeased by the new religious ceremonies, was still feared by the people as the initiator of destruction. A new conflict was building in the heavens as the orbits began to move closer toward a collision course. In the days of King Uzziah, Venus missed Earth but managed to pull Mars from its orbit, sending it on a collision course with Earth. Mars was much smaller than Earth and did not have the velocity of Venus, so its approach to Earth did not result in the same degree of destruction that earlier passes of the comet had caused. Earth, which had earlier stabilized its calendar at 360 days, was forced farther out into space away from the sun, resulting in our present year of 365.25 days. In 687 BC, Sennacherib led his Assyrian army into Israel with the intent of conquering Jerusalem. On the evening of March 23rd, the first night of the Hebrew Passover, the Assyrians camped outside the city, ready to capture it the following morning. In what may have been history's most spectacular lightning bolt, the army, 185,000 strong, was destroyed when an electromagnetic charge suddenly arced between Mars and Earth. The Hebrews had been saved twice on the same date by heavenly intervention. Is it any wonder that they used the most powerful descriptive terms to praise their God? Earth did not grind to a halt again, but its rotation was slowed or halted for a number of hours, the prolonged night during which the Assyrian army was destroyed. The axis was somewhat shifted again, coming back closer to its original position before the start of the catastrophes. Mars and Venus then set up an electrical field between themselves, resulting in the repositioning of Mars away from its collision course with Earth. In the sky, an immense drama was enacted, as Mars and Venus set and reset fields of incredible electrical energy with respect to each other. The struggle was recounted by the Greeks as the gods intervening in the battle to take Troy. Mars finally achieved a release from Venus and settled in its present orbit, and we have pictures today from our space probes showing the terrible extent of destruction suffered by Mars from the catastrophe. The planet, with heavy scars from the rain of meteorites, looks like the moon, and Venus, settled in its present orbit in a highly incandescent state, gathering up remnants of its tail as thick hydrocarbon clouds that space probes have disclosed cover the planet. Now, of course, all of this activity in the heavens was not new to Christians believing in the power of God and his role in history. They had read and believed it for centuries and had taught it as fact to generations of converts. When Velikovsky published his books documenting the catastrophes, however, Christians were not to be found defending the thesis or applauding his scholarly effort, which caused severe traumas in several sciences, including astronomy, geology, physics, and history. Rather, they remained silent while the academic community carried on what may have been history's most closed minded, libellous attack against a thinker daring to ask separate academic fields to achieve a unity of knowledge. Worlds in Collision was attacked by respectable scientists even before it was published. A concentrated effort was begun to force the Macmillan Company, Velikovsky's publisher, to stop the presses. Scholars began a boycott of Macmillan's textbook division, its most vulnerable place. Macmillan could not withstand the concerted attack and transferred the book's rights to Doubleday. A conspiracy of silence dropped over discussion of Velikovsky's works. He subsequently published Earth in Upheaval, which was an embarrassing revelation of geological shortcomings. The book simply took extant geological works and showed that the subject matter had been incorrectly interpreted and slanted by numerous geologists to make it conform to the then prevailing theories of geological change based upon the interminably slow processes already defined by biologists to explain evolution. This scientific basis of Velikovsky's work involved a recognition of the possibility that cosmic catastrophes could take place and had in historical times. These catastrophes were observed by peoples all over the globe and became part of their creation legends or myths explaining the origin of their sacrificial rites and rituals. Thus, in the folklore of the ancients had been hidden important observations that were crucially important for an understanding of the nature of the universe. Scientists disagreed, however, and they began to produce facts and figures to refute Velikovsky. Fear set in among scholars, and no one stood up to demand that Velikovsky be allowed to present his views. He was subjected to bitter criticism by people who had not read his books, but who had learned from their earliest childhood that the tales of non-Christian peoples about serpents swallowing the sun and prolonged nights of utter darkness were just pagan, hardly historical superstitions, and probably the work of the devil. As Velikovsky unveiled his concept of the solar system, respectable scholars guffawed at his apparently wild predictions and suppositions. Practically every point he suggested was derided as being totally contrary to what science had already proved to be true. Scholars and the major disciples affected by the thesis ridiculed Velikovsky, announcing satirically that if his thesis were true, it would require certain phenomena to be present, which everyone knew was not the case. All of these wild predictions, made in 1950 by Velikovsky, were universally rejected. Then the evidence began to come in. Science had new opportunities to conduct sophisticated experiments through the initial space probe programs. New methods of dating materials began to be developed. The International Geophysical Year of 1958 was held to determine systematically certain facts about the planet, and eventually the Mars and Venus probes by space rockets were made. Universally, and without exception, Velikovsky's predictions and suggestions about the planets were confirmed. and no other comprehensive explanation of the solar system had returned as many different accurate results as had the theory espoused in Worlds in Collision. Naturally, the scholars who had derided Velikovsky did not credit him with the result of his creative thought. They continued the curtain of silence while stealing his ideas as fast as they could read his books. And some of the more prominent scientists had made dramatic announcements that Velikovsky were right. Then Earth, the Sun, Venus, the Moon, Mars, and other heavenly bodies would have to have certain characteristics. When Velikovsky was proved correct, they promptly hedged rhetorically and dodged their embarrassment in double talk. Too chagrined or perhaps too stupid to apologize. Some of these memorable statements by noted scientists should be recorded for posterity's sake. Velikovsky suggested that the sun was an electrically charged body. Donald Menzel, a Harvard astronomer and one of Velikovsky's most bitter critics, ridiculed the idea. He maintained that the sun cannot hold a charge above 1800 volts if positive and a single volt if negative, and said that Velikovsky's theory required a charge of 1019 volts, which he assured everyone was patently impossible. This was in 1952. In 1960, V. A. Bailey of Australia discovered that the sun carries a negative charge of 10 to the 19th power volts. Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin, another Harvard astronomer and the scientist who reviewed Velikovsky's first book, misquoted him and then ridiculed her own misquotations. In 1950, Payne Gaposchkin maintained that the planets could not possibly possess electrostatic charges sufficient to produce the effects Velikovsky claimed for them. 3 years later, in an article in Scientific America, she advocated a universe that was essentially a gravitating electromagnet. She never mentioned that the idea had already been advanced by Velikovsky and rejected by herself as evidence of his instability as a scholar. Velikovsky maintained that Venus, deriving from an erratic past as a comet, would be in an incandescent state. This was in direct opposition to what is known by science in 1950. Menzel lost no time in ridiculing Velikovsky because he was one of the leading proponents of the theory that Venus had an extremely low temperature. In 1955, he revised his estimate of the ground temperature of Venus, concluding that it was probably 50 degrees Celsius. The Venus probe of 1962 indicated that the surface temperature of Venus was some 800 degrees Fahrenheit. Later probes showed that the ground temperature was closer to 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. Because Velikovsky believed that the comet Venus erupted from Jupiter, he predicted at a 1953 talk at Princeton that Jupiter was probably a dark star giving off radio signals. Less than 2 years later, two scientists discovered radio signals coming from Jupiter. And by 1965, Jupiter was declared a dark star. Velikovsky also predicted that Earth would have a magnetosphere reaching as far as the Moon. In 1958, the Van Allen belts were discovered, named after James Van Allen, who had only measured them, and not after Velikovsky, who had predicted them. The May 1972 issue of Pensée, a journal published by the Student Academic Freedom Forum in Portland, Oregon, gave the complete story of Velikovsky's amazing predictions and his history of scientific persecution and derision. It devoted a considerable number of pages to a simple listing of his suggestions about the nature of the universe and the history of ancient peoples. Even a casual glance at the list of Velikovsky's predictions in the face of then accepted scientific theory, which turned out was really dogma, is staggering to behold. There appeared to be no doubt that Velikovsky had been vindicated. Science and the academic community revealed themselves in superstitious, dogmatic, narrow-minded, and spiteful little people as a result of the treatment of Velikovsky. For nearly 2½ decades, they refused to allow him to discuss the theories that have produced such a plenitude of newly verified facts about the universe as to make the basic theory the most revolutionary explanation of the creation we have ever seen. Some men borrowed Velikovsky's ideas almost totally without giving him any credit or even mention. Others reversed themselves completely without apologizing for their past errors or acknowledging Velikovsky's earlier incorrect contentions. The most common attack leveled against Velikovsky was that he simply made a series of lucky guesses and hit on quite a few of them. The point that this attack missed was that every prediction he had to fit into his general interpretation of the nature of the solar system. He was not simply spinning a tale and casually throwing off unrelated predictions. Everything suggested by Velikovsky originated from the implications of his thesis. His predictions involved pulling together the anomalies and inconsistencies of numerous fields of interest to form a unified view of the universe. Taken together, they give us a picture of a different kind of world and a different kind of history in which things of utmost significance happen, similar to the original Christian contention that God does work in the affairs of men. Worlds in collision has great relevance for religious thinkers. Velikovsky's original point of departure was the belief that the Exodus was an event of worldwide significance and experienced by peoples on a global basis. His search of many people's folklore and their religious and cultural myths and stories indicated that celestial events, viewed from different places, gave rise to different descriptions of phenomena which scientifically described a definite sequence. The religious interpretation of the events varied, of course, with the respective people's location, language, culture, and state of existence. With the exception of Fulton Orslor, who wrote an article for the Reader's Digest correlating Velikovsky's thesis with Old Testament, a duplication of effort considering that Ages in Chaos, Velikovsky's second book, is a supreme demonstration of Velikovsky's skill as a biblical scholar and historian. No Christian theologian or Old Testament scholar of any note supported the consideration of the thesis that the Old Testament might be historically accurate in many respects. Christianity thus lost an opportunity to recoup its lost ground and assert the historical nature of its revelation. Certain subtleties thus emerge that require further analysis. If Christian theologians and historians did not see the opportunities in this new evidence, that events of the Bible, hitherto felt to be symbolic imagery and hyperbole, were actually historical events, what prevented them from understanding? Had they adopted the secular interpretation that all ancient stories were basically a fictional mythology, devised to prove a moral point but certainly not indicative of the nature of the physical universe? Were they afraid that proving the historicity of the flood, the Exodus, and other seemingly impossible phenomena would validate corresponding legends of non-Christian traditions, thereby rendering any appeal to history and geology on behalf of a particular religion moot? Or did they simply never believe the Old Testament in the first place? It is exceedingly difficult to determine why even the fundamentalists did not move to support Velikovsky's thesis. With regard to the Exodus itself, the Makahs, who live on Cape Flattery in the northwest corner of the United States, Cape Flattery in the northwest corner of the United States, have a story that one day the sea withdrew from the land and was nowhere to be found. The wise men of the tribe told everyone to build rafts and boats as quickly as possible. Some days later, the sea returned in the form of a gigantic tidal wave, tossing boats and rafts all over, drowning most of the people, and forever separating portions of the tribe from each other. Geologically and geographically, this phenomenon can be linked to the disappearance of the waters when Moses and the people crossed the Red Sea. suggesting that at many other places on the planet the same water tidal behavior occurred. Verification of the Exodus as a physical, historical event might then verify the Makah story. But so what? More important, if the planet is likely to be subjected to immense displacements of its land and waters, it would be better to know than to be caught thinking that a catastrophe of this magnitude was impossible. Granted that it is a severe rupture for the theological mind to go from a conception of God, slyly dropping hints for the church to discern, to a belief in a cataclysmic event in which a number of religious are founded because of a belief in divine intervention and physical salvation. But even today, we have to take seriously the possibility of the planet experiencing changes of such magnitude that they can only be credited to the action of higher powers. Every bit of evidence we have must be brought to bear on the question of how religions originate, because it is not useful to pretend that while various deities once spoke to people and performed some incredible feats, they no longer do so. Religions do not rise simply because poets become too eloquent and people want to glorify their past. World War II brought Americans into contact with parts of the world then unknown to them and unvisited by modern travelers. After the Americans had left certain islands in the South Pacific, scholars discovered that a new religion had grown up among the natives that interpreted the airplanes and machinery left by our soldiers as manifestations of their gods. The cargo cults, as they have been called, would indicate that if an event is out of the ordinary and makes sufficiently strong impression on people, a new religion can be called forth that seems to explain the experience, regardless of how simplistic it might have appeared to more knowledgeable observers. The Old Testament is probably extremely accurate in many respects, particularly when describing those events that changed the way people understood their world. It is difficult for many people to accept the fact that the Old Testament is primarily an effort to record first Hebrew and then Jewish history, and not a volume of divine admonitions about the nature of ultimate reality. But it is entirely possible that events recorded in the Old Testament and believed to be highly religious are also described in the legends and folklore of other people, and not given the same religious significance. Our responsibility today is to discern from the many different human traditions the probable historical sequences that have shaped our modern Earth and come into closer understanding of the nature of the planet on which we live. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8. Origin of Religion. Suppose Immanuel Velikovsky is correct. Suppose that instead of the Exodus accounts being a poetic elaboration of religious doctrine of a later time, they are fairly well remembered accounts of the phenomena encountered by the Hebrews as they left Egypt. How, then, do we approach religious writings? Are they to be understood as actual events? And do we take all religious stories as having been real events at some time and some place in man's experience? It would seem that we have a major task of discovering to what extent we can accept the historical veracity of any story of ancient times. That Velikovsky's projections about the nature of the physical world continue to produce startling verifications would tend to make us hesitate, reflect, and take another look at religious doctrines, symbolism, and belief. The assumption made by theologians when discussing religious writings and their symbols and images is that world events have followed a fairly homogeneous pattern, and that no particular event has happened that we cannot observe in similar pattern today. Using this assumption to Exodus does become simply another political revolt, which in later years had the fortune to be accepted as illustrating religious beliefs. But if we make this assumption, we are almost immediately faced with a more fundamental question about the origin of the religious beliefs illustrated in the stories that are found in religious traditions. The Western conception of a homogeneous time experience apparently has many roots. Certainly, one influence can be said to have been Greek philosophy and its insistence on the uniform operation of nature. This idea surfaces continually in Western thought, and it continually intrudes into theological doctrines about religion and the nature of God. So strong has this idea been that natural events have been forced into this interpretive pattern, even when the facts warranted otherwise. For many centuries, peoples of Western Europe believed that the heavens, being made by God at creation, were constant. The appearance of meteors and comets was thus a great embarrassment because these phenomena seemed to indicate that the heavens were not all that stable. Was this possible in a divinely constructed universe? Present-day astronomers are searching the records of other societies for evidence of a supernova that occurred on July 4th, year 1054. It was one of the spectacular events of celestial history, and it apparently lasted some 3 weeks, and was clearly observable at various parts of the planet, because it appeared quite close to the moon in its crescent phase. In at least one cave in California, and on rock carvings and paintings in Arizona and New Mexico, there are representations of a crescent moon with a bright object quite near it. There are speculations that the early peoples of North America saw the supernova and made these records to verify for subsequent generations that such a thing had happened. There are very few references to this event in Europe, where the social science of history was fairly advanced. The reason that there are very few records in Europe is that everyone believed that the heavens were constant. Thus, people did not really see what they were seeing. In view of this startling victory of faith over experience, is it any wonder that contemporary theories of the nature of the Exodus fall apart whenever they are examined? If people become so blinded to their observations that their beliefs override their actual experiences, would it not seem possible that the whole method of interpreting events needs drastic revision? In another day, perhaps, the rock paintings in the American Southwest would be taken as a primitive form of religious poetry. Theologians, historians of religion, psychoanalysts, and other wise people would pour forth books about primitive ideas of the natives who could not know that no extremely bright star exists beside the moon at its crescent. Fortunately, today, we have sufficient fragmentation of knowledge so that astronomers can use Indian rock paintings as verifications that the supernova was observed, because it is possible, indeed highly probable, that American Indians observed and faithfully recorded a celestial event while their supposedly more civilized neighbors in Europe were gritting their teeth, reaffirming their faith in the Christian religion, and refusing to see the supernova. The whole question of the interpretation of religious symbols, doctrines, and beliefs should be re-examined. Suppose we find in the tribal traditions a memory that is not only more correct in many aspects than that of the Western religions, but suppose that we find in them the longer and more extensive history of humankind. That prospect has not been considered by Westerners, yet it is precisely the consideration that must be made if Western societies are to be released from their religiously ethnocentric universe.
It is with this consideration in mind that we have postponed any discussion of American Indian tribal stories about creation. In the Western tradition, we have been taught to regard all stories about beginnings as primitive efforts to understand how the world began. The obvious use of linear time as a determining factor in making sense of legends is so dominant in Western and Christian thought that it prevents legends being accepted on other terms. We cannot necessarily project the thought that the early peoples in North America were any more concerned to describe the creation as an event than they were to explain any other facet of their experience as an event. The absence of a theological interpretation of history should be sufficient evidence of the Indians' refusal to use time as the determining factor when trying to understand their experiences. Where we do have legends describing world conditions, the existence of other worlds, or the existence of catastrophic conditions caused by certain factors, we cannot assume that the people are concerned primarily with the sequence of events. They might much more be concerned with describing the actual life conditions, and the apparent sequence of activity in the legends might be a fairly accurate description of what actually took place rather than a poetic elaboration of events for theological purposes. In short, what we have previously been pleased to call creation stories might not be such at all. They might be simply the collective memories of a great and catastrophic event through which people came to understand themselves and the universe they inhabited. Creation stories may simply be the survivors' memories of reasonably large and destructive events. The tribal religion of the Hopi Indians of Arizona is a case in point. The legends of the Hopi relate that the world as they have known it has been destroyed 3 times, and that our present world is now reaching a time of impending destruction. This religious tradition, which has tribal variations, appears as a spiral of religious insight rather than a rigid temporal or a totally spatial understanding. The existence of the Hopi in all worlds is predicted on a particular land being given to them over which they assume a custodial function. In any specific world, it involves deliberate spatial considerations. The collective memory inherent in the traditions combines time and space in a comprehensible manner, however, and one that we may be working toward today. The first Hopi world was called Topka, and it was characterized as a world of endless space. Topka was considered to be the original world, and the basic themes that are found in some of the tribal legends about the nature of creation are found in descriptions of this world. The direction of this world, according to the Hopi, was west. The living things of the creation were congenial and lived without strife. Eventually, people became convinced that real differences existed between the various life forms, and men became increasingly wicked towards other species. This wickedness was erased when the world was destroyed by a rain of fire. The Hopi survived the end of this world by living underground with the ants. As the world cooled and people were able to emerge, they discovered that the world had been rearranged. Water now existed where land had formerly been. Land stood where there had been waters. The direction of the world was west, and it was called dark midnight. In the second world, the people and animals were not allowed to live together, so they lived separate lives. The fear that the problems of the old world would return to plague them caused this separation. Humans came to learn the arts of trade and commerce. But they used these talents to accumulate more material goods than were needed. This greed eventually led to the downfall of the second world. Earth's axis tilted, and the world spun around rapidly. destroying the natural features of the landscape. The world was stabilized only by passing through an extremely cold part of space that froze the waters into solid ice. Everything was lifeless, and to survive, the people lived underground once again. Then Earth's axis changed again, and it resumed a more normal orbit of rotation around the sun. Revolution on nearly the same axis was eventually restored, and the ice began to melt. The surface of the planet regained its original ability to sustain life. People emerged once again. This third world was known to the Hopi as Kuskura, and its direction was east. The New World was the scene of much activity. People had not forgotten the trade and commerce they had learned in the previous world, and substantial technology was developed. Men learned to fly through the air in patwatvotas, or shields, made from hide, propelled by some unidentified power. Using these flying shields, the various nations warred against one another. The warfare grew so intense that the Third World was destroyed. Warned ahead of time that the world would be flooded, the Hopis constructed special cylinders of hollow reeds that floated on the floodwaters. The descriptions of the flood bear close similarities with the flood stories of other nations. As the waters began to subside, the people sent out birds to find any lands remaining above the waters. Eventually the waters receded, and the various nations were assigned lands for themselves. The fourth world, the one in which we are presently living, began. Could such a sequence of worlds have been made up in the imagination, no matter how religious that imagination, of a primitive mind that has been otherwise classified as relatively uniformed about the physical forces of the natural world? Could people have conceived the changing of direction of the world and made such a conception a primary part of the religious belief without something having happened that would justify such a belief? By direction of the world, we are basically talking about the rising and setting of the sun. In translating the meaning of the four Hopi worlds, we have the first two worlds in which the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, and the last two in which it rises in the east and sets in the west. All that is necessary to account for the difference in phenomena is a rotational change in direction. Suppose that we break into this sequence and suggest that a nation of people comes into existence in one of the worlds. It begins to recognize itself as a people distinct from the other groups inhabiting the planet. A language comes into being that is relatively distinct from other languages. A religion comes into being that attempts to account for the creation of the world, as the people either know it or can remember it from earlier legends. Their creation story involves the fact that the world was originally a cold and icy one. Gradually, its rotation was changed, possibly by the assistance of hero figures, and the world began to warm. Eventually, it warmed sufficiently to support life, and the various life forms came into being. One day these people encounter a people who speak to them of two worlds. They are incredulous. Everyone knows that there is only one world, and that it was created by changing the axis of the world, so that the ice, the original substance of the universe, gradually melted to produce their present world. When they hear stories of how the first world was destroyed by rains of fire, they are livid. Pagans, they scream. The stories of the first world are interpreted as merely childish wish projections of a people refusing to believe that the ultimate nature of the world is ice. Steps are taken to be sure that the people who believe in the first world are converted to the belief that the stories of the world's origin as a large block of ice are the absolute truth as revealed by God Himself. That is the precise position into which non-Christians are placed when the Christian religion insists that its story of creation is descriptive of the original creation event, and that their stories are superstitious, that have arisen because of a great psychological need which can be filled by accepting the Christian version, forcing the consideration of creation to be examined as if it were a specific event destroys the possibility of knowing the nature of the world with any certainty. It also presumes that the Christian account of the creation is poetic ideology typical of a certain kind of people, and that this kind of people is by definition the most ancient vintage. Such conclusions are not necessarily correct. That a religious tradition may contain references to more than one type of world should indicate that the tradition is at least older than traditions speaking of only one world. Near Eastern religions, for example, appear to have only one recallable beginning. Both Genesis and the Enuma Elish of the Babylonian records indicate a beginning in a world of waters. Do these records extend only to the third world of the Hopi? Were their societies capable of passing on a longer history of humankind in the Near East? Or were they destroyed by one of the earlier catastrophes visited on the planet? The basis of perpetuating religious knowledge would appear to be a spectacular event experienced by a people who subsequently survived sufficiently long enough to pass on the tradition. In the Near East, we may have peoples surviving in an area where a catastrophe did not wreak total destruction. The Enuma Elish begins with the following description of the universe. When a sky above had not yet even been mentioned, and the name of a firm ground below had not yet even been thought of, when only primeval Apsu, their begetter, and Mumu and Tiamat, she who gave birth to them all, were mingling their waters in one, when no bog had formed, and no island could be found, when no god whosoever had appeared, had been named, had been determined as to his lot, then were gods formed within them. End quote. The Enuma Elish has sometimes been regarded as the prototype of the Genesis story, sometimes as a parallel description of the creation as handed down in the Hebrew tradition. That it closely follows between Babylonian and Hebrew traditions is significant. Genesis appears to be concerned with much the same phenomena. Quote, in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth, and the earth was without form and void, and the darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. End quote. If we closely examine these two traditions in a spatial sense, rather than as a primeval event, we find that they, rather specifically, describe a particular condition in which there is extreme darkness. From our knowledge of the world in which we live, it would indicate extensive cloud cover. The concern of both stories would appear to be the separation of the waters, so that the gods can determine and name the sky and the ground. When we understand that Genesis projects a much longer sequence of appearances, and if we understand the sequence as taking place in a particular place, although not necessarily limited to 7 days or extended for millions of years, we face a new sense of reality. On the second day, in Genesis, the waters are divided between heaven and earth. The third day, plant life is created. It is not until the fifth day that animal and fish life emerge. But on the fourth day, the stars, the sun, and moon are created. Clarence Darrow is supposed to have made William Jennings Bryan look foolish by asking him how the morning and evening of the first day could occur when the sun, moon, and stars were not created until the fourth day. If we view the emergence of each form mentioned in Genesis as the sequence in which things could be distinguished from one another, following a monstrous flood with attendant cloud cover of unimaginable magnitude, the appearance of the sun, moon, and stars at that point at which the water vapor has allowed their light to be seen appears eminently reasonable. The noteworthy factors in the Genesis account are that the sequence of action is not incompatible with the phenomena that would be expected in a catastrophe of major importance. Plant life, for example, develops prior to the creation of the heavens. We know that plant life would have an extremely difficult time originating without the conditions allowing photosynthesis, being initiated before the origination of plants. But plants could survive for some time between periods of ordinary sunlight. If they were already in existence, while light itself is apparently present in the Genesis account prior to plant life, distinguishing the source of light comes after the emergence of plant life. We could find no better description of a plant emerging from a catastrophic event than to find light diffused in its atmosphere and people, unable to identify the source of light, still being able to recognize that somehow light and darkness had been separated. We have an option that will apparently never be settled. Is the Genesis account a refined and somehow more sublime religious statement of creation that is secondary and derivative from the Enuma Elish? Or are they really two accounts of two distinct peoples, bearing similarity to one another because of their geographic proximity to the event? Many scholars have simply foreclosed the second option, believing that the accounts are poetic attempts to describe the original creation event, instead of asking themselves whether these accounts are simply memories of one specific event in world history. When we turn to American Indian tribal religions, we find a number of similarities also forming a pattern of interpretation. The Navajo legends begin with an account of the emergence of the Navajos, or first people, from the underworlds. The first three worlds were neither good nor healthful. They moved all the time and made the people dizzy. Upon ascending into this world, the Navajo found only darkness, and they said, "We must have light." The Navajos then separate light into constituent colors of white, blue, yellow, and black, representing the colors of the sky during the 24-hour period of rotation. The Pawnees and Arikara also speak of ancient people emerging from the darkness into a lighted world. The Pueblos are led by Mother Corn, plant life, into the new world of light from the world of darkness. The Mandans climb a vine rope from the underground until a large woman proves to be too heavy for the rope and breaks it, leaving some of the people remaining under the earth. Other tribes have had variations of this general theme of emerging from the underground, where they had survived a great catastrophe, or at least begun their existence in this present world as people. There would appear to be no good reason for a number of tribes to share this story, unless there was some event behind it, even though the event was very dimly recalled in tribal memory. Perhaps the disaster of which the Near East spoke did not affect the peoples of North America, who had prepared an underground shelter for themselves in anticipation of the event. At the least, we can suggest that some common experience must be shared by some of the tribes, as emergence legends among other peoples of the globe appear to be rather sparse. The tribal religions would serve to remind us that the scope of human history cannot be encompassed within a linear time sequence running from a creation event to the present day world. The strong possibility that different societies recall in their religious traditions various geographical histories of the planet can lead us to remember the neglected dimension of religion that has appeared in nearly every religious tradition. If we recall the thrust of Jewish history and its eschatology in the time of Jesus, we come to recognize that land, the promised land, has remained as a constant and tangible element of religious experiences of societies. While the theology of the Old Testament appears to focus on the promised land as early as the time of Abraham, it is with the emergence of the Hebrews as a migrating nation into Canaan that the community and the land merge into a psychic and religious unity. From that time, the people orient themselves around the idea that God has given them this particular piece of land. Even those people in Jesus' time who sought the return of the Son of Man as the Jewish Messiah looked for a military hero to restore their land ownership. The translation by Christians of the fanaticism of the Jewish resistance to the Romans in the days of Jesus into a misunderstanding by the Jews of the nature of the Messiah has always been a difficult interpretation for the Christians to make. By substituting heaven for the tangible restoration of Palestine to the Jews by driving the Romans out, Christians eliminated the dimension of land from religion, and necessarily their theology had to change Hebrew tribal memories of a particular land into a generalized statement about the origin of the world. Without the particularity of land on which it was intended that a particular people live, creation had to become an event of the beginnings of the world. It is quite possible, therefore, that as we look for the origin of peoples, we must discover religious experiences. As we look for the origins of religions, we must discover nations of people. And whichever way we look, it is to the lands on which the people reside and in which the religions arise that is important. And this possibility is what has dominated the concerns of American Indians peoples from the very beginnings. The chance that lands would be lost meant that religious communities would be destroyed and individual identities forsaken, as sacred mountains became secularized, as tribal burial grounds became cornfields, as tribes no longer lived on the dust of their ancestors' bones. The people knew that they could not survive. This feeling of the importance of land is also present in Western countries, but it has undergone a radical change. It has transformed itself into patriotism on the one hand, and religious nationalism on the other. With this transformation, the whole nature of religion and land has been lost. Land is no longer a major element in Western religion, but forms a tangential influence, often manifesting itself, whether or not the Christian religion intends that it do so. The early church centered itself in Italy, in the city of Rome, as surely as did the Hebrews center themselves in Jerusalem after they had conquered Canaan. Where the Jewish religion was and is centered in the Holy Land as the specific land of the religion, one cannot help but conclude that Rome is and has become the center of Christendom. With the Reformation, the growth of national churches simply meant that each interpretation of the Christian religion had to find a home for itself, and the doctrines and devotional emphases followed ethnic preferences. The peculiarities of all European theology can be understood more easily by reference to countries than by compassion of abstract creedal statements and doctrines. With the movement of Christianity to North America continent, and the subsequent freedom to develop religious expressions offered by this land, the possibility of constituting a Christian culture or unity vanished. Christianity shattered on the shores of this continent, producing hundreds of sects in the same manner that the tribes continually subdivided, in an effort to relate to the rhythms of the land. It is probably in the nature of this continent that divisiveness is one of its greatest characteristics, a virtually uncontrollable freedom of the spirit. The land dimension of religion must inevitably wear itself out in the respective religious traditions as they mature. What would be the nature of a religious tradition that has grown out and sophisticated on a land? The puzzlement of modern Europe would seem to indicate that religious dimension of land is a factor that cannot be neglected. Germany was the scene of the Protestant Reformation in its most profound sense, for it was the home of Martin Luther, who claimed a doctrinal superiority to everything that had preceded him. If there were to be any land, therefore, in which Christianity could have entrenched itself outside of Italy, it would probably be Germany. Heinrich Heine in Religion and Philosophy in Germany, originally published in 1835, may have clearly foreseen the nature of the catastrophe that occurs when a religion grows thin on a land to which it has become a stranger. Quote, Christianity, and this is the fairest merit, subdued to a certain extent the brutal warrior ardor of the Germans, but it could not entirely quench it. And when the cross, that restraining talisman, falls to pieces, then will break forth again the ferocity of the old combatants. The frantic berserker rage whereof northern poets have said and sung so much. The talisman has become rotten, and the day will surely come when it will pitifully crumble to dust. The old stone gods will arise then from the forgotten ruins, and wipe from their eyes the dust of centuries. And Thor with his giant hammer will rise again, and he will shatter the Gothic cathedrals. Many people have remarked that the rise of National Socialism and its attendant sense of religious fervor fulfilled Heine's vision of a Christianity that was no longer able to contain the ancient Teutonic gods. Carl Jung suggested the existence of a collective unconscious in which the archetypes and symbols of universal human experience were to be found. In his analysis of the nature of human spiritual problems, Jung suggested that the unconscious acted to structure solutions by presenting via dreams the archetypes representing familiar facets of our life in a type of dreams of which we became aware. His system was based on the interpretation of the dream symbols and the story in which they were found in the dreams. In the period before the rise of National Socialism, Jung said that he could see in the psychological problems of his German patients the symbols of the old Germanic religious myths that were to later mark part of the development of Nazi fanaticism among the young. Do we attribute the ability of young Germans to dream in ancient religious symbols to a desire to escape from Christian rigidity, or perhaps to a residual power in the land itself to produce certain religious mythologies and figures? Additional pondering on this matter brings little relief. In England, there appears to be the phenomena of ghosts. It is estimated that some 10,000 ghosts inhabit the British Islands, and it is a poor castle, manor house, or moor that does not have a full complement of ghosts. And Germany has proliferation of poltergeists. How are we to account for the renewal of Druidism in England and the northern parts of France? Some people may deny that contemporary concern with witches and Druid religious practices does not conform with descriptions by scholars for ancient times. We must remember that scholars' descriptions of ancient times are primarily figments of their imaginations, rather than accounts of reality. How are we to catalog the existence of shrines of all faiths? The shrine of Our Lady of Guadalupe Hidalgo, for example, rests on a spot already the site of ancient Indian religious practices, centuries before the Christian missionaries appeared on the scene. Why is there an absence of miracles and revelations in North America, when other parts of the Christian world seem to have a plenitude of religious sites? Are Fatima and Lourdes uniquely Christian, or do they represent a religious site hoary with antiquity, whose earlier religions are unknown to us today? Students of religion have failed to recognize the unique nature of religious symbolism, its apparent correspondence with land masses, its vibrant ability to reassert itself in times of spiritual crisis, and the lack of a universal symbol system of religious experience. Perhaps the conflict of competing religions on lands has led to much of our social, political, and military conflict among peoples. It is difficult, therefore, simply to classify the cultural competition and distinctions and community values as differentials on a time scale of social evolution. Rather careful examination should be given to the nature of cultural and social disagreements and the origin of these differences in both the religious and geographical dimensions of people's lives. If the old Germanic myths of Wotan can reassert themselves in a modern industrial state, which Carl Jung believed he could document in the rise of National Socialism in Germany, and if the practical political program of the Nazis was the conquest of additional lands for living space and the genetic reunification of Germanic peoples, we cannot avoid an examination of the relationship between lands, spiritual energies, and peoples. Land must somehow have an unsuspected spiritual energy or identity that shapes and directs human activities. Religions must not be simple expressions of etherical, ethical, and moral codes, as we have been taught. They must be more complicated manifestations of the living earth itself, and this aspect of religion is something that American Indians of all the peoples on earth represented. Popular anthologies of Indian speeches contain two basic themes: the earth is alive, and everything related to it is also alive. And land consecrates human activities and makes them something more than we have power to produce. In 1912, Curley, a Crow Indian chief, refused to sell any more of his land to the federal government when it proposed another land cession. He rejected the government's offer. Quote, "The soil you see is not ordinary soil. It is the dust of the blood, the flesh, and the bones of our ancestors. We fought and bled and died to keep other Indians from taking it, and we fought and bled and died helping the whites. You will have to dig down through the surface before you can find nature's earth, as the upper portion is Crow. The land, as it is my blood and my dead. It is consecrated, and I do not want to give up any portion of it." End quote. This sentiment is considerably greater than a simple allegiance to abstract religious principles, even to principles that purport to give instructions in cosmic salvation. It speaks of an identity so strong as to be virtually indistinguishable from the earth itself. The human being, as it were, completely in harmony with the Mother Earth and inseparable in every way. Nowhere else on this planet do we find this attitude, and it bears further examination. End of chapter 8.